Here at the Giver Marketing Network, we don't leave you drifting out in space. We connect you to a coach who will help you build and grow your marketing business. Our process acts as a guide on how to connect with other businesses, maintain good relations, and establish a presence on the Giver Marketing Network. Each member within this collaborative group will have the opportunity to leverage your talent and influence, a true network effect. If you are looking to collaborate on more projects, welcome to the Giver Marketing Network, the most trusted and highest rated collective of specialists on the planet. Here we have a group of like-minded professionals who focus on making valuable introductions and helping each other grow by teaming up. Imagine Upwork meets a network and a coach. The talent collectively includes services like visibility and SEO, creating logos, designing websites, managing social media, outreach messaging, visual storytelling, and much more. Think of what you could do with laser-focused allies strengthening your business while offering your talent to the entire network. Click near this video for more information.
Hi, welcome everyone. Thank you for coming. We are about to jump into a full day summit focused on marketing. This is your marketing summit to launch your business or cause or company into the next place you want to be as far as outreach and communication. We are here to help you with that. We're going to be jumping in with multiple speakers today. In fact, let me just give you a visual on kind of what we're doing today. This is the 2023 Marketing Summit presented by Giver Marketing Network, and many of our specialists, our most active specialists, are coming to present some nuggets for you today to be able to help you get the word out about your cause or company doing good in the world. We're going to be starting with Tim Salmonson here in just a couple of seconds, but I did want to mention, just kind of give a shout out to a couple of folks. You know me, I'm Timothy Morgan. If you don't, good to meet you. Welcome, welcome, welcome. You're welcome to connect with me on LinkedIn if you have any questions throughout the summit, or if you want more information about some of the goodies that were offered. We're all one big collective here at the Giver Marketing Network. So you're welcome to reach out if you have any questions about anything marketing related or summit related. Glad to do that. You can also reach out to Christine Dean. She's a key part of the Giver Marketing Network. She's a certified coach within our network. She's a strategist. She's going to be presenting later as well. So you're welcome to do that. Thank you, Christine, for helping coordinate, helping Stacy Stockford coordinate this event. And of course, you got a full team behind you as well, but really appreciate everybody pulling some of their resources together to make this happen. And then, of course, Stacy Stockford, our team coordinator and messaging specialist as well, was a key part of organizing everything. And just want to give a special shout out to the two ladies that really led the charge for this summit that you're about to jump into. Okay, so buckle up, get ready. And wanted to just right off the gate, just give you some goodies. Okay, we're Giver Marketing. This is a special bonus on top of all the gifts and the offers and the goodies you're going to get throughout the summit. On top of what you're going to get from each of the speakers today, we want to give you an additional $100 credit toward any new Giver Marketing service or membership. If you have any questions about that, you can set up a time, just a quick 10-minute discovery call at givermarketing.com/schedule. You're welcome to do that. And here, let's jump right in, ladies and gentlemen. We got some good, all you have to do is mention Summit. We'll know exactly what you're talking about because this is a big deal for us, and you'll be able to take advantage of that $100 credit. So we're already giving you some money and some credits towards marketing services, ladies and gentlemen. If you are a marketing professional who is a lonelypreneur, doesn't have a tribe, you're in the right place because you want to learn more about the Giver Marketing Network, obviously. If you are in a different industry, you're not a marketing professional, you're welcome to learn and glean from all the members of our network and reach out to them individually and ask them for their help or their specialty on being able to help you get the word out about your cause or company doing good in the world. Okay. All right. And we want to have a special thank you for one of our power partners, our sponsors, if you will, of this event. We're streaming right now into some of our affiliate organizations. Kingdom Warriors is one of those, and we just want to say thank you for teaming up with us. They have an event coming up very soon. Seems like every 3 or 4 weeks there's an event that Kingdom Warriors is having that you don't want to miss. It's usually no or low cost. And so if you want to go to kingdomnfts.com, register for their next challenge, you will not be disappointed. We're in connection with them. Many of our team members are helping with Kingdom Warriors, and a lot of Kingdom Warriors are Giver Marketing team members, Giver Marketing Network members. And so we're glad to be able to kind of cross-pollinate there and give a shout out to one of our power partners. Kingdom Warriors really appreciate everything they're doing when it comes to faith and arts and entertainment. If you're a person of faith who loves arts and entertainment, you do not want to miss that challenge, and it'll help you kind of launch your next dream, your next venture into 2023 and beyond. Okay, so that's a good challenge for you to consider. All right, well, get ready, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to jump into some goodies from Tim Salmonson. Now, Tim Salmonson, I'm going to bring him up on stage here in just a second here. Tim Salmonson is somebody you want to look up right away. As soon as you see his name come up on the screen, just open up another tab, start connecting with him on social media and some of those things. But I tell you what, Tim, I really, really appreciate how you've been able to help our network with kind of the purpose-driven or the noble purpose that we have as an organization. And we're about to jump into your presentation. But before we do that, I know you got some goodies too, so I'm excited. Before we do that, can you share a little bit of your origin story or your background and kind of how you got to do what you're doing?
Yeah, absolutely. So I guess I kind of consider myself a do-gooder from early on in life. I was that nerdy kid in middle school and high school, and just really wanted everybody to get along and ultra sensitive. I was a kid that a lot of my peers picked on because I cried a lot, and that heart of mine to make the world a better place carried over into my desire to work in the nonprofit world. So it wasn't most of my life I actually worked in nonprofit, and in 2004 I started my own nonprofit after living in the Dominican Republic for almost 3 years. And traveled the world. I worked with volunteers. We went out to different communities, under-resourced communities, worked with their leadership to, address various forms of poverty. And I was the hero of my own story, unfortunately. Just trying to, sort of had that martyr syndrome where just suffering and going and sleeping on dirt floors and eating bugs and all that good stuff. And finally, I went to grad school where I was surrounded with some really amazing people, and they guided me. They guided me and helped me to understand, you're putting Band-Aids on all these social issues. So maybe make a shift. And that's when I began to shift, thinking about how businesses have the human resources and they have the financial resources to really fill in the gaps of society. So my goal now is to help leaders clarify and communicate their noble purpose within their business to differentiate themselves from their competitors, to attract great people to their company based on their values. So that's my story.
And every time I hear it, I'm just like, I'm drawn in even more. So Tim, I know you got some pragmatic pieces that you want to help us put together for our causes or our companies that have this noble purpose or purpose-driven organizations. Any type of entity that has a philanthropic edge or a mission to it, you want to pay attention to Tim right now. And look, like I said, just look him up right now. Tim, Salmonson. Just check it out on the screen. Look him up. Type it in. It'll come up on LinkedIn, Facebook, wherever you can find him. That'll be good. But he'll also have some gifts for you toward the end here. So I'm going to just hand over the stage to you, Tim. You can go ahead and just present, and I look forward to seeing what you got for us today. So God bless.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate you, Timothy. Yeah, pull up that. I have a slide deck, and it's getting clarity of purpose. If you want to attract, inspire, and engage your audience, you got to have a clear, compelling brand story. So every great story has a hero, and you heard a little bit of my story. When you're the hero of your story, there's the ups and the downs. You think about all the heroes. They're the ones that are going through the challenges, the difficulties. They're trying to win the fair maiden. They're trying to blow up the Death Star. They're, trying to save the day, and they're the ones that are the ones suffering the most. Then you have a guide, your Obi-Wan Kenobis, your Yodas, the folks that step in and help ground you. And that's the position that we want to be moving ourselves into. Donald Miller, he's the guy that designed. He has the Story Brand 7 framework that walks you through. So I highly recommend what Donald Miller's doing with the Story Brand stuff. A lot of this comes from that. Of course, your hero has a challenge that you, as a guide, want to help them to get through. And then this journey of transformation. And I encourage every business to be able to clearly explain their statement of transformation. How is it that they're helping transform their clients from where they are to where they want to be? So as the guide, you got to know who you are. You have to have a clear set of values. So know what your values, I always say 3 to 5 immutable, unchangeable values. These are values that you can remember, that your employees, team members can remember, that your customers can, any stakeholder can remember your values, so they know what you stand for. And if they like them, you're obviously going to be attracted to them. Know who you're guiding. Know who your audience is. Know the language that your audience speaks. Know what they like. What they want to identify with, who they want to connect to. Because we want to have clients and customers that we're in relationship with, and we are building a tribe with, we're building a community with. We don't want consumer relationships that's one and done and they're out the door and you're on searching for the next customer. Know where you're going, of course. That's your mission and how you're getting there. Okay. So those are key questions. Your brand is essentially a combination of your values, your purpose, your mission, your vision, and your aesthetic. And most people think of their brand as their aesthetic first, foremost. They get wrapped up in what the logo is, what their color scheme is, kind of their vibe, and that's your aesthetic. And we're going to go through a quick exercise on working on your brand aesthetic. Of course, the most important thing is going to be your values, your purpose, your mission, your vision. But your brand aesthetic is also important. So when you're building your brand, think transformation, not transaction. Back to what I was saying, in your consumer type of brands, if it's a one and done relationship, then that's a transaction. If you're focused on bringing value to people, building relationships with them on their success, then that's transformation. So the 5 senses survey. Think about the 5 senses being hearing, smelling, what you see, how things feel, touch, and taste. So if your brand were a song, what would it sound like? So you think about the different varieties of music. If you're going to show up in the world playing a song, playing music, what kind of music are you going to play? And obviously it's going to be, if you're a leader, it's going to be the kind of music that resonates with you, that you connect with, that you find life in, and you're going to want to share it with others. And people are going to be drawn to your song, to your music. If it were a fragrance, what would it smell like? And I think about, as I was going through this process myself, what I think my fragrance is. The fragrances that I identify with the most are the outdoors. I love the smell of when it, after it rains, or the smell of fresh cut grass, or walking through a pine woods. That's the fragrance to me. That's the fragrance of God. I mean, that is what I connect to, and I want to connect with others who also resonate with that smell. If it were fashion, think about back to high school. Uh, you've got your country guys and girls. You've got your back in my grew up in the 80s. So, we had preppies. If you were a preppy, you had your shirt collar pulled up, wearing either Argyle shirt or a polo shirt. If you were a jock, you wore your uniform basically to class. So think about how you want to represent your brand by the way you show up, what you look like, what your brand feel like, the texture of it. Is smooth? Is it silky? Is it rough? Is it prickly? And it's okay to be prickly, because there are a lot of people like prickly. There are cactus fans, for example. And then, what if your brand were a flavor? What would it taste like? And I think about an ice cream shop. I think about, I'm a big chocolate lover, so the deep dark chocolate, and I like chunky stuff. So, like a Rocky Road type of thing. It's silky. It's got nuts and marshmallows and little chunks of chocolate and other bits, because I like that texture. So think about, what is it that your brand tastes like? So on this journey that you're walking your clients through, on this journey that you're inviting them into, your values, that's your compass. Your values will help guide your decisions. They will make it clear to where you should be going, what you should be doing, and what you should not be doing. Your purpose. Your purpose is the reason that you're on this mission to start with. It's your why. It's your Simon Sinek, start with why. What is the core reason that you do what you do? How is it that you're changing the lives of the people around you, transforming them? What's your contribution to the world? Your mission, that's your map. That's how you're going to get to where you want to get, and how to get the people that you're leading where you want to get. And then your vision. And I think vision is probably the most important thing when it comes to marketing, because you want to paint a picture of transformation, of identifying where your customer is, and then helping them on this journey, proving them, showing them that you have the authority and the empathy to know where they are, and then helping them get to where they want to be. So I think about, I don't know if you notice the pictures in the background, but I had a great fortune of going out to Zion National Park this last year, and out to Acadia National Park with some friends. And it's an amazing experience. And if you showed up there and think that you were going to Glacier National Park, and you had your pitons and your pickaxes, talking to a guide who's, said, yeah, I think I could help you out. Imagine their disappointment when you didn't go to a glacier, when they weren't able to use their equipment, when they realized you didn't know what you're talking about, because you're a guide to Zion National Park, where they have Angel's Landing, for example, which is not anything like a glacier experience. So don't deceive people believing that you can do all things for all people. Become an expert in one area. And what I found, I spent a lot of time the end of last year, thinking about the journey of 2023. And as Lao Tzu says, the journey of 1,000 miles begins with one step. And I put together a tool. It's basically a spreadsheet that helps me track my habits. I think about the person that I want to be, the things that I want to have, the things that I want to do, and the barriers that are keeping me from accomplishing those things. And I knew that I needed to take the time to think through what are the habits I need to develop for my career, the habits I need to do financially, for myself personally, for myself spiritually. So it's a multifaceted spreadsheet that has your habits as well as goals, as well as a way to think about your life. So once again, thank you, Donald Miller, because he has a new book. I think it's called Hero on a Mission, and he talks about having a eulogy. So how about thinking about your life at at the end, the way that you want people to remember you and the things that you want to be known for. So this habit tracker has a place where you can think about your eulogy and write your eulogy. It has a place to figure out what your vision is, what your values and your purpose and your mission, your personal goals, and you can add, of course, take away whatever you want to do. And I want to make this available. So it's kind of my giveaway, my offer to the Giver marketing community.
And how do they get a hold of this, Tim? I mean, I'm wanting to look at it. Many others are already looking at it. I know I've been hearing feedback already from the network. How do they get a hold of that?
So if you scan in the QR code, or if you go to learn.socialeconomics.net/Tim-Salmonson, that's kind of my link tree. And I just today, I hope it works. I put a link in my link tree.
It'll work, and they can find you
That's right.
online on LinkedIn or Facebook if they need to ask you any questions.
That's right.
So as long as they spell your last name right, then you should be good. Salmonson, ladies and gentlemen, Tim Salmonson. I know that we probably have questions from folks in the green room. We have questions from folks coming in the chat, on the social media and all the different places we're streaming right now. But I have a question for you specifically to kind of get the ball rolling here. And if anybody else has any questions in the private chat or in the public social media comments, please just pop them in, and we'll ask Tim any of those questions. A lot of our presenters love the Q&A, so let's keep those questions coming. But Tim, can you explain the relationship between goals and purpose, goals and mission, goals and kind of that destination or that ethos or that why? Like how do you help people bring those two things together?
Yeah, so to identify, I mean, for me to accomplish the things that I want to accomplish, I have to think about the things that are between me and that place that I want to be. And the goals are the goals and the habits. I heard Craig Rochelle, he did a great talk on establishing habits. One of the things that he said that just really rang true for me was the better you get at living your habits, the more congruent you feel with the person that you want to be. Like, I think he used the example of a smoker who's, you're offered a cigarette and you say, no, thanks, I'm trying to quit. It's a lot different than saying, no, thanks, I'm not a smoker. As a non-smoker, I would never even entertain the idea of taking a cigarette from somebody. And to put myself in that, to have the habit of exercise, for example. Who the heck wants to get up at 5:30 in the morning to go walk or go to the gym or whatever it is that you do that you know that you need to do, because healthy people exercise. I don't think there's anyone who would argue with that. So the better you get at exercising, the more that makes you feel congruent with the person that you say that you are and that you want to be.
So you're basically saying the tie between kind of purpose and your why, and I know you wrote a book as well about brand evangelism. The kind of the these different pieces that help us future cast into what is really starts with a language set and a kind of vision statements, and then you reverse engineer that into your goals, and then you ask yourself, am I being a healthy person? Am I improving my brand? Am I reaching my audience? Am I accomplishing XYZ purpose, my noble purpose? Am I in alignment with my noble purpose, or am I not?
Exactly.
It's really kind of a binary question at many junctures, right? Maybe not all, but most of the time it's pretty binary. Am I lined up, or am I not lined up? Like, is that what I'm hearing from you? Is that how you work with your clients and just kind of walk them through those kind of things?
Oh, I think that most of us are flying by the seat of our pants, quite honestly, and to have a sense of what our values are, what our noble purpose is, helps to ground us and makes it much easier to market ourselves, because we know what we stand for, the direction that we're going, and the kind of people that we want to serve. So it's not a spitball contest seeing what sticks and what doesn't. I know what I'm all about. I know what I care about, and I know that I can help people get from here to there, because this is my passion. This is what I've given myself to, or I specialize in. This is, what I'm the guide in, so to speak. So
how do you explain your purpose to people, and maybe your why? How does that kind of come across? I know I'm putting you on the spot right now, and usually you kind of have a full paragraph or whatever, but just a couple of keywords, like what is kind of what always ends up in your purpose statements and your mission statements and your why statements. Can you give us an idea of that for you? Just an example, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, it's helping people on their journey of finding and fulfilling their divine purpose. I believe that we're divinely created, that we have a piece of God in us, that God is calling for us to connect with Him, and there is a responsibility that we have to the world to share our gifts, to share our passions, to share our contribution. So, my heart is to help people connect with that, and to realize they have a uniqueness that no one else has, and something to offer that no one else has, and a contribution to make that is a part of a greater plan. It's not a unique contribution that doesn't fit with anyone else. It fits. It's like,
Part of a bigger purpose. Okay, I gotcha. So I see a comment here in one of the channels say, okay, how do I discover my why? Is that something you walk people through? If they connect with you, you can at least give them, either walk with them personally or get into some resources or do something to help them kind of get clarity on that. Because I see you as a clarity guy, and when we work together, you help me with clarity. So like you have those glasses on that bring clarity to the screen or whatever, right? You're like an awesome pair of cool glasses that I put on. I'm like, oh, okay, I see this is way more clear than it was before. And so I really appreciate that about you. You're also very contemplative, thoughtful, and reflective. So there might be people that are more like fly by the seat of your pants, like gregarious, kind of the charismatic voice or face or whatever. And sometimes we need people to walk with us and say, what about this?
Yeah.
Tell me why. Yeah. Ask good questions. Like, can you tell me more about that? Why does this language set keep coming up? What's going on in your heart? Is this aligned with what your ultimate kind of destination is? Let's future cast this. Let's look at this. Yeah. That kind of language, I love working with you, Tim, because you bring that, you pull it out, you make it like a fun experience walking through, like an amusement park. But by the time you're done, you end up with something very super valuable.
Yeah. Well, good. I appreciate that. I think it's a combination of envisioning who you want to be, so that reverse blueprint idea, but also reflecting on the person that you have been, the areas of your life that you've been stirred by, and the times that you cry and you're moved emotionally, and that you've been the happiest. And there are, and I write about this in my book, there are glimpses of our true self along the journey of life that if we've just gotten so busy that we've ignored them and didn't realize and didn't connect with them, then we just continue to trod through life without really living the full life, the abundant life that I believe God wants us to live. So, I mean, that's someone asked, what's your why, Tim? And that's my why. My why is to help people find and fulfill their divine purpose so that they can experience the abundant life that God desires for them.
Okay. I love that. I know you've helped many team members with these kind of things, network members, clients, others. And so, hey, if you're leading an organization, a cause, a company doing good in the world, you probably want to sharpen that axe with Tim Salmonson, ladies and gentlemen. Tim, thank you for taking some time out of your schedule to come and just bless everybody watching today, those who are going to watch the replay, and just really appreciate you. Thank you so much. Really appreciate you.
Absolutely.
Good. And we got some, if anybody has any questions, put them in the comments. Tim will circle back. Some of our team will circle back, make sure that those questions are at least addressed, or you can reach out to Tim directly as well. Okay. Thank you again, Tim. Really appreciate you.
Yeah, thank you, brother.
All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have just a few seconds here before we bring Vicki Christensen on. We're a little bit ahead of schedule, which is a good thing, because at the end of the day, there's always technical stuff. There's always more questions to be asked. There's always origin stories and conversations to be had. So we're super excited to have Vicki come on stage. Everybody give a virtual clap for Vicki Christensen as she comes on stage, and we're gonna welcome her. Vicki, are you good to go today? Are you excited to kind of jump in and talk more about?
I think it's all good, especially now that we're all in alignment with our brand and purpose with Tim. Now we can make things happen.
That's right. That's kind of the foundation of why we do what we do. But now we want to get into some kind of what we call visibility around here, kind of how people find you, how to be friends with Google. And Vicki, you've helped us so much with this as a network. And when I say that, I mean, like, we're an organization of marketing professionals, right? So you've helped so much in so many ways, and helping us be friends with Google and make sure if you type in Giver Marketing, ladies and gentlemen, all that work you see on Google, that's Vicki Christensen. Trust me, she's done all the heavy lifting behind the scenes on that. We've worked together with her in making that happen. So really appreciate you for that. But Vicki, for those who don't know your story, like kind of your background, can you give us just maybe 1 minute version of like how you got to get into the kind of the marketing and the visibility and the search engine optimization kind of game? Like how did you end up getting there?
Well, like probably a bunch of you, I love puzzles. So, the internet is a huge puzzle, and it just keeps on giving. You just got to stay on it and on it, on it. So way back in the day, we had some family businesses, and I'm trying to help them. And the internet was pretty new, and I'm looking around. I'm like, how do they do that? Oh my gosh, there was so much to discover and figure out. So I dug in, and I figured out some real basic fundamentals that had to happen. Nobody talked about that stuff. So I figured it out. It was like some big secret. So I figured it out and applied it to my businesses. And along the way, I was a network engineer, so I learned the background. I learned coding. I learned languages. I learned so much that I never wanted to know. And then just kept digging, just kept at it, and realized that there's tons of other small businesses out there like I was that didn't have no idea, and they deserve all the same chances that the big businesses have that can throw a bunch of money and staff at this. And so I just drilled it down to make it accessible and affordable for small businesses, and keep doing it, and keep with the changes, which are constant.
I love the fact that you've kind of had this journey where you've methodically kind of grown into this marketing professional who's been able to help a broader audience, but with kind of one goal in mind, like make sure they look good online, make sure that they can be found online. And I know within the network, we call you Visibility Vicky, and there's a reason for that. It's because you know what you're doing when it comes to these pieces that need to be put together like a puzzle, and really appreciate that. So, hey, with that, Vicky, I'm gonna kind of bow off the stage in just a second. We're gonna bring up your presentation first, of course, but have fun. I'm assuming you can click through those slides pretty well, and if anything were to change, let us know. Okay. God bless.
Awesome. All right. Well, now that like I said, Tim's got us all dialed in with our brand and who we are and our purpose, and we're in alignment. And now we want the world to know who we are and what we do and why we do it. And we want to play in the technical world area. So how are we going to be best friends with Google? When somebody pulls up a browser and types in your business name, what are they going to see? So we hope they see, your Google business profile. As I said, stand out here with a free business profile. Yes, Google still has it for free. Don't know we never know how long any of that's going to last. Sorry. Anyway, so we will just continue to take advantage of what they have to offer us. And the foundation of any good digital strategy is your local SEO. And so Google started this for brick and mortar businesses so that people could drive down the street as you see their cars, tagging businesses, figuring out where they are, taking pictures, so we could find them easily. And then they had to expand into businesses that don't have an address, which they have done. But when you think of search, of course, you're going to think of Google, the king of search, and you're going to think your Google business profile and Google Maps. It all happens right there. So why have a Google business profile? 93% of consumers search Google Maps to find a business. That really escalated in 2020 when people were home. And 91% read reviews, especially depending on your demographic. Some it's vital to look at those reviews, even if they've never seen the business or know the people who are reviewing you. And then here's something. You see where it's highlighted here on this business. So sometimes a profile will get generated. We have aggregators out there, but that's a technical thing. But anyway, so search engines and information will pop up. And if you haven't claimed your business profile, then you're not in control of the information that's out there. So you want to make sure that it is claimed. And I can certainly help you do that. At the end, you can just insert your name and I'll help you. I'll spend some special time with you and your Google visibility just to make sure you're on the right track. So why do you need to optimize and support your Google business profile? Well, first of all, it's a dynamic piece of information. Your business hours change, right? So you're there on Christmas Eve or you're not, or you're open on Christmas or you're not. So those things, you have special hours. If you're a restaurant, you have special hours for coming up with Valentine's Day or something. You want to keep up on it and keep up with images, current. So those, yes, that's why you want to optimize, because you want current information for your clients. But the other thing is everything that comes into Google is considered spam. I know that's weird. But it is true, because there truly is so much spam out there. I mean, there's whole industries that are just riddled with incorrect and wrong information. So we don't want to be those. We want to show Google that we are on top of it. We are consistent. We are uh, credible, have authority, and there's ways to do that. So there's ways to support your Google business profile with um, other small little websites that are called business directories that will support your Google profile, especially when the search engines look at you. They're going to look at you and they're going to say, oh, you match 10, 20, 30 other directories that then they trust you. And that's what you want. You do not want the spam be in the spam bucket. You want authority and confidence. Here is an example of a client of mine, a 3-pack results. See the three pack. Well, it's these businesses right here. Of course, this one shows up ahead because it's an ad, but Ultimate Designs, they do kitchen remodeling, and they don't even have kitchen in their name, which I probably would have advised them to do that. Heck, I would have advised it to me to do that years ago. But so you can see here, American Kitchen Cabinet, they're running a close second, and they're big. They do a lot of work, but she was able to rise above them, and that's what we do for our clients. We look out for them, and even though they may not be as big as the next guy, they show up. This is an example of I put in my business name, and just to show you the different parts, the business listings are over here that support your Google business profile. This is called your knowledge panel with all of your information, your reviews, ability to get a message, your questions and answers, your products. There's so much you can put into your Google business profile. And then this is an example of Google Maps. So if you go to Google Maps and you put in internet marketing near Cameron Park, you'll find Wellman Works, and then you'll find this company, Options Advertising, and then you'll find Vicki Christensen, who works at Wellman Works. So, and these are the Google business profile, categories. So you're going to be able to have one primary category, which is super important to people being able to find you for exactly what you do, like your brand and your purpose. And then there are additional categories that you can fill in, so not to worry, and you can always change it. So Google reviews. One of the things that we do for our clients is we make sure you have an easy to use, or we have several systems in place to help you get reviews. 57% of consumers will only buy from a business with a 4+ star rating. So it's important to keep getting good reviews and beat those other ones down. So Google looks at, your last 6 months as being current. That's what they look at. And those reviews will impact how you rank in search by 15%. So it's a great thing to do for many reasons. It has people look at reviews first and foremost. Google looks at reviews first and foremost. And you have an opportunity then to reply and pump up the volume for the people that you've worked with, give back to the people who helped you, or to the people that you helped, and talk about their business and how worthwhile it was and what a great service they provide. And the other little chart over here shows how best you can rank in the 1 to 3 area with about 47 reviews. And this depends on your industry, of course. I would say if we were going to talk about restaurants, this is absolutely true. They get a lot of people in and out. So 4 to 6 would have about 40 reviews, and 7 to 10, the ranking down is about 38. So in supporting your business profile, a study was done of 115,000 businesses, United States and UK. And so they were trying to figure out, okay, well, just how many business listings do I need to increase visibility and get more engagement? It's a minimum of 10. So, these business listings, that's like Facebook, Yelp, MapQuest. And there's a whole bunch of them that you probably don't recognize, but they have value. They have domain value and they have credibility. Brown Book, there's just a myriad of them. So 67% improvement in consumer actions with 10 plus directories. And then if you optimize and complete your business profile, your Google business profile, you can look for a 69% increase in web clicks. Okay, so if you want to test it, just to see what you look like, what people are going to see. If you go to a browser and go incognito, the little 3 dots at the top right, it'll be as private as it gets. And then you put in your business name and location because we're talking local, and so you see what that looks like. And then you can also go to scan.wellmanworks.com and put in your information and its contact information, so you'll get some information back. And then on the second screen, you put in your business information. That will show you how consistent and complete your information is. It will show you what the search engines are saying. They're looking for complete, consistent information. So claim or complete your Google business profile, claim your business listings, and get reviews. And you are well on your way to a happy 2023, let me just tell you. So if you want special attention of your Google visibility and see what kind of best friends you are with Google, you can hit this QR code here. You can go, there's free tips at wellmanworks.com/Google tips. Or you can just have a quick little meeting at meetwithvicky.com. However you get there, I'll take the time and make it a little more clear, or probably a lot more clear. And we'll get you well on your way to a successful 2023 with Google visibility.
And I can attest personally that she will help you do that. She's very patient. Even if you're not technologically advanced, like some of our other team members and different things, clients, sometimes you're more advanced than, other times. Sometimes certain tools frustrate you. Vicky will help you. Her patience level is extraordinary. And so don't be intimidated by this awesome marketing professional that's in front of you here. Just reach out to her, ask her a couple of questions, look her up on social media. There's her phone number there as well. And you can search her out and go to meetwithvicky.com. Just start there. Just do that. Hey, not going to hurt anything, right, Vicky? I mean, just having a quick conversation.
Oh, I'd love to meet y'all.
Yeah. She loves to meet with people, and especially if they're serious about their business and wanting to kind of. We don't want you to be the best kept secret in your industry, ladies and gentlemen. Vicky, you and I talk about this all the time. If you're the best kept secret in your industry, there's either a psychological block or a technical block.
Right.
And Vicky can help you probably with both to some degree, but it seems like in marketing we're always psychologically helping people with different things. But the technical side, for sure, she'll help you just get that done. Then you don't have to think about it. And then now you're going to have more eyeballs on what you're doing. You're going to have more people have the chance to reach out to you. I mean, look at what Vicky's doing right now. She's able to kind of show you her pages, show you what she's been doing. and then you can go check her out and then set up a time with her. This is her becoming visible and promoting a little bit as well. But hey, Vicki, thank you so much for sharing with us the importance of being friends with Google and making sure that there's other search engines and different things, and you know about all those too. But just starting somewhere, that's the main thing, so that most of the eyeballs have a chance to at least take a look at what you're doing as a cause or a company doing good in the world. Even if you're a lonelypreneur, you need to be found. Like, people need to find you. Okay, so let's make sure and set up a time with Vicki. All right, and look her up too on social media. Connect with her. Make sure and just connect with her in multiple ways. That way, you won't forget. We're rocking and rolling in the new year here, so we want to be able to get some momentum. Meetwithvickie.com. VICKIE. All right. Well, thank you again, Vicki, for taking some time to be able to drop some of those Google nuggets right on our desk, our virtual desk, so we can be found and be more visible. So thank you again, Vicki. Great job. Great job today. Really appreciate you. All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have some, not only did we talk about, that noble purpose that you want to kind of get dialed in earlier, but we talked about how to take that noble purpose that's associated with your brand and get that visible. Make sure people can find it. When somebody searches your name on Google or on some other search engine, what do they find? When they search your personal name or your business name or a combination of the two, what do they actually find? Like, what comes up? Do you have that knowledge panel that's worth tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars over time? Do you have that all set up? If you're not coming up with that big piece of real estate on it would be this side of the this side of the page, right? That knowledge panel for Google Business Profile, you want to definitely set that up. Give it a shot. Just just connect with Vicki. She'll show you how to do it. Okay. It's easy peasy with someone at your side. Thank you again, Vicki Christensen. All right. So we have another guest presenter today. His name is Adam Fleming. And he's still working on a couple of things as far as technology side, but we're going to have him come up here in just a second to be able to share with us some goodies about just how to make sure that your marketing is dialed in, telling stories and making sure you're memorable. And there's just some powerful tips that you're going to be able to share here in just a few minutes, Adam. So I'm going to go ahead and just bring you up right now. Adam, I know that you're just making sure everything's kind of T's are crossed, I's are dotted right now, but I want to bring you and just make sure that where we are as far as presenting today. So I know we're a little bit ahead of schedule. If we need to circle back, let me know. We can do that. But how are we doing, Adam? Do we have everything ready to go?
As far as I know.
All right, let's do it. Here we go. So tell us a little bit of your origin story, Adam Fleming, and how you got to do what you're doing now, and how it ties into what you're talking about today.
Oh, man. Well, my origin story is really the reason that, let's talk a little bit about why I got into business as a coach, which is not really what I'm talking about today, but that's my best origin story. Back in high school, I was a cross-country runner, and my team voted me most inspirational. I always knew that I loved to encourage people, but I didn't really have any methodology for that. I was just like the mad exhorter with my hair standing up on end, let's go. And so I was in my mid 30s, early 30s, and I went to a guy at work and I said, "Hey, would you mentor me?" And he said, "No, but I'll coach you." And I said, "Okay, I don't know really what the difference is there." And I discovered that there is a methodology to the madness of encouraging people, and began to get some training on that, and learned that when you add that method to that natural gifting of loving to encourage people, it's really powerful. And that's how I got into doing business for myself. And starting my own business because I wanted to be able to provide that rather than working for the man which I used to do. So, long story short, I also love to tell stories, and I've been a novel writer for quite some time. And so, in the course of networking here and meeting our good friend Julie Ballard, I ended up doing some ghostwriting as well. So I had to go through 10 years of coaching to realize that I could be a ghostwriter. And so, yeah, today I'm talking about story.
Well, you have so many interesting stories in our conversations over the years. I've just been kind of surprised every time you're like, yeah, I remember when I was traveling and doing this, I was traveling doing that. And those are memorable. Like that's the way to associate a narrative with who you are and what you enjoy and what you find interesting and valuable. And all that's wrapped around your kind of why you're doing what you're doing and all these kind of things. So just your ability to have an emotionally intelligent approach to prospecting and nurturing and kind of sharing story as kind of a Velcro that keeps all that together. I just really enjoy it. I enjoy reading your work. I know we worked on a project. We're about to publish a book together, and so there's just some good things happening on a lot of different levels. But today, what are we going to be learning today? Before we bring the presentation piece up, what are we going to be learning today?
Today, we're going to talk about the very basic elements of storytelling. And I'm going to show you a story that I wrote yesterday in about 5 minutes using this basic format. And so that's exactly what you said. If you want to nurture your prospects, you need to write interesting stories so that it's all about being memorable, right? And so you write the interesting story and you share it. And then you write another interesting story and you share that. And that might be an interesting story about a prospect who came to work with you. It might be your origin story. It might be any number of stories about maybe. And if you're familiar with StoryBrand, you know that it's a great idea to position your client or your prospective client as the hero in the story and yourself as the guide. And we're not going to go into that too much today. We're going to try to keep it really simple and really fun. So let's see.
I can just imagine us pointing at each other. No, you're the hero. No, you're the hero. No, you're the hero. No,
you're the hero in this story.
That's right. Well, right. Hey, I'm gonna step off stage for just a few minutes here as you drop some goodies for the audience and any giveaways you have toward the end. I can help. Absolutely. I can jump back on and help everybody understand those even more. But right. I look forward to just hearing more about what you have for us today. Thanks, Adam. Appreciate it.
Yeah. All right, so we're going to talk about the story spine itself, and this is a basic concept that if you have these half a dozen sentence starters, you'll be able to tell a story anytime, anywhere, and all you have to do is start your sentences with these things. And the cool thing is you already know how to do this. Hollywood teaches it to you over and over again when you watch movies, when you read books, if you're reading good books or watching good movies, this is in there. And it always starts with once upon a time, doesn't it? So here's the story spine, and you're going to see this in a story I'm going to demonstrate. Once upon a time is how everything starts. And then every day, something is happening. Whatever that thing might be, it's mundane. The story hasn't really begun yet, but it just sets the context. And then you have the phrase, then one day. And all of a sudden, events start falling into place. They start coming one after the next. And so all you have to do with the next paragraph or the next sentence is because of that. And that has to lead to something else because of that. And because of that. And you may use that 2 to 5 times, however many times that you need. Today, I'm going to recommend you use it 2 or 3 times. And then you say, until finally, and here's the result. This is what happened at the end of the story. And occasionally you might also find that there is a moral. So I'm going to show you, as I said, a little bit ago, I'm going to share a story that I wrote yesterday using this with almost zero thought. I was like, I can just write a story almost completely improvisationally. And I did it on the slides and left them almost exactly how they were. So here we go. This is a story I wrote for you guys yesterday, just for this. Oh, before I do that, I should say I want this to be a fun time. It's a short session here, and I'm going to have you write your own story in a little bit. So I want to remind you, it's okay to use your sense of humor. I think I read somewhere recently that somebody was saying this sense of humor is going down and down and down in our advertising and marketing lately. So don't take it too seriously. Have fun with this process. And that's what I did with this story. Here we go. Once upon a time, there was a dragon named Phil who loved sardines. Every day, Phil ate sardines until he could eat no more. Then one day, right after he'd eaten about 6 buttloads of sardines, a knight came to his lair and attacked Phil. A buttload is a real unit of measurement. Because Phil was full, he couldn't fight. Because of that, the knight began to have the advantage. "Get out of this kingdom and go far away," the knight cried, and the dragon fled at sword point. Because of that, Phil felt rejected. Soon he was sitting in a far-off kingdom, dreaming of those delicious sardines of home and wishing that he hadn't been such a glutton. Because of that, in exile, Phil learned to share his buttloads of sardines with others. He became popular with the Russian peasants. Because of one particularly grainy newspaper photo, word got back to his home kingdom, and they invited him to return. After all, Phil was an excellent fisherman. Phil now served many sardines to the villagers around him. Each day, he grew in power and prestige. "I have a different sardine mindset, and that makes all the difference," Phil says. And there's your moral. Okay, so I just showed you how I used those, and I'm going to bring that slide up again here in a second with the 6 beats that allow you to write a story out of just about anything that you can imagine. So majority of the time here that we have, I know I have 15 minutes. I have like 13 left. So we got plenty of time here to do this for your business. Or, if that feels like a lot of pressure, write one improvisationally like I did. Start with a dragon or a cat or any character that you want. And you can also do this for your business. So you could pick why you started your business. You could pick a recent customer experience and make sure, again, that the customer is the main character, or a recent benefit that you added and how it helps someone, or another story that shows your business values in operation. Great. We have lots of time for this. And so we can also have a discussion soon. But before I get into that, I want to give you like 2 or 3 minutes. So I don't want you to think about this too much. So just write a story and don't think about whether it's good or bad or funny or not, or whether it has dragons. None of that matters. Just take and start your first line, write "once upon a time," and then finish that thought. And then just give yourself a few seconds and do the next one. So
to be clear, Adam, it's "once upon a time" and just come up with some kind of
something
like a basic theme, like
a basic theme.
Once upon a time,
Adam held a mug.
I went to buy a video camera.
Great. We could, Timothy, you and I could even improvisationally go on right from there.
We've done this kind of thing before on master classes. Like, do you want to do that, Adam, or do you want?
Yeah, sure. Let's do it. Okay, so you started a "once upon a time." You and I, we could popcorn back and forth just to demonstrate this.
All right.
Once upon a time, you bought a video camera. Is that what you said?
Yeah. I was going to buy a video camera. I wanted to go find one. Yeah.
Okay. Every day you looked for video cameras on eBay. You looked for them in brick and mortar stores.
Okay.
And you just weren't happy with any of the products available yet.
So there was already some kind of tension that you're building right in that, because I wasn't happy, right? Is that what you're?
Yep.
Okay.
Some tension. Had some fun with that.
All right. So I'm getting a little frustrated. I looked everywhere. online. I even went and visited some local stores, and it just wasn't happening. How do I come out of this?
So then you say, then one day, and tell us the next part of the story.
Okay. Then one day I was walking down the street and noticed a flea market, or let's call it a swap meet.
Yeah, sure.
Swap. Okay. Because not everybody knows what a flea market is, but
same thing, different part of the country. Yep.
Yeah, same thing. Okay. So then one day I was walking down the street in my local town, and I saw a swap meet, big tents and all sorts of things happening, and wanted to go check it out and see what was going on. Does that work?
Yeah, that works. Exactly. So you just had we talked about eBay, right? We talked about brick and mortars, and all of a sudden you discovered a new avenue for purchasing a video camera. So you took the tension that we had and created a new opportunity.
Okay.
Yeah. Then one day, right? This, like, all of a sudden, oh, maybe there's something here. Okay. So because of that, I wandered down the aisles looking for someone who was selling video cameras, and I found this aisle where there were, table after table after table of all kinds of electronic equipment. And because of that,
yeah, I can see that. Okay. Because I found this one particular place with all these options, now I had more than I could even imagine. And to some degree, I just needed to figure out which one was best.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if I'm supposed to introduce a new problem here, but I just did. So I don't know what to do with that.
Sure. Okay. So because of that, I started looking around for the vendor that seemed the most knowledgeable. And I noticed a youngish person down at the end with a bunch of earrings and tats and everything. But I thought, and maybe I was being a little bit biased towards the younger population who understands tech, but I saw this young person and I thought maybe that guy would be the one who would, know which of the cameras is the best.
Okay. So then I walked over to that person because they seemed to be knowledgeable, and they were right there, and they were talking to, some other people just a second ago. So I walked over, started talking to them. Do I just continue from there and just kind of fill out the story and then come to some kind of climax, or what are you thinking?
Sure. So you can say, I asked the person, I need to make videos because I know that it will help me be more visible on my website if I have more video content, and I don't want to spend, an arm and a leg. And so because of that, the young person said,
well, there's so many different options, but for what you're doing, this one right here is probably what you want to go for, because it's really good with lighting, different kinds of lighting. It can be work for a small office, and there's no constraints. The lenses are really good for that, and you're going to look great. So here's the one.
And when I heard that he said I was going to look great, I pulled out my wallet.
Yes, I did. I can see it. I can see it happening.
And the moral is, buy the camera that will make you look great, and don't worry about what the price is.
Yeah, well, there wasn't even a conversation yet. Okay, so that's kind of how you land the story, with the kind of the culmination, and give some kind of sometimes you give a summary, sometimes you leave it hanging. Just depends on what you're trying to do, right?
You don't always have to have a moral, that's for sure.
Okay, gotcha.
That kind of dates back to our roots in Greek storytelling. The ancient Greeks, like if you think of Aesop's fables, like the dog with the bone, or the boy who cried wolf, or whatever, they almost always had a moral to the story.
Oh, that's good. Okay. I didn't know that. That's
kind of like part of our storytelling history as Western culture, is that usually the Greeks were dropping in, and and I think also you can see that in the Judeo-Christian scriptures as well. So we have a lot of different contexts for people. Like, what's it mean?
A lot of Greek influence, especially in the New Testament of some of these ancient texts, right? So
Yeah.
the Bible and other texts. Hey, what I love sharing these stories, and I want to bring on a couple of our team members from the green room, if you're okay with it, and share their story in just a second. But before we get to that, how can people learn more about you? How can they connect with you? I totally interrupted, like, because I wanted to do a real live like example. So
No, I love it. I'm glad.
Is there some other visuals that can help us, navigate toward connecting with you? Okay, good.
Yeah. So I would love to do a 30-minute brainstorming session with anyone who would like to do that around story. And if you sign up for that, I might even push you to just do a funny, silly one with me first, just to get some practice with the format.
Like we just kind of did, just kind of a fun one. Okay.
Yep. And we kicked it back and forth, so you really didn't know where it was going to land. You had no idea if I added something and then you added something. We had no idea when I started it. I had no idea we were going to end up at a flea market. But that allows you to get your creative juices flowing, and then we can spend the second half of that 30 minutes with anyone, either working on their origin story or a story that they want to share about a customer experience, perhaps, and how they guided someone through buying a video camera or whatever it was.
Great. So they can set up a time with you.
They can set up a time with me at this Calendly link, or email me at adam@victoryvision.org.
Great.
We help people tell stories all the time.
I love it, and I know you're a great storyteller, and you're also a safe person to practice with, just like what you saw just now, ladies and gentlemen. This is him. This is Adam Fleming. Like, this is what you get. Like, either you like his style or maybe you don't, but this is what you get. He's really safe and fun to work with. I've worked with him on some various projects in different ways, and we do a lot of this brainstorming kind of practice round kind of stuff around just storytelling and other concepts. So thank you, Adam, for allowing me to jump in and just practice, because I like getting the creative juices going, man. This is fun.
Well, thank you for doing that. That made it a lot more fun. And to me, I think this whole thing, if you get kind of bound up in like, I've got to get it right, then you won't have fun. And if you don't have fun, your viewer or listener is probably not going to have fun with it either. And I think that's when I just remember, like the Super Bowl commercials when I was a kid, the Bud Bowls, or, the Budweiser bottles, like running around on a field, or, whatever. I mean, the Super Bowl advertisers were just always telling amazing stories in 60 seconds. It was unbelievable.
That is truth. That is the truth. Hey, how are you doing on time, Adam? We have some buffer time that we could bring some team members in, do a little round table if you want to have some fun with this. I know Stacy already typed one out. Stacy and Christine.
I'd love to hear some people's stories for sure.
Yeah, and just feedback or whatever we can do to have some fun with this. We love doing this stuff around Giver Marketing Network and kind of helping each other and doing different things. And technically, marketing is like an industry. It's one of those interesting industries in that it's kind of like saying I'm a contractor or I'm a mechanic. Like, what kind? What do you specialize in? Because there's like so many, or I'm a medical professional. There's so many different ways to like help people in these industries. They're so broad and there's so much need out there. Collaboration is the king of how, and the queen of how we do things, right? This is the key to what we do. So let's do a little collaborative roundtable discussion. Stacy, you already wrote something out. Let's put you on the hot seat. Do you want to do that?
Yeah, sure, absolutely. So as you were doing this, I was like, I'm going to write this out really quick. So once upon a time, there was a dental office manager who dreamed of working from home. Then one day the world shut down. That gave the dental office manager a chance to look into other ways to work. Lo and behold, she discovered working online, helping other businesses, types of businesses with management. She was open up to a whole new world of working.
Wow, what a great prompt, huh, Adam?
That's fantastic, Stacy.
And check this out before you go, Adam, because I know you're gonna go. So check this out. This might be, ladies and gentlemen, on the fly, live as we're streaming. This might be an advanced version of an origin story. I'm just giving a little clue here to something I'm picking up just instinctively here, because there's more than one way to tell an origin story. Tell your background, tell a little bit of where you came from. Sometimes you can create a little mystery around it. I'm picking up on something here. Adam, how would you prompt her to kind of help her fill this out, knowing that this is actually part of her, this is her story?
Yeah, I mean, it's great. Can you pull it up again, Stacy? It's awesome. I mean, then one day the world shut down. We all remember that. Like, it grabs us in the gut, you know. We all go, oh, yeah, I remember what that was like. So you're pulling people in to like identify with you, you know. A chance to look at other ways of work. Okay, so you're exposing us to the fact that you had sort of a yes and approach. You had a can do attitude. You had a positive attitude to the world shutting down. You thought of it as a chance, right? And so we're already kind of on your side. Like that's what the hero of the story is like saying, challenge accepted, right? And then lo and behold, she discovered working online, helping other types of business with management. Maybe and then she was open up to a whole new world of working. And okay, so then I might ask a question here, like, how did that feel? That might be the way to like round this out with the knockout punch, right? How did you feel when you discovered this whole new world of working?
Very confident that I could still maintain the same lifestyle I had working in a physical office. So I no longer needed to worry about transportation to work or getting to work or having a boss right by my side all the time. I get to work independently, so many things. And not only did it open up a whole new work world, it allowed me an opportunity to open a business I didn't know existed.
Yeah. So I love the word confident in there, because now we're kind of, that sort of brings it to its resolution of, she felt confident that she could open up a business that she'd never even done before. And I think that's like one last little piece that that might help this story like clinch it for you.
Yeah.
Other Christine or Timothy, other thoughts about this? I mean, I think it's like off to a fantastic start. It's really, really good, strong.
Go ahead, Christine.
I think it's fantastic. Stacy has a natural instinct for storytelling, I think. And so pulling out those important elements, right, that draw the audience in, I think is one of her strengths, right? Because let's face it, Stacy is a people person, which is why she does what she does so well, right? That ability to want to interact with other people and build those relationships. So I think her story is always going to have an element of that into it.
Yeah, absolutely. Cool. Thank you.
I think that's a very creative way to tell about your background, and then what Adam was saying about the feelings, kind of being kind of that emotional whoop that just kind of brings you in. That to me, I didn't even think about that, Adam. I mean, that's a really good, coaching on your part, and I would wonder, like, okay. So how do I tie this in? If it's an origin story, it may not be, but it might just be a fun story. But it kind of feels like one to me. So
it's okay. It is the origin story of Stacy.
Okay,
it was a quick way to write it out. We could just say that out loud.
Yeah,
that's
if
all
it
good.
is, then what? How would we tie this in? How would you tie this into what you do now? Like with that kind of narrative vibe going on right now, that's really kind of, what is that third person, Adam? However she framed it, it's just different. I liked it.
The third person, you're talking about the guide?
Yeah, the language, the way she wrote it out wasn't like I did this, I did this, I did this, but it
Oh
was that,
yeah.
it was
Right.
that third person
Right.
perspective of talking about this person, and the whole time it's you, right? So
Yeah.
I don't know what that's called. I'm not a professional writer. Like you've written like
It's
a
the third
dozen or
person.
more books, right? So
You
okay,
got it right. You got it
did
right.
I? Okay,
It's
all right.
third person
So how do we
perspective.
tie this third person origin story into what you do now? How do we do that?
Mm-hmm.
You got the feeling. Let's say the feeling's already, you
Yeah.
interjected the feeling. That would be my question.
Well, maybe one way to tie that in with the word confident is she was confident to start a business she didn't even know existed or could exist. Now her clients enjoy interacting with her confidence because it gives them X. So that might be a way to tie it into you had a confident feeling. How does that translate to your clients and how they respond to your confidence?
Awesome. So some kind of tie-in. Yeah. Some kind of tie-in that actually lands that conversation into how you can literally help the hero.
Right.
The hero.
Right. So how does her confidence translate to helping other people feel confident in her? I'd like to take a look at Patrick's there.
Okay, so we got some more coming in from different people about their story. They're asking if it's too dry. It's on the screen there. So you want to shift gears, Adam, to this story here?
Yeah, sure.
Okay,
Yeah.
Let's go.
Once upon a time, you had an idea to start your own business. When you were thinking of it, you worried about whether it would succeed. You did not know how to let others know you were starting your business. I went out on the internet and was overwhelmed with information. It seemed like everyone had an idea. Some were inexpensive, others were complicated. Finally, I was introduced to someone with years of experience running their own company. They even knew, is there more?
That's probably the next step in it, is my guess. I don't see any more that they've posted, but that's a good start, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I don't know about you, Adam, but I'm saying I want a little more emotion in there. So is it too dry? Yeah. Right. So they had an idea to start their own business. Okay. Why? How do they feel about that? I'm wanting more, right?
Mm-hmm.
You worried about it, whether or not you'd succeed. Worry is just kind of a tepid word, really. We all worry about everything. I worry about, am I going to get my dog out, before they have a mess outside my door, right? So whatever it is, we have little worries, right? I want something stronger. So Patrick, it's not boring. I just want stronger verbs and stronger.
Do we need more details, Adam, instead of like generic language? Would that help with the emotion? I don't know. I'm curious.
Something like he was ready to pull the trigger, but here's what kept him up at night. And yeah, just to get a sense of like, would this person go ahead and start that business if that issue was taken care of? And so to get that stronger emotion out, what is it that is scaring that character so much that they're afraid,
Fear. Fear is a much stronger emotion than just worry. That's exactly what I was talking about, Adam. You hit the nail on
it. Like genuine, authentic kind of fear, right? Not some random like asteroid hitting you in the head kind of fear. Just
it's not about being afraid of spiders.
It's right? Really related.
Think about it. As an entrepreneur, and I'm sure many entrepreneurs can relate to that, right? The idea of now I had a salary. If you went from a salary job to an entrepreneurial position where I now have to make sure I generate enough business in order to pay my bills and provide the lifestyle I'm looking for, which what Stacy was talking about before, right? And so that's a genuine fear. Can you pay your bills? Can you pay the roof over your head, the food on your belly, right? All that kind of stuff. So that's a real fear that I think a lot of people can relate to, and that's why a lot of them don't leave the corporate world, right?
Oh yeah.
Any thoughts, Stacy?
Exactly. That is, I literally jumped off the diving board into the shark tank with the and just had to roll with it. And I have good Lord's never left me homeless, hungry, or without clothes on my back on the street. So we are good.
So it sounds like that fear of taking a risk any kind of language around that is going to resonate with a broad audience, not only Stacy, but Patrick himself. Others are going to resonate and relate and commiserate with you even for a moment in time. And then you have the attention of your audience. Is that what I'm hearing?
Well, we talk all the time about the customer being the hero, and I think that when you think of your favorite movies, if it's the Lord of the Rings or the Hobbit or Star Wars or something, there is no hero without great risk taken. So if you don't, I mean, you have to pose a solid challenge to the hero, or else it gets kind of bland, right? Like nobody wants to watch Luke Skywalker stay on Tatooine and be a farmer.
Right?
Takes no risk, gets no reward, meets no robots, shoots no Death Stars. There's no story. So you have to, you have to leverage some kind of what they call in storytelling the stakes. The stakes have to get higher. So yeah. Okay, we got another one.
Another one from Kurt. So once upon a time, there was a young man in high school that was fired from school. He was told he would never amount to anything in life. For years, those words became a truth until the young man pursued another path. He read books, changed his associations, and now that young man writes books and leads others in the startup world through web development.
That's a good one too. Little writing prompts here.
I would love to see the then one day a little stronger on that one. Somewhere along the line decided to read books, which is kind of the opposite of, high school. Like high school, you're supposed to read books, and then people tell you you're not good at this book reading stuff or whatever. So what is Kurt, I'd love to hear, what is the thing that made you say, you know what, I'm going to read the books that are interesting to me and not the ones that the high school told me I should read. And I'm going to change this. I'm not going to listen to this voice anymore.
We want the strong aha moment, right?
What's the inciting incident or the strong aha moment? And that will like hook us into like a U-turn, right? The turning point that we often talk about in good listening. As there's a moment where everything changed.
I like it. And for those of us who know Kurt, that style of almost that rebellious, kind of edgy, like I'm going to fight the system. Kind of vibe really goes well with his brand, because he's kind of the driver type that kind of says, look, I'll find another way. If this isn't going to work, I'll just find another way. Like he's got a lot of grit, so that would resonate with his true authentic brand as well if he were to do something like that. So
think about the moment where Han Solo decided he's in on the rebellion regardless of the fact that he's probably going to die doing it. Where's that moment where you're like, I'm a rebel, always been a rebel, and now I'm going to rebel against the thing people told me I couldn't do.
Okay. All right. So you could go that direction with a story like that, then eventually ask the questions. If I'm hearing you right, Adam, is and then and make it more and more and more and more interesting. And then some kind of crescendo moment that pulls everybody in and says, and you can do it too. Or, and this can happen if you do this, or some kind of result or resolve or something fun that can help us emotionally go to an action step of some kind, either personally or by taking a similar path or doing something, right?
Yeah, and then we broke the internet for our clients.
You want this kind of language? Okay,
rebel. I want this like rebel. Like we broke the system in a good way, and our clients suddenly had, our web development clients had leads flowing in that shouldn't have happened for whatever.
So good, Kurt. You owe Adam lunch next time you guys connect. For sure. For sure. That was really good. Thank you, Adam. Christine, do you have anything else to add? Do you have any thoughts? Stacy, thank you for getting us started on that.
I love the topic of storytelling. That really is so key nowadays. And whether you're writing your stories, your blogs, whether you're writing books, whether you're doing video, story is where it's at. And that really helps connect the audience with who you are and what your mission is and what you're doing and the why that we were talking about earlier, right? That's a big part of it, Adam. Thank you so much for sharing your insights.
Yeah, my pleasure. It was fun. Thanks for having me on, guys.
Great job. Great job. Well, good. So again, look up Adam Fleming, ladies and gentlemen. He'll take you through that process. He's also got some other things going in group dynamics and different things that you might be interested in as well. Just ask him. He's kind of one of those traveling nomads that you just want to ask him what he's up to, help you publish your book, help you write stories, help you get prompts going, get some creativity going. And we love it. We love it. So thank you again, Adam. Look him up, Fleming. All right. Thank you, guys.
Thanks.
All right. Well, check it out, ladies and gentlemen. We have another speaker that's getting everything ready and getting his presentation ready and all those kind of things. Joel, give me a thumbs up when you are ready to present, and we'll make sure and bring you up on stage. But between now and then, put those questions in the chat box for any of our speakers so they can circle back to you and just connect with you and make sure that you have any questions answered that you need. And also want to give another plug here. I'll just give you a visual on this. Give another plug to some of the sponsors and the ways you can stay connected to the Giver Marketing Network. You can go to one of our pages, which is givermarketing.com/group, and make sure that you can jump in to our private group. So many of you are watching that stream right now. We have hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of folks going into our private group, which is a Facebook group. And all you have to do is answer a couple quick questions and you'll be in, especially if you see the word summit somewhere. Saw you on the summit. I want to join the group. So that'll be good to be able to see you in there. And so you'll be able to connect well with Stacy and Christine and Adam and myself and all the presenters today are part of this Giver Marketing Network and part of that group. So you'll be able to find them easily there as well. Okay. And then, of course, I wanted to remind you as well that we are giving a $100 credit toward any new Giver Marketing service or membership. If you're a marketing professional, you have the ability to join the Giver Marketing Network for a small fee, and you can become a member. And we can highlight you on Tuesday master classes, and we can do all sorts of things to help your business. If you're a lonelypreneur that's in the marketing space, we are a safe place to explore options. And think about this, ladies and gentlemen. Let's say you're a marketing professional and you don't have a tribe, but you have a few clients, and you walk into those clients and they ask you to help them with certain marketing activities. And you say, look, I'm really good at this. I'm really good at this. But these other three things that you just asked, I'm going to have to go find some folks to help. And then we're going to get this done for you. You make that commitment to your client. How are you going to find the right fit for that particular task for that particular client? You need a pool of talent. You need a group of people. You can basically say, look, I have a team. We're going to take care of that. And then you go interview a bunch of people in the Giver Marketing Network. Maybe our network members might even know some folks that can help as well. But as we break the 100 team member mark, we want to let you know that we have a talent pool that is second to none. We're the highest rated reviewed network of marketing professionals on the planet. So if you're a marketing professional, you are a candidate for the membership. We don't give memberships to anybody but marketing professionals. If you're in a different industry and you need some talent, let us know. We'll give you $100 credit toward marketing services, and we'll leverage the network to be able to do that. So everybody you see here is ready to serve you, okay? If you're a cause or a company doing good in the world, doesn't matter what industry you're in, let us know, and we're glad to be able to give you more tips and help along the way. Okay, well, good. So ladies and gentlemen, are we ready for Joel Snyder to jump in to his presentation soon? Let me just give one more plug for Kingdom Warriors. Listen, coming up next week, go to NFTs.com. So KingdomNFTs.com, and you can check out this event. It seems like every 3 or 4 weeks there's an event Kingdom Warriors is putting on. It's the fastest growing faith-based movement of its kind. It's all focused on the arts and entertainment world and media. They just finished producing a movie. We've had some Lord of the Rings actors involved in the movie, and so there's just been a lot of good things happening with Kingdom Warriors. They're kind of like an affiliate company that we work with quite a bit. We exchange talent and make sure that our projects are going well. So if you'd like to know more about Kingdom Warriors, please go to KingdomNFTs.com. All right. Okay, Joel, should we get you started, get you going, or should we come back to you in a few minutes?
I'm ready. We'll just do a screen share. I had a little technical problem downloading presentation, but we can do a screen share and have some fun.
Excellent. I know you've helped in so many ways with the Giver Marketing Network, and when it comes to nurturing, you're one of our nurturing specialists, and kind of following up with prospects and making sure that we don't have any cold dead ends, right? That's kind of one of your phrases. And so I really appreciate how you've helped us kind of make sure that we're not leaving those conversations undone. We're able to follow up well. So thank you for that. And when you present by screen sharing in this particular program, we're both going to kind of disappear from the screen, but just know I'll pop back in when the time is right. We want to give people a way to contact you. And even now, ladies and gentlemen, look up Joel Snyder on LinkedIn. Look up Joel Snyder in different places. Just mention the word summit. He'll give you some goodies. He'll make sure and honor kind of some of the gifts and offers he has for us today. So that'll be a blessing for you. And then also we'll give an additional $100 credit on top of that, kind of a double bonus for you guys for just paying close attention, reaching out to Joel, and just mention that $100 credit. And then we'll make sure and work that out with Joel and get that over to you. Okay. So look up Joel Snyder right now. Open up another tab, even as you're listening to him right now, and connect with him. And you won't be, you will be very satisfied if you're able to connect with Joel. You won't be disappointed. So thank you, Joel. I'm going to kind of bow out from the stage, and it's all yours.
Great. Thanks, Tim. And I appreciate your kind words. And I'm really looking forward to talking with you all today. This is going to be a lot of fun. We're going to dig deep into the presentation. All right, so I lose the window. So just if there's something going on, just let me know. So we're going to talk about creating and nurturing your audience through Google Ads. And I'm going to give you today, I'm not going to go into a deep dive about the different kinds of ads, but I am going to give you some deep considerations that a lot of people don't really talk about when it comes to optimizing how you set your budgets and how you monetize. So when we're looking at the Google Ads budgeting overview, first of all, we want to just first make a case. Look, on what platforms are people currently running pay-per-click campaigns? So you can see there that the competition is on Google, right? It's 98% of all PPC campaigns are there. And you can see the others as on the chart. But the main thing that you want to look at is we want to determine some optimal search terms and the use of negative search terms in order for us to optimize our budget. So some of these things I'm going to work through the subject in this presentation so that you can see some different ways that you can optimize your campaign budget. So one of the things you want to know is you want to understand what search volume is versus engagement versus conversions. All of those things are going to affect your budget. Working the numbers, like what are the costs and competition difficulty score. So what that means is you have the probability of dominating that space. It's going to give you a percentage of what your probability is in dominating that space. And it also talks about the budget, right? So when we're looking at a high competitive environment, highly searched term, which is very specific, how difficult is it to penetrate that market? And I'll show you some things, excuse me, that you can consider. Credibility ranking also affects your bid rate. So if you're trying to optimize for a service that you have no credibility talking about online, then it's going to cost you more through Google, excuse me. And then, of course, we're going to track everything. So we want to make sure that all of these things are working together to optimize our budget. So if we look at averages across 20 major industries, here's some benchmarks that you can kind of see overall. So if you're looking at average click-through rates, because all of these things are going to affect how you structure your budget, right? Your click-through rate. So overall, across all major industries, it's about at 6.3%. And your cost per click, just under $3. But look at this, the conversion rate at 7.26% is a 14% decrease from last year. So while the click-through rates are about the same, people are not converting. And so the cost per lead now has gone up almost 20%, right, from last year. So if you look at the average cost per lead at $40.74, you know, that can add up pretty quickly. So how do we structure our budget in a way that optimizes our ad spend? So when you look at all of these factors, this is what's going to determine your budget. So here we go. To giving you a little bit of an industry breakdown, the average click-through rate, if you look through the green channel, you can see arts and entertainment has the highest click-through rate. So you want to kind of be aware of these numbers, because as you're positioning your business in a paid campaign, you want to have some benchmarks that you're measuring against. Health and fitness, right? Who would think that apparel, fashion, and jewelry would have the lowest average click-through rate? Interesting, right? But look at the cost per click. It's also only $1, right? Arts and entertainment, 85 cents. So, you know, what does that mean to us? So the cost per click, so the bid rate, what they're saying is, because it's a very general search, that this cost per click, the bid rate is low. But look also at the conversion rate. Conversion rate is well below average. So you can see lots of traffic, lots of clicks. The search engines are going, yeah, we love this. Google is going, yeah, I get 85 cents every time you come through. But look at the cost per lead, right? It's down to $25. So here's, you know, these are all things that are going to affect your budget. So here we go. If I break this down into cost per lead, you can see this is where the rubber meets the road. So if you look at some of these industry categories and look at the attorney and legal services at the bottom of the chart, $112 cost per lead. So if you're speaking as an agency to an attorney client and you haven't had experience in this area before, and the attorney says to you, well, I got a $500 budget, right, per month. Well, that's great. That's going to get you about 5 leads if we do it right. But the $500 budget is not the cost per lead amount. You got to actually work all the way up to that lead. So there's a lot of moving parts to get there. So we talked about this in the beginning, no cold traffic dead ends. So this is one way that we can kind of optimize our budget by using a full funnel approach. So if we're talking about, and I showed you in the earlier slide, cost for the competition, the optimizing of the keywords. Well, if we are looking at optimizing at the top of the funnel, chances are you're going to get a higher click-through rate. It's going to cost you less in the auction at the bid rate. and your conversion rate is going to be a little higher because now your conversion goal is for someone to see a guide that you're offering or a checklist or something along that line, right? Something very simple and accessible. So rather than striving for the bottom funnel conversions, then if you create campaigns with low friction offers, you drive up awareness and engagement in the upper part of the funnel. Now, once we've collected that information, collected that traffic, we want to bring those leads into a retargeting campaign. And you can either nurture it through email campaigns, or we can retarget with the lower funnel offers. But we want to set up our budget in a 60-40 split. So 60% of our ad budget is going to cold traffic, 40% of our budget is going to the nurturing side of it, or the retargeting. Again, some different ways that we can improve our click-through rates. So this is important, right? Because in the end, volume matters, and your final cost per lead is going to be largely dependent on your click-through rates. So here's some ways to improve it. If you're finding that your click-through rates are below the industry average, you'll want to take a look at ad copy and targeting. So when we talk about ad copy, we want something, simple and good offers and, lots of good little tips in there. But look at the keyword list. We want to refine that keyword list. So targeting is really important. And I've taken clients that were spending a lot of money a month with broad match type of searches as their criteria. And once we've refined the keyword list and we took away broad match, this is something that Google has brought in lately. They said, go broad match and let us optimize it based on the option in the search terms that are built into your ads. Well, that's wonderful, except that their job is to spend your money, right? And my job is to optimize your spend so that we're saving you money and making it the most efficient as possible. So a couple of things to get the audience to engage and get to those click-throughs is we're going to avoid broad match searches. We're going to use emotional headlines, keep our offers clean and simple, and make sure that the ad copy is relevant to not just the keyword list, but also relevant to the searcher. So we want to make sure, again, salience, relevance, and refinement. And I can't emphasize enough negative keywords. A great example of this is a client we had. Their business was Cologne Auto Body. Well, on the surface, you're walking through an auto body shop, you think, okay, Cologne Auto Body, let's type that in, Cologne Auto Body. Well, you can imagine in search what comes up under cologne and body. Well, so if we didn't use cologne as a negative keyword, meaning perfume, then we were overspending on our clients' budgets. So here we go, some tips to improve your cost per click. So again, as we refine these targets, we also exclude targets. Maybe you want to exclude the competition, right? So if you're doing real estate, maybe you want to exclude realtors, right? So we want to make sure that we're refining our targets list, improve our quality score. That's another way to save you some money and make your ad spend more efficient. Now, what that means in quality score is the search engines look at the content of the destination to see how relevant it is to the search terms. And then they look at the content in that destination to see if the quality of the information is there. And if you're in a category like finances or health, you fall under this group that Google calls your money or your life, the YMYL category. And if your credibility is low in that genre, your quality score is going to go down. It's going to cost you more in the auction, and you're going to be ranked lower overall. So one of the things that we're going to look at is the page position bids and the top of page bids. So you want to make sure that we're getting a good position on the search page under those paid search areas where you see ads on the search results page. And we want to make sure that we're on page 1 if possible, so that we're optimizing our traffic. And then we're making sure that what's valuable for our business. So we may pay a little bit more in our click rate by being more targeted, but it's also going to be more valuable for you in your business. So here's some tips for improving your conversion rate. So if you see that your conversion rates are underperforming, then we want to look at a couple of things regarding your industry. Number one is the landing page optimized for mobile. So a lot of people kind of just rely on their website or their funnel page to resize for mobile, but they haven't actually looked at the layout of the page to determine whether it's the way mobile users interact with the page. So we want to make sure that we're optimized for mobile. And again, clearly stating the benefits of the product so that the user, they know exactly what to do when they get there. They have a clear direction. We also want to make sure that the ads and offers are tightly aligned with the intent of the keyword and the audience. So we're going to make sure that it's all clear, concise, the CTA is prominent, that we're highly targeted, and we're highly relevant. That'll improve your conversion rate. Cost per lead. So this is where the rubber meets the road, right? We talked about making sure that our cost per leads are optimized. So all of the things that we've talked about up to this point are now being affected in the end by, did this work for us, right? So if we're looking at our cost per lead, if your lead cost is high, then some things we want to look at. Using pre-qualifying ad copy, right? So we want to make sure that we're saying things in the ad copy that's qualifying that audience to come through. Again, targeting our specific keywords, and then how you allocate your budget. So when we do testing, and you may have heard the terms A/B testing. Well, I probably do 6 ads in one test because we're testing different aspects of the ad. So we want to test just a headline. Then we want to run a test just on color. Then we want to run a test just on call to action. Then we want to run a test just on creative. Are the images compelling, right? So there's all these little steps in the testing phase so that we're bringing and refining things so that our cost per lead is as efficient of a spend as possible. I talked with a client, they were spending over $200 in their cost per lead, and we got them down to about $85 cost per lead, just by refining some of these things. So while they had a healthy budget and were willing to spend that, we were able to double their productivity or their efficiency by simply bringing down that cost per lead. All right, so we kind of talked about a lot. I know I threw a lot at you. I'm kind of a bit of a fire hose there, but we want to look at what the rules are of the search engines and the algorithms. I want to break those rules. So we want to see, okay, if you're talking to me about a minimum geography of 25 miles, and there are platforms that default to that, then we want to say, okay, is that relevant to our business? So let's break that rule. What about the open auction on the lead? Well, you can also set a manual bid rate. One of the things we've done for some of our clients on other platforms specifically was to look at the average spend that they've had on every click at the time of day and the volume. And then we sliced that auction rate and said, look, auction, you can only spend this amount of money on a click. So that brought their budget down, allowed them to be optimized for the volume that they wanted, and we reduced the geography. And so we found that we could take a $600 or an $800 a month spend and bring it down to about $250 to $300. So just think about how much farther that budget will go. So some little tips and tricks, and I'm happy to sit down with you and go through some of these things with you. My meetings link is freeideasession.com. I'll give you some real actionable ideas, provide lots of value. It's not a sales pitch, but feel free to take this screenshot, use that QR code. You'll see my website. It'll give you some more ways that we approach the business. And then feel free to, again, book a meeting with me. It's free, it's 30 minutes, and we'll go through and give you some good actionable ideas on how you can streamline your budget.
Awesome, Joel. Thank you so much. I'm curious. I know people are going to go to freeideasession.com, set up a time with you. You're pretty low key, but extremely knowledgeable. So I really appreciate that about you, that you bring your A game to every project that we've worked on together and others have worked with you on. And I've seen your results firsthand. So thank you so much for all your work, and not only the Giver Marketing Network, but with different clients and different projects that have come down the pipeline. So thank you for that. Hey, a lot of people want to know, Joel, how did you even get this smart? Like, how did you even get into this stuff? And then we might have a few questions for you if you have time available.
Sure. So I come from the corporate side of marketing and spent a lot of time in the boardrooms talking about the human side of business and what motivates people to take actions. And so after several years of doing that and in the incentive industry and looking at human behavior and how it affects the bottom line profits, was to come back to my passion, which was the local business and how that local business can support the local economy, right? Employ more people and bring money into the community and provide parks and recreation areas and help with some of the social programs. So my real passion was to build up the source of that by going to the local business and saying, look, let's take some higher learning behavioral modification principles, attach it to buying psychology, and let's optimize what you're already spending in advertising, just make it a little smarter. Maybe it goes a little farther. Maybe you can keep someone for an extra 4 hours a day that you would normally send home because you have a little bit more business. So if we can improve your conversations and get you in front of more people, then maybe that will help float your boat a little bit higher in the ocean.
Well, especially as economies around the world, up and down, sideways, just different. There's always cycles, right? There's different times you need to just get the word out a lot more, especially when you're first starting or when economies are shifting. Like it's not time to shut down. It's time to move, like get the word out. If you really care about your business, like you would a baby.
Yeah.
Take care of it, right?
Yeah. And right now with the higher cost of living and some of the inflation rates, the small local business and the medium-sized businesses are feeling the pinch, and the cost of just fueling your service trucks, right? All of those things, put pressure on the bottom line profit.
Well, what I love about you, Joel, is you take the ad knowledge that you have and also some of the other knowledge. I mean, you've done everything from print media, what works in all different mediums. So taking that ad knowledge of all different kinds of ads, we've done print stuff together. We've done digital stuff together. You're not just a digital expert. You know people. You know how people actually respond and behave. To take that and actually create a campaign that helps you follow up with your audience, helps you nurture your people. You might have a database that's full of gold. Joel can help you mine it. That's literally what he's doing with some of the projects we're working on right now. He's literally helping us mine the gold that's in the database already. You don't even have to go find cold leads. You can. You always need a little bit coming in, but there's gold sitting right there. Like go talk to Joel and he'll help you find it. He's definitely doing that with us and with different clients. So thank you, Joel, for kind of sharing your story, sharing a few tips with us today. Some people are asking in the chat box, or in the comments, would you recommend trying some ads yourself first, or hiring an expert right away, or like what's the real skinny here, man? Like what's the real deal? Like what should we do?
Yeah, so I don't care whether you're working with an agency, an individual expert or consultant, or doing it yourself. Test everything. You know, take the budget that you have in mind and put it into a 2-week campaign.
Okay.
You know, and let's really test it, right?
Give it a couple of weeks, give it a few $100 and call it and test it out.
Get some data, right? Because everything that you think you know may not be what the way people see it, right? It's not that you're doing anything wrong or that you're saying, you know, not saying it right. It's just may be perceived in a different way.
Right. You're coming from your vantage point. They're coming from theirs. You got to make sure that matches. Otherwise, okay. So you're saying that data alone is probably worth several $100s at least.
Oh, easily. Yeah. Because if you're overspending, and we see it time after time with our clients, they're overspending by 30 to 40%. So that's money wasted.
Okay. Okay. So you help reduce cost, maximize impact, get the data that you need for the long tail, for the long term. And so even working with you for even just a short period of time can be like exponential results long term. And then of course you outperform all the time, so they just keep you on anyway. But hey, I want to thank you for being transparent in your tips, transparent in the projects we've worked on, because you don't hide data like a lot of quote professionals do in the marketing space. One of our core values is transparency, and Joel, you have that, and I really want to thank you for kind of bringing that to the table to every project. And ladies and gentlemen, look up Joel Snyder on LinkedIn. He's been, you know, he's always jumping around different social profiles. Sometimes I find him on Facebook, sometimes I don't, because he's doing so many ads for different people. And you know, Facebook's a little finicky sometimes, but look him up on all the different platforms, and he'll definitely get back to you at some point. Ask questions in the comments right now. Just ask questions. Tag Joel Snyder. If you're in the Facebook group, you can just put @Joel Snyder right in the Facebook group. Ask a question, and he'll circle back to you. He'll get notified on that. If you're on one of the other channels, you can find him on LinkedIn. You can find him in different places. So do it. Grab it. Grab it time.
Thank you. Yeah, I really appreciate that. You know, my mission is to be a client advocate. I'm not here to sell ads. I'm here to be your advocate, so that what you are spending, you're spending efficiently. And if you need you need to know what the critical mass is and what investment is required to meet critical mass. So no matter what platform you're on, it may or may not be practical for you, right? And
we've had conversations just about that very question. Like, look, when should we do ads? When should we go a little bit more organic, and then kind of get a little bit of like eyeballs, and then we can maximize it this way? Or are we nurturing, or are we going after a cold audience? Like, which one is it? And I love the fact you take a nurturing approach to the ad campaigns. In other words, take what you got and let's get a higher ROI on our dollar. Let's go. Like, let's do this. Okay. So, and the passion for local business. Love that. We're getting comments all over the place, and chat for different things, Joel. And so thank you again. Well, good. Any last words, my friend, before we kind of jump over to the next stage?
No, certainly my pleasure. But I do want to stress to the audience: look at the Giver Marketing Network. I mean, if you're not a member, or you haven't really, dived into all the resources that are available to you, there's a lot of genius laying in the weeds, just waiting for you to help you out and provide you, extremely affordable solutions for maximizing your business growth.
Love that. Thanks, Joel, for saying that. And yes, as you can see on the ticker down below there, invite your friends to the Giver Marketing group, givermarketing.com/group. Well, you can hang out with Joel and myself and others in that group, ask questions. It's a place for not only marketing professionals, but business owners to kind of come together, have a conversation. Usually it's very, very productive. It'll save you a ton of time. There's all sorts of tips and software and resources and just advice and consultation and coaching. And there's just different styles and approaches from every professional you meet. So you can kind of pick and choose a la carte, whether you're on the marketing professional side or you're in a different industry. You can come and hang out there. It's kind of our watering hole for everybody. So super fun. Well, thanks, Joel, for that mention. And we look forward to the next time we can do this.
Appreciate my pleasure. Thank you all for having me.
God bless. Awesome. Well, ladies and gentlemen, you buckle up because we got some more guest presenters here for the next several hours. Christine Dean is going to be jumping in here in the next few minutes, and I want to brag a little bit about our team in general. Like Christine and Stacy and a few others have really worked hard to put this together. So if you can give them an extra little heart or a little like or a little connection on social media, just to say thank you for putting this event on. It's only online. It's only you. It's only in our private channels and some of our social channels. And so we want to thank you, Christine, for doing that. And why don't I just bring you up, Christine? You can share a little bit of your story, and just love to hear the background and kind of how did you become this networking diva? Like how did you get into this to do what you do?
Well, so believe it or not, I was not born a diva.
Okay. All right.
It's something you aspire to. And really for me, I've always had a heart for giving. And that's really where my background is. I taught college. I coached the speech and debate team, loved being able to help and give back to the community and just kind of help build the next generation was a wonderful thing. And then I took some time off to raise my kids. And then after that, it's like, okay, now I'm one of those moms re-entering the workforce. Now what do I do, right? And teaching really is a huge time commitment. When I used to coach, I would coach for so many hours. I would run speech tournaments. I was always behind the scenes. I'd put in 80-hour weeks, right? And I thought, well, let's see, maybe I want to do something different now. Not that I didn't love teaching, but maybe I want something that gives me a little bit more life balance. So entrepreneurship. Right? My mom said, hey, why don't you try credit card processing? That's what I did. And I'm like, okay, well, that sounds kind of weird, but okay, I'll try it. And no. They wanted 100 phone calls a day, and really talking to people for 30 seconds on the phone is not my idea of a good time. It was all about the hard, fast sales. And that's not me. I am all about relationships. So what I discovered in the process was the power of networking, and I fell in love. And as I met with more and more people, I realized that it wasn't really the credit card processing that they wanted advice on. They wanted advice about networking, and being a communications major, it made perfect sense to offer that, and marketing. So, and I think I built my first website, well, we're going to date myself, way back in like 1990. So been doing it a day or two. So my background was there already. So I kept answering questions for people. And I finally realized, you know what? You might as well get paid for what you're already doing. Hence the creation of DFW Networking Diva. And I absolutely love it. I've over time, I've kind of narrowed my focus into working with those that are mission driven. And that's my sweet spot. If you've got a big heart and want to do good in the world, I'm a sucker every time. I love getting
for those
involved.
who don't know, Christine, DFW. I was born in Dallas, Texas, so I know. But for those, because we're streaming in multiple different countries, different time zones. So, but we're partnered with Kingdom Warriors. They have 81 nations represented. So, tell us, what is DFW?
That's a great question, Timothy, because really, like you said, until I moved to Dallas, Texas, I had no idea what a DFW was. Is it a bird? Is it a tree? I don't know. But it actually refers to the Dallas-Fort Worth area. And when I started my business, I thought I would just stay local, right? I network all through locally. And then the world shut down. And then all of a sudden we started networking more and more on a global basis, right? And had wonderful opportunities to network with people all over the world. And it's been exciting. So rather than renaming myself as a world networking diva, I just kept it with DFW, but my connections are worldwide, and I've been having so much fun. If anybody had ever told me that you could have this much fun owning your own business, I would have thought they were crazy.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, if you fly into Dallas, Fort Worth, you know the networking diva on the ground. She's right there in Texas. So glad to be able to have you today. Christine, thanks for sharing a little bit of your story so people kind of know where you're coming from. And will you share? Will you teach us how to network? Will you show us how to do it? Like how?
Yeah, I've got a secret I'm going to share with y'all today. We're going to talk about intentional networking because we've heard a lot about networking, but we just kind of think, oh, you go here, you go there, and we've got all these misconceptions. We're going to talk about intentional networking that actually achieves results. Go
all right,
figure.
I'm just gonna glide off the stage here. Take over, Christine. Do what you do.
All right, we got this. We're going to have some fun today. We're going to talk about intentional networking, like I said. And really, that's what it's all about. You can network like crazy and you feel like you're spinning your wheels, but until you're actually being productive, it's kind of like, what's the point, right? So you got to be intentional about it. So that's what we want to focus on today. To get the results that you want, you really need to be intentional. So let's talk about this. Building relationships that achieve results. What's this about? Okay. So first I want to talk about breaking some bad networking habits. And I guarantee you're going to recognize some of this stuff that I'm talking about. The importance of building relationships, because inherently that's what networking is all about. It's about building those relationships. And then I'm going to give you 6 steps to nurture your relationships. All right. Are you ready? Here we go. All right. First off, we're going to break the bad habits. Now, I know that you have bad habits, and I know you know other people that have bad habits, and these are the no-nos. Do not do these no matter what. All right. I'm going to warm you up. Are we ready? See who you recognize. Is this you? Let me know if this is you or if you know somebody that's done this kind of stuff for you, right? So our bad habits include, you all know the frantic networker. This is the person that's running around from event to event to event, and they're all over the place. And every time you turn around, they're at every networking event that you've ever seen, right? You're like, and here they are, and here they are. They go to 20 events a week. And all you ever see them do is just network and network, and they're just losing their mind. The frantic networker, right? We know those ones, but maybe they're not actually following up with anybody. They don't have enough time because they're too busy going and looking for the next person, right? But they haven't actually taken the time to build any of those relationships, right? So networking does you no good if you don't actually know anybody, right? Or maybe you do, and you go to all these events, and then you do one-on-ones, and another one-on-one, and another one-on-one, and another one-on-one, and you keep picking up new one-on-ones, but you never actually go back and develop any of those relationships. You are the one-on-one king or queen, right? And you just keep going and going. But I call that a one and done, right? You do it and then you forgot about that person. You've never got to know anybody well enough to actually pass any referrals to, make any connections for, because you only talked to them once, right? How are you going to build a relationship if you only talk to somebody once, right? Another thing, so that's the one and done side, right? So you keep going, you do one, and then you're just done with it. And then we don't remember you. They don't remember, you don't remember who to refer. There's no building in the relationship there at all, right? So you really think about, what am I doing? You may recognize these, right? This might be you when you first started networking. This could be something you recognize. Yeah, I've been there, done that, right? And so we're not a lot of times not trained on how to build relationships. That's just not something we normally learn. We learn, maybe some economics, we learned some history, we learned some math, but nobody sat down and told us this is how you build relationships. So when we do this kind of stuff, it's not your fault. Nobody ever taught you, right? They didn't teach you when you started networking and said, here's your networking class. You must pass this class before you can go out and go network with people, right? Maybe you are, or you know someone who is the seller. Every time you sit down, they sell. They try and sell whatever it is. And that's really not what it's about, right? You don't actually want to sell to that person, right? You want them to keep you top of mind so they'll introduce you to their people, right? So we all hate sitting down and being pitched, right? It's like, it's like the used car salesperson coming towards you. You're like, no, I'm just looking. I don't want to buy a car right now, right? So we hate when we have people that just pitch and sell to us, which kind of leads right into the spammer. Right? They've met you once, or they got your card, or, maybe had a conversation with you one time at a networking meeting. And next thing you know, you are in their marketing plan. You have gotten emails and newsletters, and they're just blowing you up. And some of them aren't so bad, right? They message you once a month. Other ones, weekly. And I've seen ones that literally send out messages daily. And you're like, I don't even know you that well. Why are you blowing up my email every day? If you're not one of my kids, I don't want to talk to you every day. I'm sorry. So you really need to think about your relationships, right? These are all things that turn people off. These are the bad habits that we need to get rid of, right? Because if we continue doing this, none of these are building your relationships. Not a single one of them, right? So what's happening is you're running around to these events, you're meeting all these people, you may or may not be following up with them, you keep going and doing it over and over again, and you feel like I'm spending so much time and effort towards networking, but is it really being productive? And what you're finding is a lot of times it's not as productive as it could be, right? We really want to do something, do networking so it actually accomplishes our goals, right? And this is really what it's about. We want to build the relationships. And building those relationships is so important. We don't want to just talk to salespeople, right? We want to do business with those we know, like, and trust. And if you've been involved in networking at all, you've heard that before, but do we ever really break it down to what that means, right? We really want to know the other person. If this is somebody that you want to continue to do business with, right, you want to know them so well that you can give their elevator pitch or their 30-second commercial for them. You want to know their lines of service. You want to know what their products are well enough that you could tell somebody else about them, right? Or just enough that when you hear a key word, you go, oh, that's who I'm thinking of, right? Whatever the business is, right? So whoever it is, you want to really know them, right? And you got to like them. If we don't like you, we don't want to do business with you, right? I don't want to hang out with you if I don't like you. I don't want to go to meetings with you, and I don't want to send other people to you because I don't even like you, right? So it's important that we like people. You're going to choose who you want to do business with based on who you know and like, right? So if you think about it, I probably know 500 financial advisors, right? But the ones that I like are probably the ones I'm going to refer, right? Nobody wants to refer anybody they don't like. And trust. Right. And that's something that's built up over time. When you say you're going to do something, did you do it? When we sent you a referral, did you follow up with them? And there's nothing worse than trusting someone with one of your clients, referring them to someone else, and then they just drop the ball. They don't follow up. They don't talk to them. They don't. Right. And your trust now is being depleted. And you're like, I'm not sending any more referrals that way because I don't trust you. Right. So we really need to know, like, and trust who you are. Right. The whole goal behind building those relationships is to get you to be top of mind. Right. You want to know whenever your keyword is spoken, they go, oh, here, let me introduce you to my friend. Right. When I hear something about somebody going, gosh, I need to make a lot of phone calls, I go, oh, well, let me introduce you to Stacy Stockford. Right. Here's somebody talking about, gosh, I really want to run some ads, but I don't even know where to start. I go, oh, well, let me introduce you to Joel Snyder. Right. And so that's one of the beauties about being involved with the Giver Marketing Network is we have experts right here at our fingertips, right? So when you know somebody in marketing, you can pass it to one of us and we know somebody, I guarantee you can help, right? But you want to be top of mind with other people also, right? You want to keep them top of mind. You want them to keep you top of mind because why? What's the big deal about that? It's the connections. It's the database. If you're really, really old school, it's the Rolodex, right? It's all about having those connections. Because we could choose to sell to one person and that gets you one client. However, if you like me, you're going to introduce me to someone else and someone else and someone else, right? And now I have the potential of meeting the hundreds of people that you know when my topic comes up and you go, oh, let me introduce you to Christine. Right. So that's what it is. It's all about the connections, right? So we need to know, like, and trust you, right? We need to want to do business with you. Right. And we want those connections. Let's build those relationships. Until you build that relationship, none of that's happening. Right. And you can't do that through a one and done. You can't do that through talking to somebody just one time. Right. It's a whole process. And that's what I want to focus on now. Let's talk a little bit about this process. Right. There's 6 steps to nurture those relationships when it comes to networking. And there's a lot of different ways to do this. I'm just going to give you some quick nuggets that I've played with, okay, that I've found really successful. So use targeted networking. Okay. And when I say targeted networking, you find people that are in industries and positions that would be able to help you achieve your goals, whatever those goals are. You can look at networking for opportunities for business. You can have networking as opportunities for your career advancement. You can have networking for doing a hobby, right? Networking is just the concept of interacting with other people and you helping each other out. Right. So when you think about that, what are your goals? So you got to figure out what those goals are so that you can turn around and find the right people, right? Is it a synergy partner? Is it somebody who works with the same people that you work with? For example, if you're a realtor, you probably want to connect with people that do mortgages, right? There's going to be synergy partners. They work together really well. So you want to make sure that you're, aiming for those industries and aiming for those positions that can help you get where you want to be. I've got a friend that changed jobs recently. And so with his position, he's like, okay, well, I need to get us involved in the community more. Okay, well, what do you need to connect with? Okay, well, I need to meet. When we listed all the industries that he needed to focus on locally, right? And that one's a nonprofit, right? So what kind of people do they want to partner with in that particular instance? So know who it is that you need to work with and who can help you get where you need to be, right? You can ask for somebody to help mentor you. You can ask them to coach you. You could do a one-on-one with them and build that relationship with them, but figure out who that is that you need to talk to that's going to help you achieve your goals and figure out how you can help them. For example, let's say you wanted to talk to somebody that was social media, right? And you're like, wow, this person is a great influencer and I want to be involved in them. So you might say, for example, okay, I'm going to go in, I'm going to follow them on social media. And when they respond to they put a post up, I'm going to be one of the first people to respond. Okay. So they put a post and then you respond, but you don't just say, hey, great post, and then like it. You got to say something meaningful. You got to say something to catch their eye. And if you're following them, right, at that point, you're going to get notifications. So you can be one of those first people and they'll say, hey, this person's responded. They're really thoughtful about that, right? And they responded again and they responded again. So they start seeing that. You might get a message from them saying, hey, thanks for commenting. You've got a perfect opportunity to start a conversation. Right? So find the people that you want to connect to and actually take the initiative to go build those relationships, right? And that's really what the next step is, right? Once you know who you want to talk to, take the initiative, find those commonalities. What do you have in common with them? And initiate that conversation, whether it's through following them on social media, sending them an email, a phone call, trying to find out what they're interested in and being at those locations. Don't be too stalkery though. But the idea is you have things in common. If you like to walk dogs and they like to walk dogs, right? If you've noticed a lot of animal pictures on their posts, whatever it is that you find in common, maybe they're involved with a nonprofit that's something that you really think is wonderful, right? Whatever that is, find your commonality so you have an excuse to start a conversation with them. You never know. You guys might get along really well. I've had the opportunity to introduce people to great synergy partners, and I've introduced them to their best friend. I mean, it just depends on the situation, right? Finding those things in common and have the guts to take it. Right? Take that initiative. And a lot of people are afraid to take those steps forward. They're like, gosh, what if they don't like me? Right? We get all this self-doubt and this talk in our head. And you got to let that go, right? Your comfort zone is not where you grow and expand, right? You got to leave your comfort zone if you actually want to make an impact. Right? So you got to be willing to take that risk. If not, you're not going to get very far. Right? So leave that comfort zone and go forward and initiate those conversations. Worst case scenario, they're not interested. And that's okay too. All right. This means they weren't your tribe. Find the next tribe. Okay. Now, another big step on this is follow up. So we get a card, right? You go to a networking event and you've got 100 cards, right? The end of the week, you've got 500 cards, whatever it is. If you never follow up with anybody, you've never developed those relationships, right? Get that appointment. Call them, put some systems in place. At the end of the day or whatever it is, set aside 30 minutes to reach out to anybody that you talk to for the first time that day, right? Have an email set up for you to reach out and set up those one-on-ones, whatever it is that you need to do, but you need to follow up. The money is in the follow-up. If you never follow up, you're not going to get anywhere. Okay. And once you actually get that meeting, add value. Focus on them and their needs. One of my favorite quotes by Zig Ziglar, right? You will get all you want in life if you help enough other people get what they want, right? Focus on the other. This is the opposite of this sleazy salesperson, right? Hi, I've got this. You want to buy this, right? Nobody wants to hear that, right? Focus on them. Get to know them, who they are, what their dreams are, what their desires are, and how you can help make their goals happen. Right. And they're going to be like, hey, wow, this is a nice person. What can I do to help you? right? And that's what we're looking for. We're looking for something mutual. I'm not telling you to, just help other people and never get anything in return and be a floor mat. That's not what this is about. It's about adding value and building those relationships with other people, right? Whatever their needs are. And sometimes it's business related. Sometimes it's not. Sometimes it's lending them an ear and letting them talk because they had a rough day, right? It's taking those times to be a real human, be a good human. Right? Be nice, add value to other people's lives, whatever that looks like. Another thing to keep in mind is get organized. All right, I'm going to spend a minute on this one. Are you ready? All right, get organized. If you have a CRM, you're ahead of the game. If you don't, get one. I'm just going to say right up there, okay? And they have some that aren't too expensive. It's worth the investment because what happens is you can put all your contacts in there. And when you type in the details. Put a summary of your meeting, right? Add it in as, met with so-and-so today, and this is what we talked about. They're looking for this, right? Put some key words in there. This way you can keep track of the details. If you know the name of their spouse, if you come across their birthday, the name of their children, the name of their pets, whatever it is to help build that relationship, because a lot of times we can't remember it all. And so we need to have a spot where we can go back and look at it, right? So if it was important to you or it made you laugh or something that made you smile, write that down. Right. And it also gives you something to mention when you call them. Right. So if you've already talked to them once and you're going to follow up later, right. And you're like, hey, this is Christine. We met, a week ago and we were talking about how awesome it is to be a pet owner. How's your dog Fluffy? Right. It's a great, breaker to get back into the conversation, and it helps you remember who people are. Right. Now, part of the CRM is you can leave yourself reminders, right? So you can take the notes for what already happened and make those plans for the future. So plan into it, right? So when's the next time you're going to talk to this person? Well, if you don't put it on the calendar, my kids know this. If it's not on the calendar, it doesn't exist. It just doesn't exist, right? So it's got to be written down. A goal without a plan is just a wish. I mean, all this kind of stuff. So if you don't write it down and you don't put it on your calendar, it doesn't happen. So use this as an opportunity to schedule. Okay, I talked to them here. I want to follow up with them next week. So I'm going to schedule something in, and I get a pop-up reminder that says, call so-and-so, right? Or send an email. Now, some of your CRMs will even let you write the email ahead of time and schedule it. This way it goes out in a week and it's ready to go, right? So you didn't even have to think about it. You did it right after your meeting. You can follow up with them. Hey, just following up. Wanted to see how you were doing. Would love to chat with you a little bit more, Or another one is schedule the call before you even end the meeting, right? So you're on the call with somebody and you're like, wow, this was a great coffee. Thoroughly enjoyed our conversation. I'd really like to talk to you again. If you're open to that, I would love to talk to you when you say 2 weeks, and book something right then on the spot. I mean, that just makes it so much easier. Getting organized makes a difference. And if you don't already have a scheduler, I would highly recommend getting a scheduler, whether it's a Calendly or whatever format you want to use. It really just makes life a lot easier. Don't you let that eliminate the human connection, though. Because a lot of times people, here, let me just throw a link at you. Let me build the relationships. That's still an important part of it all. Okay. So really, if you don't have a CRM, I can't emphasize enough, get a CRM, and that will help you keep track of your nurturing process. And every time you interact with that person, put it in there, right? The big thing is consistently nurture the relationships, right? You can't just do one and done. You can't be a friend and then disappear and they're like, she was really nice, but where did she go? Right? You got to be consistent with it, right? Build those relationships until you actually are building them really strong and use every opportunity, right? If you're going to go to a networking event, why not invite a few people with you? If you're going to go hit a happy hour, why not invite a few people with you? You're like, I've really been wanting to go out to lunch. There's this new restaurant. Hey, why don't I bring someone else with me? Right? So the idea is never dine alone, never attend an event alone. Take someone with you. And every single one of those is an opportunity to continue to nurture those relationships that you're involved in. Right. It's kind of like I say, going to church and listening to prayer is great, but until you actually interact with the other parishioners, you haven't built a relationship with anybody. right? So you got to go through the effort to make those connections and get to know everybody else. And that's those steps that we need really to continue to work, right? So if you're going to do networking, be intentional about it. Actually build relationships where you can get those results that you're looking for, right? Get rid of those bad habits. Understand that it's all about building the relationships, and then follow those simple 6 steps to nurture your relationships. Okay. So for me, as the networking diva, I always say network smarter, not harder. Okay. It's all about doing it smart. You can run around all over the place and constantly try and meet new people, or you can develop the relationships that you already have. Right. So for me, I am all about the strategy, the networking, and the marketing. And that's what I love to do. And feel free to reach out anytime. I truly love working with small business owners, solopreneurs, nonprofits. That's my playground. And if I can be of service, I love to help. If you want to network with me, I believe in go big or go home. So right here, you've got my Bitly link. You can be on my podcast. We just randomly do it when we want to. We can pre-record. We can blast it out live, whatever it is that your comfort zone is. But let's work on visibility. If you're going to network anyway, we might as well do it with an audience, right? Then you've got a video you can use. You can break down into clips for your own marketing. You can put it on your website. You can share it any way you want. I don't care what you do with it. Have fun with it, right? And that's what it's about. Have some fun. So there's your marketing and there's your networking. I can't do one without the other.
Great job, Christine. Gosh, the networking abilities are just at a high level. And ladies and gentlemen, when we want to sharpen our skills, we spend time with people who have done it for a while. When they know what they're doing, they not only have the personality for it, but they've developed the skills. That natural ability has developed over time. So if you have any desire to increase your networking abilities, be relationally intelligent, emotionally intelligent as you go along, not spam or scam anybody, which leads to one of the questions that came up is, okay, what's the difference between following up well and bothering people or spamming people? Like, where's that line for you, Christine? I know that we all have different lines, I guess, that are kind of, but generally speaking, can you give us some guidelines on that?
Right. So spamming is really the unwanted concept, right? It's the when they're dropping you into your drips and you're getting too much that you just don't want, right? Is what you're sending personal, or is it just generic to everybody else? Right. And if you're sending somebody the same thing that you send everybody else, right? And that's really where niching in your audience comes into, right? You have your audience, but then you want to niche that down into your specific audience and what they're interested in. If you're just sending them willy-nilly everything, right, you're just spamming them. If you're actually building relationships, hey, would you rather get an email from you, Tim, that says, hey, I'm in town, let's do lunch? Or, here, read this latest thing that I wrote because I'm giving it to you and I think you should read it.
Well, that's a good answer to that question. And I'm always curious of some of these like I'm thinking of the introvert in the audience right now as well. And I'm thinking, okay, so you and I are extroverts. We could go on. We get charged by a room full of people. Okay, whether it's virtually or in person, it matters a little bit. But the point is, our batteries get charged by interaction, and some would even associate it with like auditory stimulus and some of these kind of things. Like our actual personality type, the neuroscience of this is really fascinating. I'm sure you've looked into some of these kind of things too. But what about for the introvert who they actually get charged by less stimulus? They get charged by less of the noise, less of they want some alone time, or maybe with a quiet friend, or like, how do they follow up as a networking professional, whether they're in a traditional business or an actual networking business or some other kind of any kind of business can benefit from this. But how does a sales professional or a business owner benefit if they're an introvert? Like, how does that work?
That's a great question, Timothy, because the world's made of introverts and extroverts, right? And so we got to remember there's those that feel the need that they need to do those connections and those nurturing. And then there's the other side of it, that those that are introverts that you're reaching out to. So you got to be careful when you're reaching out to the introverts, because they're like, whoa, too much, backing up now, right? I'm feeling a little overwhelmed, right? And that can be through the nurturing process. And even at the networking events, that becomes an issue also, right? I always look for the wallflowers. I want to go find the wallflowers. Those are the people that are sitting, they're observing, they're checking things out. They're maybe not ready to participate, but if you talk to them one-on-one, they're like, oh, someone was nice and came up and talked to me. That's great, right? As long as you're not too intimidating, a little bit of mirroring, right, for communication, because you want to make sure that you're not overwhelming somebody. And it can happen, right? Whether it's through email, text messages, or even one-on-one and talking to somebody. So a lot of times I'll mirror the energy level of the other person, because there's times that I'm like, yeah, if I'm a little too exuberant, this person might get up and leave.
Yeah. And you said mirroring, so that leads me to another question. I'm noticing that there's a lot of different channels to follow up on. Some folks prefer the email, some social messaging, some text messaging. There's even other forms that some people actually prefer even the totally different, older methods even. So, or other methods, but almighty phone call, like there's just so many different things. Stacy, you can talk about that another time, but how do we know how to follow up? What method, like how do we do this?
Timothy, this is going to sound crazy, but ask.
When
I do my partners,
that's too easy. Okay. I like it.
My partners, I sit there and I ask them, what's your preferred method of communication? Remember, I was talking about the CRM. Put that in there, right? And if they're going to be a serious synergy partner where you're sending things back and forth, you're going to know what their favorite method is, and they're liable to tell you. And if you're not sure, ask. I have friends that I talk to in Facebook Messenger. Other ones, it's LinkedIn messaging. Other people send me text messages. Sometimes it's through WhatsApp. Sometimes you just don't know if it's going to be through Slack. What's going on here, right? There's so many options. So a lot of times people can't keep up with all of them. Right. So if you just ask them what their preferred method is, right, that just takes all the guesswork out of it.
Yeah. Okay, good. And we got some good comments coming in about the introvert extrovert conversation, which kind of was triggered by the mirroring tip that you gave us. So I love it. I love it. So find out what people are really wanting. Is what you're saying. Ask them good questions. Like, how would you prefer I connect with you? How often or how would you prefer I connect with you? Nothing wrong. Okay, I like it, Christine. Ladies and gentlemen, look up Christine Deane, Deane, on your social media platform. She's all over the place. She's easily found because she's working with people like Vicky and others to just kind of make sure that she's everywhere. And gosh, what a jewel in our network. Thank you so much for all the work you do behind the scenes, half the stuff we don't even know you're doing. And we know, but we don't know exactly. You know what I mean? We know that there's some special sauce happening. And from A to Z, if you're putting a podcast together or an event together, and you need some marketing push, some outreach, some kind of cause-driven organization that might need to get the word out from a promotional standpoint, Christine is a walking promotion machine, but she does it in an organic, networking, tactful, classy way. So that's the person you want to talk to if you're putting a little event together or something, and you want to just make sure that you got as many eyeballs on it as you can. Of course, she knows about ads and some different things too, with partnering with Joel and others. But at the base level, we're humans connecting with humans. Absolutely. We're not numbers connecting with numbers. We're not widgets connecting with widgets. We're not robots yet. Okay.
It's as simple as that, Timothy. It's just that simple. It's all about relationships.
That's it. And she has some superpowers in those areas. So if you want to just ask her some questions, look her up, light her up, say the word summit, and she'll give you some extra goodies, of course, like she mentioned. And get on her podcast, record something, like get on there, get the word out, and take advantage of that. You only get that in certain places when private invite only scenarios or summits like this. and you just got an invite to a podcast. For all those going, I don't have enough people listening to my stuff. I don't know how to reach my audience. I don't know how to talk to business owners and other movers and shakers doing good in the world. She just gave it to you on a platter. Go set up a time, connect with Christine, and she'll have her podcast filled out before you know it, so you better hurry. All right, love it.
But we'll
Thanks,
have a blast. Thanks, Timothy. Love our Giver Marketing Network. The collaboration and the possibilities are endless. Great place to play.
Yeah. What a fun team, right? And speaking of that, Christine, and thank you again. But speaking of that, I always think about, okay, so if we all have connections with several hundred other people, if not thousands of other people, as a marketing professionals, generally we have connections with thousands of others. What a privilege it is to kind of lock arms with folks like yourself and really walk into a marketing project or some kind of venture and say, okay, what marketing superpowers do we need for this project? Christine would be a good fit for America Prosper, or so-and-so would be a good fit for Kingdom Warriors, or so-and-so would be a good fit for this project over here. And I'm just dropping project names because some of us know what those are. But listen, there's a good fit for you as a marketing professional. If you're listening, there's a good fit for you in the Giver Marketing Network, because we're all about capital C collaboration. And if you've never collaborated on a high level before, it'll change the game. You'll basically, you don't have any excuse but to grow, because you have all the talent available you could ever want. So now you're a walking, talking agency instantly, because you have all the talent you could ever want. You don't have to go through all the vetting process of finding out if somebody speaks a certain language or does things a certain way, or if their reviews are fake or not, if they're on this platform or that platform, if they're going to be here today, gone tomorrow. No. This is stable, really powerful networking at another level. So thanks, Christine, for being a part of this and teaching us how to do this. And even internally, like our Slack channel, we have like 70, I don't know, but before you know it, we're going to blink and have 100 team members in our Slack channel. What was just taught today internally, we can blow each other's business up in a good way, right? Just doing that, what you just did, what you just said. So pay close attention, ladies and gentlemen. There's going to be a quiz later. No, I'm just kidding. All right, thank you, Christine. Appreciate you. We're gonna jump to another stage here with Brian Gregory in just a minute. Thank you again. Really appreciate it. Thank you. This is gonna be fun. Brian is one of those cool cats, and he wears the hat that I oftentimes enjoy wearing as well. But today he's supporting this amazing hat. So I'm gonna bring you on stage, brother. Let's do this. Are you excited?
Hey, Timothy, how you doing today? Yeah, I got the hat going.
Hat out, man. Let's go golfing or something. Let's do something. Oh, this is good. Some of the work we've done together, Brian, has just really helped me and my mindset, the psychographics, the neuroscience of branding, and what Admanity does to help kind of bring clarity to all that, what you've done to put all that time into these resources and tools. Ladies and gentlemen, check out the tools he's going to drop at the end of this presentation. It's going to blow your mind. And I've used it. I've seen it. The report that's given, just trust me, pay close attention to what Brian's about to say. But before we begin, Brian, what are you going to share about? And we'd love to hear a little bit of your story.
Well, I'll tell you a little bit about me, but hopefully what I'm going to get across today is one of the biggest questions I think in branding: why don't the best products win? If you understand why the best products don't win, you will understand what makes a brand. And so I got my start in this crazy business, actually selling advertising. I didn't start out in the agency world. I started out selling to agencies and other people who had small businesses. And I had magazines, and we had to sell ads. If you don't sell ads, you don't live. And so you learn real quick to sell ads to people. What you don't learn is what should be in the ad so that person has success. And oftentimes what would happen is I would sell ads, and they would be happy. And then they would run the ads, and they would be unhappy. And they would say, hey, wait a minute, it's not working. And I want to cancel. I don't like you anymore. I don't like your magazine either. And I was losing customers at about the same rate I could add them on, which is, a treadmill to nowhere. And I realized that if I didn't start teaching these people something about what works to help their brand, become desirable, then they were just going to cancel, and I was going to be on this endless treadmill. So I started helping people. And I would say, hey, before we run the ad, I have a couple suggestions for you based on thousands of ads I've seen over the years. And lo and behold, the ads started to perform better, and they would take my advice and they would at least try it. And those ads would do better, and those customers were happier. And so I wrote a book to sort of describe for everybody, not just my customers. I wanted to write, help anybody in small business, because we don't get courses in this. You can go to a lot of college courses and not get anything like what I'm going to show you today. And the problem with books is most people don't read them. And so it took many more years, but we eventually figured out how to put this whole thing online. It's called Admanity. And now anybody can get access to the answers for their brand. So it was really born out of adversity, and it was created through altruism. So that's how I got started in this game.
Well, thank you for sharing a little bit of the background, so we know kind of how you're flying in from and where you're coming from, and how this labor of love, which when we work together and we talk about different things that we're working on, I always pick up this like, oh, Admanity is one of Brian's kids. Like that's his baby. Like that's something he's worked on for years and years and has a lot invested. And there's so much data here that's outrageously helpful. With that, I'm just going to turn it over to you, Brian. Have some fun, and we'll bring up the slides in just a second here. But I'm gonna gracefully just waltz over here as you help us today with some of the branding genius you have.
All right. Thanks, Timothy. So, folks, today I'm going to share a slideshow with you that'll give you a great idea why some of the best products don't actually win. And hopefully through that, we're going to share with you how your products can win, your services, whatever it is that you sell, you want them to win. You want people to say yes to you. And that's the most important thing in marketing as far as I'm concerned. What makes people say yes to your stuff? Because that's what you want to sell. And most people go about it on the more closer to the wrong way than the right way. And it's so simple once you completely understand it that it almost defies your logical mind. We're going to show you some things today that'll show you the difference between your logical mind and your emotional mind, and hopefully will prove to you which path you should be taking as you're trying to build your brand, grow your sales, get more revenues, whatever it is that you want to do. And with that said, let's go ahead and get into the slideshow. I'm going to share my screen here. And let's see. This should work. Hopefully you're looking at a logo. Timothy, if you're not looking at a logo right now, let me know. Otherwise, I'm going to assume that everybody's got the right view. The name of our product is called the Admanity Protocol, and the company's called Admanity. Now, my background, real fast, 20 years advertising experience, as I mentioned. I wrote the book, Sheep Don't Eat Complicated Grass. And if you want to get one of those, there's only one place to do it. It's sheepdon'teatcomplicatedgrass.com. But it will share with you these are the pillars that formed Admanity, the emotional reasons why people buy. And as a result, I was able to create all of Admanity's algorithms, ended up writing 2,500 pages of curriculum. And if that sounds like a lot, it is. And I've been able to script over 100 emails with over a 50% open rate using the principles that we preach. And so I'll be your host today. I'm going to guide you through this crazy branding world. Admanity simply means advertising plus humanity. A lot of people ask, what does Admanity mean? Well, there it is. Advertising and humanity together. And as I mentioned, our product is the Ad Vanity Protocol. You'll see that again later. We've been featured on a whole bunch of websites too. You may have heard of us. You might even have taken one of our tests. Now, as I get into it, I want to ask you just to think for a second. What do you think is the first language of humanity? Like way, way back, like, before civilization. What do you think the first language of humanity was? I can tell you what it was. It was emotions. Back then we didn't have words, we didn't have grammar, didn't have phrases. This is back in the caveman time, right? And all we had to live or die was our emotions. So here's how it likely went. If you were a caveman and you saw a cave woman that you liked, you might go up to her and you might say, ugh, which means pick me in caveman. But she may not pick you because a second caveman might come up and say, ugh, ugh, which means, no, don't pick him, pick me. And she might not pick you. And a third caveman might come up and say, hey, let's go out for dinner. All of a sudden, emotions kick in. And this is where our humanity began. We didn't have words. We just had emotions. And those emotions are with you to this very day. Now, we're all really smart right now. We've grown up, so to speak. And your inner caveman, though, is still controlling your emotional buying. Those emotions are still the reasons why we buy. So if you want to build a brand, a real brand, then you must learn how to sell to the emotional caveman in all of us, because he controls every single brand you'll choose for your entire life. Now, the big question today, as we mentioned, hey, why don't the best products always win? And some of you are probably thinking, well, don't the best products win? Let's look at some examples. Is McDonald's the best hamburger ever? No, but they sell more than all of their competitors combined. Interesting. Is Absolute the best tasting vodka in the entire world? A lot of people would say no, but it was ranked the #1 vodka more than any other vodka in the world, a formerly unknown brand. Does Domino's make the best, tastiest pizza? Really? No, but they are #1. And is the Volkswagen Beetle the best car ever made? Well, probably not, but it is the most successful make of car in the history of all cars, which made Volkswagen, by the way, the #1 car manufacturer in the world today. They do numbers General Motors doesn't even dream of. All right. Now, all these brands got to #1. How did they do it? Was it their brilliant name? Well, if you look at the names, 2 of them aren't even English names. Absolute's Swedish and Volkswagen's German, and the other 2 are just names. So it really probably couldn't be the name. Is it their amazing logo, which is another thing people think is what a brand is? I don't see anything there that really, is breakthrough stuff. Do you? Well, maybe then it's their websites. Maybe it was their funnels. Maybe it's their social media. Hey, guess what? None of these brands had websites, funnels, or social media because they all did it pre-internet. So we can't have those. Did they have a great mission? I don't think it's a mission-driven brand to buy pizza or vodka. I kind of doubt it. Was it the amazing products? We've already established it wasn't. Did they just have piles of cash? In actuality, most of these brands had very little cash to begin their marketing. Maybe they just got lucky. Maybe it was the right thing at the right time. Who knows? But almost none of these play a huge factor in the brand today. Take a look at these brands. They each have one thing in common. These are all big brands. These are billion-dollar players. Now, what do you think the one thing they have in common is? If you look at all different kinds of products here, all different kinds of industries, it's really impossible to tell, right? Here's what they all have in common. They owe their branding success to one thing and one thing only, a single ad campaign in their history. There was a point where their ad broke the brand and sent them into orbit, so to speak, and it was a runaway success. So if you look at these brands, most of them were failing, not unique at all. Some were getting killed in the market. They were small, struggling, out of cash, unpopular, unproven, inferior, unnecessary. And some of them were nearly bankrupt before they had this branding breakthrough moment in their career. And yet they all made over $1 trillion. Pretty crazy. Almost every one of these brands would not have been picked to succeed. So let's examine, what is a brand? What is it really? A brand, as I define it, is simply how people feel about you when your logo isn't in the room. It's a feeling. You can't touch a brand. You can't put it in your hand. You can't build it in a manufacturing place. It is simply a feeling when your logo isn't in the room. Now, so how do you create that? Well, a brand is created by using emotion, human emotion, to make you feel a certain way about it. That's it. A brand is a feeling. You must create those feelings by triggering emotions. So a brand is really, at the end of the day, it's just a perception. If you think a brand is unbelievable, it's crazy, it's the best ever, then it is to you. If you think it's crap, then it's crap to you. And if you wonder how fast a brand can go from hero to zero, some of you may remember back in the 80s, the Tylenol scare, where 7 people died because somebody tampered with the product. And it wasn't Tylenol's fault, but it became their problem. And their brand value went almost to zero within a week or two. It was the #1 brand for pain relief. And they were able over the next year to put it back on top, but it took a lot of work. But that brand value went to zero on perception alone. It wasn't even their fault, but they had to deal with it. Now, so what we did at Edmanity is we studied over 100 years of advertising. How are these successful brands really doing it? We wanted to know if there was any patterns that we could find that would give us a clue how we should do it. And so we only studied the winning ads. It makes sense, right? You wouldn't want to study losing ads. You study the ads that really made brands break through. And so in the beginning, the brand's not doing very well, like a lot of you probably feel here and there. It's like, I could be better. And then all of a sudden, a new ad comes out, and boom, the brand is a tremendous success. Now, it's the same product. They didn't change the product. It's just presented differently. It's just perception using a winning formula. And we studied those winning formulas, and we wrote them all down. And we found out that they repeat over and over. We also found out that small businesses, that's all of us, should use the same emotional formulas as the big successful brands. Okay. So in other words, if you sell soft drinks, I would hope you study Coca-Cola, right? If you sell cars, I hope you would study some of the bigger car companies. So you don't have to spend the kind of money they do. You're just going to do it on your budget. But emotions are free. Words are free. Feelings are free. You don't have to spend a dime to create those. So you're going to do your advertising the same way the big boys do, just on a smaller budget. Because people buy on those emotions, right? You might say, hey, I look great in this red Ferrari, and you probably do. But after you buy the Ferrari, you affirm on logic. Red Ferraris hold their value better than other colors. That's why I bought the Ferrari, of course. We all believe you. No, we don't. We know you bought the red Ferrari on emotion. But shouldn't we make informed decisions? Well, one of the things I want to share with you here, take a look at this chessboard and just confirm for a moment that square A is darker than square B in your mind. Now, got that? I'm going to share this. Here's the same chessboard. Square A and square B are exactly the same color. And if you look back and forth, you can't believe it. It almost doesn't seem believable. This is your conscious mind at work. It knows that squares alternate colors, so of course they have to be different, and yet they are the same. And when we use our conscious mind to figure out advertising, we often get the wrong conclusion about the product. So you want all of your advertising to go to the subconscious. That's the emotion. Just think of it as the emotional mind. Okay, emotions sell. Everything else is kind of a waste of time. And these are the 15 emotions in our research that we found kept recurring. We kept seeing them in all the great ads. They would use at least 2 of these in every great ad. And if you look at these, there's no surprises. Affinity is happiness. Approval is acceptance by others. Fascination is excitement. Admiration, I like to be envied. And altruism, want change. Authority is trust. Community is belonging. Temptation is desire. Ambition is greed, and so on. You see all of these basic human emotions, and they fall into 5 groups as to whether they give us confidence in the brand, comfort in the brand, control over the brand, challenge, or change. And these are the 15 emotions that have sold everything on planet Earth. And for as long as you and I are all alive, it's going to be that way. So get to know these, and we show you exactly which ones will work for you. And if you don't know which ones work for you, you're just throwing your money away because you're probably using a formula that isn't ideal. So we want to fix that. And we found in our research that some things go together like peas and carrots. Certain emotions, they just attract each other. They just fit, right? They just make sense. And that's why you see them repeating in all of these ads. And the biggest brands in the world were built using 2 emotions, just like this little girl on the chalkboard. 1 emotion plus a second equals the third. And if you know your emotions for your brand, it is absolutely critical that you know that. So let me give you an example here. Infomercials been selling the same way for decades. I'm using this example because we've all seen an infomercial. And this is going to prove that the right formula can sell anything. All right. Take a look at the George Foreman grill. It cooks chicken, but it cooks $200 million worth of chicken per year. George Foreman is a very happy spokesman for this particular chicken cooking product. The Snuggie, we all laughed when we saw the Snuggie commercial. You know you did. You said nobody's going to buy a blanket with sleeves. Guess what? They've made $500 million so far doing exactly that. P90X, working out at home, must be great. $400 million a year. Chuck Norris, he likes to work out too, but he's even happier because he's made over $1 billion in total sales. That's the B word, ladies and gentlemen, billion. But it's outdone by another way to cook chicken, the Showtime rotisserie, $1.2 billion, and Proactive Skincare tops our list, $1 billion per year. Now, these products have made over $10 billion. Do you see anything there that is breakthrough, amazing, stupendous, unbelievable? No. And that should tell you a few things about what actually makes products sell. So we're going to look here and see of the other big names in branding. We just picked some out of the random bag: Harley Davidson, IBM, Disney, and just to show you how many years it took them to hit the $1 billion mark. Now, these infomercial products did it in a few years, but look at the big brands. It took them even longer. Now, if you don't see anything on the left that's as impressive as anything on the right, you do understand now that emotion is more powerful than product. Doesn't matter what your product is. It matters the emotions that it creates. That's it. In other people, not your emotions, other people, your customers. So let's look at how they've all done it. Here's our 15 emotions. And here's something new, innovation. It's always a new product, right? It's never an old thing. It's a new thing. You've got to look at this. And it's going to save you time and money, or both. The new thing always saves you time and money. And then urgency at the end to make you buy now, right? And that is exactly how all infomercial products are sold. Again, it's our formula: 1 + 2 = 3, just like the little girl in the chalkboard. It's just that easy. And we show you which formulas line up for your brand. Now, look at some other modern day examples. Look at these game shows. These are all your favorites, according to the ratings. It's just another formula. It's the same exact formula for every single game show. How about sitcoms? Here's all the top rated sitcoms ever. It's just another formula. A little different, but it's the same formula. Every single sitcom starts out the same and ends out the same. There's a problem, they bumble and stumble, and they figure it out, and they make you laugh, and they solve the problem. That's pretty much every sitcom on Earth. Hey, you like James Bond? I love James Bond. Which one do you like best? Doesn't matter. They're all formula. That's why you'll go to see every single James Bond. The reason why they keep doing this over and over is because it works. It's just that simple. So if everything's a formula, why would branding be any different? And the answer is it wouldn't. Remember the caveman. He controls every brand you choose. It's all emotions. So let me play a game with you real here just for fun. I want you to think right now in your mind. I want you to name 3 big car insurance companies. Go ahead and do that just in your mind. Just think of them. 3 big companies that sell car insurance. All right. Now I'm going to read your mind. Did you happen to think of Geico, Progressive, State Farm, Liberty Mutual, Farmers, or Allstate? I'll bet you did. Most people do. And the reason is because Geico came out with this new type of marketing. So let's take a look. Geico said, we're going to save you time and money. So 15 minutes 15%. There it is right there. Couldn't be more formulaic. But we're going to make you laugh. We're like the lizard. We're going to make you like the lizard. We're going to make you laugh at our funny commercials. So it's save and laugh, save and laugh. And this is a hallmark of an approval brand that sells based on your approval. All insurance is so similar. All toilet paper is similar. All bottled water is similar. They will sell those types of products on a public perception of approval. And so you like the brand, so you buy the brand. It's 1 + 2 = 3 again. There's our formula at the root of all of it. Now, the interesting thing is Geico's so successful with this that the other top 6 brands are all using it. They're all using the exact same formula. And that's why when I asked you, name some big companies, all you could think of was these companies. Now, all this is adding up to the wrong customers. If you don't have the right formulas, you're attracting the customers that fill up your customer service staff and your emails and your support people. You need to get rid of those. And you do that by attracting the right customers with the right emotions. So right now, let's identify what kind of brand your business is. It's going to take about 5 minutes. It's a simple online test. And it's absolutely free. So it's time for your free gift. All right. So I want to make sure everybody has a chance to do this. Now, you don't have to do it now. You can do it on your own time, but you have to ask us permission first. So the world's first and only emotional brand analysis. This is how we figure out what your brand will sell best with. It will find the emotions that sell your brand for you. And it's exactly why people are going to buy. That's it. Why people buy. There's no bigger question for any business person. You're going to get about 5-6 pages, over 50 valuable tips all about your brand. You're also going to get access to Picmanity. This is our stock photo library with over 200 million stock photos, one of the largest in the world. And they're all in high res. And you don't have to buy a monthly plan, or you don't have to buy anything really. It's just there for you to use whenever you would like. And the way we're going to do that is a couple different ways. Either you can scan this QR code here. It's absolutely free. And then you'll be taken to a little form that looks just like this: name, email, how'd you hear about us? Just put, Giver Marketing in there, and we'll know where you found us. But basically, that's it. And then you'll be emailed a link to begin your test anytime you want. If you can't scan the QR code on the left, just go to that blue link there. I think we're going to put that in the chat as well. Go to admanity.com/TGN, and you will be taken to that little form there, and you can give it a whirl. And, more impressive than me telling you about branding and how it works and all the emotions, wouldn't it be just more fun to take the test and get all the answers for your brand? I guarantee it's a mind-blowing experience when you first read about your brand in an emotional analysis. It will change the way you market yourself forever. So go to admanity.com/TGN or scan the code. Either way, you go to the same place. And with that, I'm going to say thank you very much. And maybe there's some questions. I'll stop the screen share now, and we'll get back to the show.
Great job, Brian. I'm always impressed. Every time we go through some of these principles together, I'm just learning. I'm just like a student, just learning about the kind of the psychology and the neuroscience of how we actually make decisions and how that ties into our brand. And I just need to remember this more often, because my background lends itself to a little bit of this, but it needs to be front and center, because like you said, without this, we could be spinning our wheels. We could be wasting a lot of time, a lot of money on different things. And so I appreciate you helping us generate a report and being able to look through that and making that available to the entire network, kind of an invite-only scenario here that Brian has made that available to you. So grab it now. I highly recommend it. Bring it to our next session. Bring it to our next meeting. Bring it to your session with Brian. Bring it to your team. Bring it, just like we had somebody in the comments say, our whole team did it. We're just so excited. And so if you want to connect with Brian, look him up on LinkedIn, Look him up on different places as well. Ask him questions in the comments. He's in our private Facebook group. Tag him in there if you have a question for him there. Very high quality presentation as well. I felt like you were bringing a classy, high quality. Not only the information was good, but the presentation was superb, Brian. Thank you. Great job today. What questions do we have in the chat, in the comments? Gosh, I have a question or two. I can even just start it off. What have you learned over the years when it comes to small business and this concept of brand? What are the most of the misconceptions? I know you alluded to like my brand is a logo and some of these kind of things, but what are some other misconceptions that maybe dovetail onto that?
I think the biggest misconception I find when I'm talking to small business people is they don't think they have a brand, or they think it's all done with. There's two extremes on this scale. One is, oh, I have a logo, I have a website, I got a name and a slogan. I'm done. I have a brand. Or just the opposite. They'll say, oh, branding. Well, that's for the big guys. I'm not there yet. I'm just a shopkeeper or a consultant or a coach. I don't have a brand yet. That's for the big boys. No, and they're both complete misconceptions. Your logo is not your brand. As we described, it's a feeling. You have to create a feeling using emotions, and you are never too small to have a brand. If you have a hot dog cart in the middle of an empty parking lot somewhere, you have a brand. It's just not a very good one, but you have one, and it's up to you to build your own personal brand into a company or whatever you're going to do. But whatever it is, people are going to have to feel like doing business with you, and you can't be mandated. You can't be ordered to do it. Yeah, every once in a while you can scare them to death and say, oh, the offer's going to expire in just minutes, do it now. But we all know those aren't the best customers, because sometimes they get buyer's remorse. So you want them to continue to fall in love with you even after the sale. And so, that's the biggest misconception I find in branding, is that they think I've either got it all figured out or it's not yet time for me to be one.
Okay, so you had mentioned something earlier about your brand kind of having these emotions and these feelings tied into it. What about people who are trying to decide between a personal brand and a company brand? And I know you can't completely separate those two if you have a business name, but can you give us some ways to think about that, at least conceptually, as far as when should I really emphasize my personal brand, and when should I emphasize my company name, and kind of everything all the feelings around that? How do we know when to do that?
You have to look beyond those two ideals. Here's my personal brand. I'm me, fall in love with me, or fall in love with my company and the things that I've created. What you really want people to do is you want to create an emotional or an emotional attraction to whichever one of those is going to be the most promotable in the world, right? So if you're on Facebook, you got 500,000 followers, you're going to be visible. You're going to be the visible spokesperson for the brand. But at the end of the day, you have to create the same emotions. So when you take our test, we show you which of those 15 emotions your brand is. That's the big question mark right now for everybody watching. Which one am I? Once we know which ballpark you're supposed to be in, then we can show you all of the strategies that make that feeling happen with people based on all the most successful ads in history. So, really, you need to just figure out which emotion you're trying to trigger. And then it won't matter whether it's personal or whether you're a big fancy corporation, because until you trigger that emotion, they're not buying anyway. They're just looking.
Okay, so let's say we do trigger the emotion. Things are going well. We have Brian Gregory here, and we have Ed Manatee over here.
Yeah.
As we continue to just fall in love with the work that you're doing, let's say that's on a good trajectory. That's happening. People are talking about, people are raving about, just like I was, just like I do, just rave about what you're doing. But when I rave about you, I have a choice to make. I can say, you got to meet Brian. Or if it's binary, sometimes I'll say both, but if it's binary, if I only have a couple seconds, check out Admanity. Just look it up. That's a choice. And so, are you saying whichever one I kind of fall in love with more?
Well,
I'm going to say that. Like, how does that work?
Well, let's look at what I tried to do today. Let's examine my presentation. Okay, today, if I wasn't selling the test, obviously I gave it away for free, but I was trying to sell everybody on the idea of taking it, right? Quite honestly, I would like everybody who watched to at least take the free test. It'll help you. So I evoked the emotions in my slideshow that would build curiosity for an unknown. They've never taken this test. They don't know what it's going to do for them. There's, absolutely maybe no frame of reference at all for what this thing is. I know what it is, but nobody else does. You know what it is, Timothy, but a lot of people don't. So I have to make you curious. So in this presentation, my whole goal was to make you curious enough to give it a try and not to overload you with what it's all about, how important Admanity is, or even how cool I am and things I've done, because those don't make you curious. I'm directing it in a very personal way. Do you know which one you are? If you don't, you're in trouble. Would you like to know which one you are? We can show you in 5 minutes. Curious? Give it a try.
Okay, that makes sense. So you're basically, if I hear you right, you're basically saying whether you had the name of your company or your personal name on the screen or not, the content that you were presenting was so emotionally intelligent in the way that that it was kind of presented, that it made sense to so much of the audience. It almost that overshadows all the other questions about, should I do this, should I do that, should I do this? You are a kind of a foundational first principle presenter at this point, just saying, look, without the emotional considerations here, it doesn't matter. Like the other stuff,
it doesn't.
It just doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't matter how cool my hat is. You're not going to do anything unless, right? So
it doesn't. It doesn't.
It helps it helps that flavor, but it doesn't. It's not at the core. It's not going to really.
Right. If I don't impress you the right way, you might decide, I hate his little hat. I don't like his hat at all because I didn't favorably impress you. And when I was selling advertising for 20 years to people who were just praying the ad would work, I thought, about 90% of these ads don't work at all. They're just losers. And that's the biggest problem I find, is when we go down to sit down to create these ads, we do not think emotionally. We think factually about our business. Well, what do I want to say? When do we do on Tuesdays? What's my discount of the week? This kind of stuff. The big brands, when they sit down with their $1 million ad agencies, I guarantee you the first question, which emotion? Which emotion we going for, people? Yeah, the company's great. Yeah, product, yeah, it's got all kinds of data. Yeah, it's great. It's got testimonials from here to tomorrow. Which emotion we going for to sell this thing to massive numbers of people? And the small business doesn't ask that question. They give a book report. And if we can flip your brain from book report to emotional triggers, we can show you how to sell anything to anyone at almost any price, anywhere. And gosh, that's fun. That's fun when you know how to do that.
All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, you do have questions for Brian Gregory. I know this because as he's involved in the network, there's people even raving. Like, I'm seeing the chat box right now. I'm seeing all sorts of questions coming from Patrick and others. So please follow up, or it's more like statements like, thank you for saying that, but follow up with Brian Gregory, look him up, take that free test. I mean, goodness gracious, how much do we normally charge for that, Brian? I'm trying to remember.
Well, we say the test itself is a $247 value.
Okay.
It's the only test of its kind in the world. So it's kind of hard to reference, what is the hard cost of this thing. But certainly if an agency was doing any kind of a psychological evaluation of your brand, their time would be worth many, many times that price. The invoice would be a lot bigger, right?
Yep, that is for sure. Well, thank you for bringing your superpowers to the table today, Brian. Tag Brian in the chat box wherever you're asking questions. Just @ Brian Gregory. Make sure that if he's if he's in our private Facebook group, he's in on LinkedIn. So just look him up and make sure he gets a little tag so that he can follow up with you and answer any questions about the test itself or anything else. And you should be able to good to go. Get that brand dialed in, get it emotionally, psychologically intelligent, and let's go. Let's go. Thank you, Brian. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Timothy.
All right, that was fun. Are you having fun, ladies and gentlemen? We're all having fun here, and so I just love having guests come and share just in a short snippet. Not necessarily just like a TED Talk. It's more like an interview meets a TED Talk. It's like a little bit of both, right? And a little bit of visuals going for you. So, gosh, you could watch the replay and watch this over and over again. And for those who want the replay, just pay attention to this channel that you're on right now, and you can have that replay. So that'll be good. Awesome. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have one of my favorite folks who likes to mail goodies out to customers, prospects, team members, whoever your team is. Whoever your prospects are, you'll want to pay attention to this next presenter. Her name is Linda, spelt with a Y. Linda Bilo is here with us today. Thank you so much for putting together some information for us. And let's just have a quick conversation, kind of warm up the conversation here, Linda. Does that sound good?
Okay. That sounds great. Thank you.
Great. And we can hear you just fine. You're looking great. So this is going to be good. So what got you into the space that you're in, and what are you going to be sharing with us today? What's the topic, and what brought you to this place?
Okay, I would love to tell you. I retired recently after 35 years in the insurance industry. I started when I was 12, and when I left, I realized that even though I had been warned by many that retirement was expensive, evidently I wasn't listening. And I found that I didn't have as much money. I didn't have as much play money as I wanted. So I figured, what could I do? And I dusted off my insurance license, and I started selling long-term care insurance and Medicare insurance, because after all, I had gray hair. People were going to buy from me because I was in that space. And I sold to everyone that I know, but after that, I had to call on recycled leads. And I was a dismal failure at that. It was terrible. And someone said, why don't you go to networking? So I did. And I met up with someone who had an automated system to send thank you cards and gifts. And I thought, well, hey, I'm a card procrastinator, born and bred. I never sent cards. And I thought, well, this will be the answer. So I started sending thank you cards. Thank you for letting me quote your insurance. Thank you for the business. Happy birthday, blah, blah, blah. All of those kinds of cards. Congratulations, those kinds of things. And I grew my business. I grew my business in the first 6 months by about 25%. And so I, was just off to the races. I have, and I was also a former teacher. So I just, when I know how to do something, I just won't shut up about it. So I just out here telling the world. And as Brian said, couldn't be a better transition lead in, is when you're sending greeting cards and gifts, it is the emotion. That is really what it's all about, is how are you surprising and delighting your customers, making them feel good. And
so now you're helping people do the same kind of thing. That's
exactly right.
Your main focus now?
Yep, that's my main focus. I have put that insurance license back in the drawer, and I am just talking about how businesses can grow their business.
And I know you're a part of a few different kind of resources that allow you to send these gifts and cards and goodies in the mail. And ladies and gentlemen, pay attention, because there's a gift coming at the very end. And Linda is about to really, really, really bless you. So get ready. She's got something that will be good for you to pay attention to towards the very end. But can you share with us a little bit? I'm gonna kind of hand over the microphone to you, if you will, and you can share with us some tips on how to leverage mail in a kind of a modern way and kind of make sure that you can connect people in a meaningful way. Let's do this.
Oh, do I have the presentation? Oh, there we go. All right. So I've called this giftology because I do think that there's a art and a science to sending out gifts and cards, and I'm just going to talk about this, and I'm going to I'll tell you a few stories and show you a few things, give you some ideas as well. So I just click on that. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. I thought I had this all figured out. Oh, there we go. There we go. So first of all, it starts out with cards. That's how I started, just sending people thank you cards, as I said. And now the automation with cards is such that you can have cards go out automatically. The system has cards already designed for many industries. And the beauty is you can also find a card like this handyman card, for example, and the handyman, he's got that, but he doesn't want to say that. He wants to change it, maybe put a QR code on it, fool with it, but he has the basic template there. My favorite card in all of this is the half birthday card. That card is set up to go out 180 days before someone's birthday, and it's a huge hit. That's probably the most popular card that is sent, and it helps you stand out from the crowd and makes people smile. There's some corny cards here, let's catch up with this ketchup and touching base, and just lots of ideas of ways you can, again, stand out from the crowd. And there's gifts. We have, branding is important, but branding is, and having a brand everywhere is really not, it's not a gift. When you're giving someone something, giving them something that has your brand all over it doesn't feel like a gift. We would never go to someone's wedding and give them a vase from Tiffany engraved with your name on it. Why would we give someone a prospect a gift that says that has our brand on it? For example, I gave a referral to someone, my Edward Jones guy, and he was very grateful and gave us a set of wine glasses. Well, they had Edward Jones' name written on them, and I didn't want those. I just gave them away. So it didn't feel like a gift. It feels like a thinly disguised marketing touch point. So the lesson in that is to be sending, did I make that happen? There we go. This system you can personalize these gifts. These are not, you don't have to buy 100 of them. You can buy one water bottle and personalize it with that company's, their brand, their name. You can send, a very popular gift is a phone holder that you can have their name put on it. And this doesn't take weeks. You could order this today and it would be shipped out tomorrow or the next day, and it will have their name on it. And it comes in a box and it's out the door, even with shipping and them doing all the work. It's like $12. And it's an impact. It's a high impact a gift. It's very popular. And every time they use it, they think of you. A couple of insurance agents, I know I blew this one up, send this card that I have your back. This is a thank you. And then they, on the inside, and then they included a little jar gripper as well. This particular one was sent by a Medicare person, so it was pretty appropriate as well. A couple of stories I wanted to, am I causing that? Sorry. A couple of stories I wanted to tell you. the customers. Tony, a local real estate guy, sent his mortgage broker a wine box. Didn't come with the wine, but a wine box and he had her name put on it as a thank you gift for all of the work she had done for him. She called him up. She cried. She said no one has ever sent her a gift for all the work she does to help in closings. The rest of that story is that over the course of the next year, she singled him out and gave him 2 referrals, and he sold 2 houses. And I think it was based on the fact that he was grateful, and he surprised and he delighted her, and he made her feel appreciated. The second story is Nils. He's a car salesman, also a local guy. Somebody that he knew was a Facebook friend, came in with her 2 kids to buy a car. And so he took her picture, and then he sent her a card with her, because you can add pictures. He sent her a card with a picture on it. And she was really tickled to have that. But a couple weeks later, she ended up buying a car, but she didn't buy the car from him. She bought it from someone else. He saw her post that on Facebook. So he took that picture and sent her a card and congratulating her with the fact that she had found a car that she really liked, and he was happy to hear that. Well, she posted that card on Facebook, and 3 of her, no kidding, this is a true story, within 6 months or so, 3 of her friends had come in and bought cars from him. It was strong referrals. And this gentleman here is a local radio station guy, and he is not a customer of mine, but he is in a networking group with me, and he gives me more referrals than anyone. And I sent him this mug that on the other side says I've been mugged, and it has his picture on it. And everywhere he goes, he talks about this, and has sent me probably, I don't know, 5 or 6 referrals in the last year. Because he felt really special, and I send him something different every time. So you never know. I'm starting to run out of things to send him. Again, all of these things these are not expensive. There are some high-end things, but these are not expensive. Oops, I'm sorry that I keep going back to the wrong place. So in talking about whether cards and gifts are opened, you can see they are opened most of the time. I have to say who opens all their email, but then again, who doesn't open a greeting card or a gift? So you have a way to get your message out. Now, speaking about marketing, which is why we're here, the digital and direct mail marketing, doing it together, really drives results. There was an article in Forbes magazine about this that caught my eye, and using email and then sending a postcard and then back to an email, you get people's attention and adds their curiosity. And then after you've sent a postcard, then you can update offers and things. People are more apt to take a look at the email, statistics prove. And I'm a point in fact of that. Last year, I bought some makeup from a company who then sent me an email every 15 minutes for the last year. I never even opened the emails. But in the fall, they sent me a postcard. And they were offering a new product. And I was like, oh, man, I didn't even know they had that. And wouldn't you know, 75 days later, ka-ching, I bought something. And they're still sending me emails that I'm still not opening. But they got their point across. Same with the vet. I get an email and a text over and over again. This time for Uncle Louie. Uncle Louie has to have his checkup, and I keep putting it off. But then they sent me a postcard saying the same thing with a cute little picture of a dog on it. And it's sitting on my desk. So I remembered to make the vet appointment. And that was, so there's lots of ways you can do move the same with direct mail and combine it with your email when you're marketing. And that's pretty much where I am with getting out of the inbox, and getting into the mailbox. One thing I didn't mention is that using the postcards is a real plus, because postcards are free. You only have to pay for the postage. You design the card, and we'll mail them out, and the postcards are free. So the overall goal of Giftology is to make someone feel special and acknowledged, and elicit, as Brian says, elicit that emotion in people, the good emotion. So I would love to learn about your businesses, and let's connect, and I will do my best to surprise and delight you in your mailbox.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you think mail is dead, then you have another thing coming after meeting Linda today. Look her up, Lynda. Look her up on all the social media platforms. Take advantage of her gift, her free offer. Schedule a time with her. She's just a sweetheart. She's just great to work with. And I tell you what, you might end up with something. You might end up with something in the mail that says something like, I've been mugged, or something like that. You just never know. You just never know. Super fun, right? Stacy, I see you on the screen here. You got a question? Oh, I think you're on mute. Here, let me remove you. Cool. Well, so thankful for you, Linda. And I highly recommend folks connecting with you. Schedule with Linda, Lynda.com. And that'll definitely get you to be able to learn more and get a surprise gift and a little consultation from her. And you'll be able to learn more about how to make sure you're memorable by sending out cards and goodies to folks that need them and they want them. And it helps people remember, right? So
it does. It is a stay in touch tool without selling. And I didn't mention, you can brand the cards and as well. You can put your own logo on the back. You don't. It's you do get to have. There is a little space for you to do a little branding. Personalization is good, and so you can also do branding as well. But
yeah, I was going to ask you about that. Is it okay to put a little, like just a small logo or something, so they can kind of associate that gift with your company as well? Is that there's a classy way to do that, right?
Yes. And I recommend that, because as a consumer, again, we understand what's marketing materials and what isn't. And I even say, I'm not for killing Christmas, but I think that there's such a power in the unexpected card. And I sort of encourage people to not use the standard holidays. Send something unexpected at a different time, something in the spring, something that makes people smile. That's probably the most powerful in the emotion world, is give them something that surprises them and makes them smile. You will be remembered far longer than if you send them a $5 koozie or a $10 Starbucks card that you can't remember who sent it to you. So
that's a good point. I know Stacy wanted to show something that she had gotten from you in the mail. And Stacy, if you want to unmute yourself, you can kind of share a little bit of that, about what that is. And here, I'll unmute you. There you go. You're good. Oh, can't hear you. Oh, must have a microphone issue, but show us anyway. Show us what you got going there. What is that, Linda, that you sent her?
That is a phone holder. You can put your phone or your iPad on it, and if you're on Zoom calls or we're just talking to somebody and you don't want to have to hold the phone, you don't have your earphones in, or it's very handy. And I put Stacy's name on it so she wouldn't have, so she wouldn't forget who she was, whose phone it was.
Oh, we're just throwing a party here. Man, Linda, you're a gift giver. I like
Thanks,
this.
Linda. I love my phone holder. It's awesome.
It's super functional and fun and different, and
Yep.
people probably asking questions about it. And I guess, Karen, you said something about your radio station.
Yeah, so Linda just got our radio station set up. We are now, so I work at a Christian radio station, and we have been missing that nurturing component.
Mhm.
And Linda and I met through Giver Marketing Network, and so when I have actually hired her for one of our clients that was doing a radio campaign, and then I was like, okay, we got to be working on this for us. And so we did it. We are now clients of hers. She came on and she taught me what to do. She was so helpful. And then she came on to our whole group. Like we were in a conference room and we're all sitting there, and she just got us all onboarded and explained everything to us. It was great.
Awesome.
It's going to be, I'm looking forward to working with you guys. You have a lot of Karen, you have great ideas. You have some great ideas about how to, and watch your mailbox. There's a box coming.
Oh, sweet. All right, we'll do.
Everybody loves a thoughtful gift.
Yes.
Right? Now, random gifts that have nothing to do with anything, that's not usable, kind of weird, like depending on who you are, you might still appreciate that a little bit, but most people, if it's thoughtful, it's the thought that really brings that special sauce. So what Linda said there about just having good ideas and maybe thinking outside the box, no pun intended, like just different things going on. We what were we working on recently, Linda? We sent out like right before the year ended. We're just like, let's look forward to the next year together, and some of those kind of things. The happy I like saying happy birthday month. I think that's a fun phrase to use sometimes, just because, I don't know, celebrate all month for all, like let's celebrate you all month. Let's do that. So some of these ideas that Linda can help pull out of you and just put some nice high quality imagery and some print on something and just make it memorable. I mean, some of this stuff you're not going to throw away for years. You're going to have so many impressions, and people say certain things are just not done anymore. And it's like, no, if you do them right, it's actually counterintuitive. But if you do them right, nobody else is doing it. It's quite the way you're going to do it. Between you and Linda working together, they're not going to do anything. It's going to be so unique, even if it's a similar product. If it's done a little differently, or the note inside is different, or the package, like whatever it is that you come up with, the way that it's presented, or the way that it's mentioned something, or it's combined with something else, though it can be so unique, even if it's a similar product. Like a mug is a mug, but if a mug says I've been mugged,
right?
I mean it's a mug. Like I love it. It's super fun. So thank you, Linda, for doing this. Karen, just stay on.
Okay. Well, and also in the comments, Linda, you're being asked what your website is again.
Oh, and I guess I didn't put that on there. It's lindabylo.com.
Oh, it's your first last name.com. Okay.
Yeah, Linda. Yeah, it's Linda with a Y and Bilo with an I. So how's that for confusing?
Come on. lindabylo.com, ladies and gentlemen. Look her up on LinkedIn and Facebook as well. Make sure and let her know that you saw her on the summit. You want to work together on some level, power partner up, or do something to make sure that you can make sure that folks feel appreciated. Mm-hmm. You know, there's books out there about the languages of appreciation in the workplace, and this gift giving is one of those. That's one of the 5 highest regarded appreciations in business. And there's a whole books written about it. There's one called the 5 love languages for relationships, and there's one called the 5 ways of appreciating in the workplace, or something like that. And it's the same authors, and one of those is gifts. And so Linda's really hitting it out of the park with that particular way of being memorable and appreciate people. And they could be your family members. Linda and I sent some stuff to some family members recently, just to kind of let them know, hey, we're thinking about you more than just a little Facebook like or a heart or something. Like, it's way beyond that. Like, we want to make sure that they really feel appreciated. So,
and if I can give one more example,
Mhm.
there is something that I have to do at the radio station. Most clients don't need it, but every once in a while I got to go in, I got to get all this really specific data dialed in for those certain few clients. And it's a complicated experience. And I always have to go to the person that's, has that software and say, okay, help me build this out. So again, today, last minute, I'm like, I'm on your calendar, help me build this out. He did. And I'm like, what's your address? Because now I can send him a card, just like super easy. And so I started that, and that will be sent out to him by the end of the day today. So
Excellent.
Wow, making it easy to make sure people feel appreciated. This is awesome.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, Linda.
I was
Thank you.
just going
Thank
to give
you.
you one little tip. Change if you use Calendly, add asking them for their address and their birthday within your Calendly link as some of the things you want to know. Then you always have their birthday, or not necessarily.
Wow, that's good.
You don't care, but you have the address. And then after you've met with them, you can easily send a card saying how much you enjoyed that. So that's my tip for the day.
Do you ever send things to people that haven't necessarily given you their address, but you can find it because they have a public like office or an address somewhere? Is that okay to do in general?
I do. I look where I can, and I suppose because I'm a grandmother type, if I ask them, can I have your address? They give it to me.
Yeah.
They just give it to me. I tell them I'm not going to stalk them, but
Yeah. It's fun being part of the Giver Marketing Network because you got people sending you stuff all over the place. I'm getting swag from all over different companies, different people, and I'm sending stuff out. I'm getting stuff in. It's super fun to just be a part of a community where you do have a physical address. You can send people things that are meaningful to them. And so thank you again, Linda. Really appreciate you today. Good job. Good job. Everybody look up Linda. Make sure you stay connected with her. And she might even ask for your address somehow.
Ooh, I will.
Watch out. That'll be good. That'll
Watch
be good.
Your mailbox.
Watch your mailbox. Okay. Talk to you soon. Thanks, Linda. Oh my gosh. She's too much. Well, Karen, we've been working together for a little while now.
What a day, Timothy. All these awesome speakers coming in and landing some really awesome value to so many people. This is really great. So thanks for doing this.
Yeah. And you were a big part of kind of helping us rethink how we were going to be doing some of this kind of stuff. And we had met through a friend, and you're part of a radio station. And so you have some tips for us that I think would be really important to pay attention to as you're looking at different ways of marketing. And by the way, you and I have talked about this, and many of our team members and some of our trainings internally, and through the Giver Marketing Blueprint as well. Marketing is pre-sales communication.
Yeah.
That's all it is, right? So, and it sounds easy, but it's simple, but not easy, right? So you want to communicate well and effectively, and make sure folks are engaging with you emotionally and pragmatically as well. And remind them that you're around in a tactful way without spamming them. So
absolutely.
With that, Karen, I know you're going to share some marketing tips with us today from an industry and kind of a perspective that you have. But before we do that, can you share a little bit of your backstory or where you came from? How did you even get into the space that you're in?
I'd be happy to. Yeah. Well, for me, it actually goes back to being a young kid. I was the youngest of 4 girls, and the third oldest was born deaf. And so as I was growing up with her, I was, learning about sign language and so forth. But she and I, when she would have to go out to the store as a teenager, for example, and she was going, my dad would often send me with her because he wanted to make sure that if she ever got into some communication issues, that she had somebody there to help clarify her message, right? So a lot of times she was fine. She could read lips really well. She could, she could speak very well as well. But every once in a while you go to the checkout, for example, and some guy's there with this extra hairy beard that you can't even see the lips to be able to read them, and so you can see he's open his mouth, but no way she's going to be able to know exactly what he's saying. So that's when I'm like, okay, she needs my help to clarify the message. And so then from there, I ended up growing up and going to become a teacher in a public school system where out of 13 years that I taught, 10 of those years I was a special education teacher. And what was I doing a lot of time for those kids? I was clarifying the message for them to be able to grasp what was being said. And also we would have meetings where we're around a table and we're talking through, okay, we have to have this kid, we have to have a specialized plan for this kid, but we had all these different professionals coming on with their own different ideas. So we had to come together to clarify the message for what were we going to do for this kid. And then I also, as an administrative pastor, that I was involved with a lot of the leadership of the church and so forth. And so we'd have lots of meetings where I was leading the meeting, and what was I doing? I was helping to clarify the message, right? So when I ended up deciding to, I actually had been back into teaching and was just like, yeah, I got out of this for a reason. It's great, but it wasn't my field of favor. It wasn't my place to thrive, I guess. So when I decided to go ahead and get back out, I just kind of went cold turkey. I started a digital marketing agency. And part of that, had a really great opportunity to start helping people clarify their message, because that was just something where even communication, some of you, probably a lot of marketing people that are marketers are listening to this. And so a lot of them probably had opportunities like me, even growing up, where your mom is really this far this way with her personality, your dad's really this far this way. And sometimes they weren't always getting the conversation either. But what were we able to do as kids? We're able to help them understand each other and clarify the message. And there's just so many opportunities out in the world where you're seeing billboards and commercials and so forth, where a lot of times they're getting it right, but sometimes it just really sticks out. They really didn't clarify the message there. So when I went to a Christian radio station to share about a ministry opportunity that I had to invite people to come to, out of that, I got invited to be part of their team. And it took me, it was about 9 months later where I was like, okay, I'm ready for this. And so I have been helping people clarify their message on the radio then for a little over a year now. So I'm excited about it.
Yay. So now you're rocking it with the airwaves, huh? And
yes,
I know that radio's changed quite a bit over the years, but we always like to think of in terms of these principles being for the audio, right? For the audio listeners, mm-hmm. And whether that's a traditional audio or more modern levels of audio, you want to layer all this stuff. You want it all to be a part of your mix. You want it. Yes. There's some messages need to be told through audio, and it's mm-hmm. very, very important. Mm-hmm. And that's why it's not going away. So all these principles that Karen's about to share with us can be kind of extrapolated and applied in different ways. But mm-hmm. just know, until humans lose their ears, everything that Karen is about to talk about and just having to do with marketing and her perspective is very important to listen to. So with that, Karen, I'm going to hand the stage over to you.
Alrighty.
And we're going to rock and roll and bring up your presentation here in just one.
Perfect. Awesome. Okay. Well, yeah. And so if you are a digital marketing agency owner, then I would encourage you, don't close your ears just yet, because stay tuned to hear why you also need to know about radio for the sake of your clients. Okay. Yes, puns intended. Okay. So isn't radio dead? I can hear it now. Karen, come on. We got internet. We've got Sirius, however you say it, radio in the car, right? The computerized version. You got Bluetooth speaker. You got all these different kinds of digital ways to plug in, to get messages out to, Facebook advertising and all these other things. We don't need radio anymore, right? Wrong. There's going to be a lot of different ways that radio can be used for your clients, but I'm going to talk specifically about a certain type of client that you want to particularly be in tune to. So not so fast. Don't get rid of the radio yet. We're still using it in the cars, and I can, a lot of times I'll have my Bluetooth speaker here in the house tuned into our radio station. And even 70% of teenagers are still listening to the radio. So yes, I help business leaders struggling to get noticed by their local audience get found by their clients through interactive radio. So radio has made the difference for these clients of mine. The top picture here is Tim and Linda. Tim and Linda are owners of a footwear store in a small town here, and Tim came to me last year, a little more than a year ago, and he's like, hey, we need help with our first quarter because our sales are always low, and so we just want to see what would radio do for that. And so Tim came back to us after the first quarter, and he said, we've had the best first quarter ever. And so he was really happy with his radio. And then we had on the next one down, this couple, Leah and Andrew, they are part of a nonprofit organization. They help parents to be able to be better parents for their kids. And so when they would have their workshops, and they would ask, okay, how did you guys find out about the workshop? Well, first of all, when they were doing radio, creating really awesome creative things with us on the radio, then their attendance was higher. And when they did that survey, then they always found out most of the people, I don't think I have an exact percentage, but I think it was between 80 to 90% of the people were there because of the radio ads that they were running. And then the one below down there, that's Kenton and his wife, and in front of his truck. And Kenton is an heir. He's going to be the heir to a HVAC company, and they're clients of ours. And he as they, definitely before I came on, they were at a lower amount of advertising that they were doing. And so I was helping them through their plan and positioning them to have some things I'm going to share with you a little bit later to make sure those things were in good alignment. And so afterwards, his admin said, oh my goodness, yes, radio is so making a difference for us. So definitely I'm making the case for you that there's radio can work for a lot of different things, but if you have a local business owner, then I think you should really pay attention to what radio can do for them. In the digital age, where does radio fit? Again, consider the locally owned business owners. What you have with the locally owned business owners is that they are, they're trying to be a trusted community leader. They want to prosper, but they also want to be a trusted community leader for their industry. And so a lot of them they're growing locally based. They want to grow their locally based client. They want to grow their local client base. And there's not enough. They don't have enough clients to grow. They're feeling that they are inadequate. They wonder if they should even quit sometimes, right? Because being a locally owned business owner can be tough at times. And so there's a lot of things that they have to come up with, come against. And so sometimes they might even be, hey, is this even working? Should I close the doors or not? But what they want is, I'm sorry, I'm having to read my, I'm at that age, of course, where I'm having to slide the glasses down the nose so I can read better for you. Okay. So what you want to do as the agency owner and interacting with them as a business owner, you understand their problems. And so one of the things that you can do is, one, go through this presentation and learn some things as I go through, but also I'm going to give you a resource, rab.com. That stands for Radio Advertising Bureau. But it's rab.com. There are so many things in there. And so if you're wondering, does radio work for this industry? Go to that website and look, because yes, it probably does actually, but it's going to be a really good resource for you to be able to help your client to know to succeed. So then the clients will find what you want to do is you want to help your clients, if you're helping with digital and so forth. Yes, there's a lot of different things that that they do need. But if you're realizing after going through this presentation and you realize, they probably do need to find radio, then help them find the right station and get the right plan that works for them and help your clients grow in the community and the influence in the community. Okay. And so here's some things that will help your clients, because with radio, with all these different things, and Tim was alluding and mentioning some of these, radio, it has so many interactive components, and it also brings the theater of the mind. When you have a really great creative for people to listen to, then the theater of the mind is amazing. And so radio is personal. It is, gotta open up there we go. Okay, it's personal, it's social, it's interactive, it's engaging, it's emotional, immediate, live, just all these different things. And so radio is just a really great way to help your clients to become trusted in the community. And radio, so I mentioned before, I work for a Christian radio station. And so one of the neat benefits about Christian radio is that if your client has family friendly content, if their products and services are family friendly, if they're just one of those things that would just add a lot of benefit to the family, then you can look for a Christian radio station or a faith-based radio station, because they are known to have a higher responsive audience, because they know that not everybody's going to just be filtered into a Christian radio station. And so they when there is a radio advertisement that's being done, then they are going to be more likely to go and to respond to that advertiser on that station. So you can also know that with there's a relationship that gets built too a lot with the DJs. A lot of times, especially somebody's going into work at the same time every day or coming home the same time every day, and they're listening to those specific DJs. They know their kids, they know names, they know their pet names, they know when they went to Florida for vacation or wherever it was. And so they start to know, like, and trust the DJs. And then the DJs then are a lot of times promoting those advertisers on the station, and and then of course they're listening to those other advertisers. So radio helps your clients become known, like, and trusted by the listening audience, because they're already liking and trusting the DJs and the radio station. So, and also radio provides connection. So when we're feeling disconnected from the world, sometimes, you might be into your podcasts and some other things that are kind of solo. But when things are going on in the world, you plug into the radio. At least I know I do that. I plug into the radio because I want to know, what are they saying about this? Who's, what's the topics? How I just want to feel that connection with that person with me. So radio is an important way to help people be connected. So another thing that, as I'm mentioning, those clients of yours that are local, then you want to help them with local radio, because it just really helps. This is a map of our radio station, the 2 different areas that we cover. And so it just really helps them to get that esteem, get that recognition within the community. And so it's local. And then the reach. So this is really awesome. So again, as I mentioned, if you're doing digital advertising for your people, that's awesome. But if you help them to go to radio, you're helping them 5 times their top of mind awareness. This was Radio Advertising Bureau did this study. It was a 2-year study, and it showed that people that were on the radio consistently had 5 times the top of mind awareness. And isn't that what your clients want? So another reason for radio. Okay, and then get this. This one actually blew me away, is that to hear that radio drives, another reason to have both digital and radio, drives 29% in Google searches, another Radio Advertising Bureau statistic. Okay, so how do you ensure success? That's a great question. I'm so glad you asked. How do you ensure success? Because there are those people that have said, I've tried radio before and it didn't work for me. Well, if you've heard that, then probably it was one of these 4 things that was the problem. So Zach, who has a tree care service in my area, he was saying, oh, it's not working for me. And so I ended up becoming his consultant, and we dialed in these things. And so now he's having great results. So with you want a great station. So I already described some ways to find a great station. I'll get into a little bit more in a minute. And then you want a great schedule. And so a great schedule is you're wanting to make sure that you're on air enough. There's something called the rule of 3. And so you want them to be able to, the frequency of 3, you want them to be able to be heard 3 times during a given amount of time. And so to get that, each station is going to be a little different. But for our station, it's about 24 times a week during the morning, midday, and afternoon shows, that if they're on 24 times a week, then my client is going to be able to be heard across all, they're going to become the top of mind awareness person for those industries and so forth. Okay. And then you want to have a great plan. So what's your plan? Like, what are you trying to convey? How are you doing this? Is it on your radio? Is it on your website? Is it on, you want to have a great plan that's more encompassing. And then you also want a great creative. And so having that commercial just dialed in just right is going to really help to be able to just really, again, bring that theater of the mind, bring that trust, and just really help grab the attention of the person. You don't just want a audio business card. You want to have a call to action, and you want to have a story in there that really helps grab the person's attention and helps to answer the questions that they have to be able to help them connect with your client. Okay. And how do you choose a station? I'm so glad you asked that question too. That's a great question. Okay. So there's demographics. So for example, our radio station tends to have a little bit higher percentage of women than men. I think it's about 55% of women are listening to our radio station. And the reason why that happens to be good for our clients is because, okay, let's face it. Come on, let's face it. Who does most of the decision making when it comes to buying products and services, right? It's the ladies. And if they're not the one making the decision, they're definitely influencing the decision, right? So if they're listening to a station, then that's probably a good indication for your client, assuming that your client has the types of things that the ladies are looking for, which if it's for your family, they probably are. And then consumer affinities. So what are some things that they would, like to know about? What are some things that they like to do? What are, those are some things that you want to find out what your client's affinities are, and does it match up with the station? Okay. Another way to choose a station is through some Nielsen ratings and Eastland ratings. Earlier, I was mentioning a vendor that was helping me out. He was through Eastland ratings and Nielsen ratings. This is one of the things I'll say, though, is that not all stations appear equally across all of them. They might show up in one search, like 12 years old and older, but they're not necessarily going to show up if you're trying to dial in for specific age groups and so forth. So, but that is a potential way to help you find a station that could be fitting for your client. All right, so that's pretty much it. If this piqued your curiosity and you have some clients that you're like, you know what, this isn't a bad idea. I really need to help them. They're a local business owner. They really want to be seen. We don't want them to be left feeling dejected that they're not relating to their community. They don't want them to be frustrated that the community doesn't really understand and recognize them, because maybe the community is not always on Facebook seeing those advertisings in the same way. Or they want, they want to help them be better trusted, because they're not only seeing it in Facebook and other places, but they're hearing it on the air. Help them be seen as a trusted business leader in the community and get that local client base built up. Okay. If you'd like to connect with me, you can reach out to me at the link there, calendly.com/kingdomdynamics/consult. And I'd be happy to spend 30 minutes or so with you to answer your questions that you have about your potential business, if you're a business owner, or if you have a client that you think, you know what, maybe this is going to be a good fit for them, then reach out to me through that Calendly link and we'll have a chat.
Great job today, Karen. Question for you as we kind of wrap up this conversation about kind of the audio side of our marketing plans. Do the people who reach out to you need to be local?
No. So if I were only looking for local people to respond today, I would have like even focused more on like maybe my radio station and so forth. But I believe that I can probably, there's probably enough questions that people might have that I could maybe help steer them in a direction for them and for their clients.
Okay, good. Because I know that you and I have worked on some things together and had some deeper conversations about business and marketing and different things. And
Yeah.
so I know that you go way beyond just the marketing piece, even though that is one of your superpowers because you're doing that day in, day out. You know about events, you know about radio, you know about local kind of get-togethers and local campaigns and local things. But I also know that there are people that maybe want to pick your brain on how to launch a national campaign about something
Okay.
or
Mm-hmm.
how to do this. Maybe they're considering a national radio blitz all over the place. Would you be willing to have those conversations, just kind of guide them through things, best practices around that?
So yeah, what I'll say is that I really enjoy connecting with people, and if there's something that I don't know the answer to or I'm not the answer for, I like to help them find the person that will. So yeah, if it's something that I can answer directly, I will, and if not, then I will dig into my radio resources or whatever resources hat to find those people that are a better fit.
Great, and we all have radio stations in our local area, so a little bit of tips and ideas that could help us not kind of not waste our time or money on things that wouldn't work great for us, or maybe this station versus this station, maybe this demographic versus this demographic. Some of those basic principles before you even go in and look at all the costs would probably be helpful. So check Karen Baker's scheduler out. It was on the screen there earlier. If we can put that on the ticker as well, I'd appreciate that. Look up Karen on the social media platforms as well. And if you have any questions, you can obviously tag her in the comments and in our private Facebook group and LinkedIn and some other things. But yeah, I've guided some clients through radio ads before, Karen.
Yeah.
This is way years ago before we met. But I would still to this day do the same thing. And we're actually exploring some of the radio campaigns with one of our clients right now, and I'm just kind of thinking through it. And so you and I need to probably circle back and make sure.
Sure. Yeah. And if I can just add to that point too, as you mentioned, I like to do kingdom type work in the community. And there's a particular, he's actually a client of ours too, but we probably would help him even if he wasn't because of what the type of stuff he does, we like to do. So we'll gather different Christian denominations in a setting for unity. And so we've done that here this past year, twice in the year. One was a smaller venue, one was a larger one. But I have to tell you, Timothy, just looking around, knowing we did the digital, knowing we did the social media, knowing we did the radio, like there really is a sweet spot that comes together when you do it all. And we just really saw the results of that. The one was a smaller event. I think we had just about a couple hundred people, but the other one, we had more time to put into it, it's a bigger venue. And we had about 1,600 people show up at that
nice.
one.
So, that's very nice, especially for, some organizations have larger budgets, some have smaller budgets.
Yeah.
When you get folks to a physical location, that's worth a lot.
Yeah.
I know a lot of like movements or networks or like we're both part of 100X kind of communities. People like Pedro Adayo will pay a premium for people to show up to the room because there's just a power in having people in the room. So anybody who has those kind of events that might want to ask Karen about those kind of things too, that would be good. Also, I'm just kind of curious, like, is there any other words that you might have for the audience today as they're thinking about considering radio for different things or audio in any way? I know there's some first principles that you brought today, but anything you'd like to say?
I do want to say one thing too about comparing radio stations, for example, the radio station I work for, there's only 4, we call them big sticks in our area, that do music advertising. And so when we're looking at our pricing, our pricing is comparable to those 4, where there's some where they're like, if you're trying to do a little, look at the maps, kind of look at the maps for where they're positioned versus where your client is, or if it's your business, where your business is, for who you're going to reach. The area I live in is called Michiana, so it's a larger area. We reach about 8 total of North and South networks. We reach about 30 counties. So, you're going to pay a different dollar point for some of the different stations that way. But it's not just about reach and so forth too. You want to make sure you have a radio station that's really coming around you to be able to just really help you convey your message. I know our station, we do if you come with us with your creative, that's great. But if you come to us and you don't have anything, then we help you create that creative, and that's part of the package. So
okay. So what I'm hearing you say, if somebody has like a kind of like a social media strategy going on, and maybe they've done a few ads on maybe like some Google ads or something like that as well, it wouldn't be out of the question to put a layering component, the classic layering, like when people hear things 2 or 3 times on 2 or 3 different ways. Now we start getting a little bit of an exponential effect, right? And you said exponential earlier on your slide, but there's a layering. If I'm understanding this well, and with working with other clients and different things too, is like, look, you can take some of the same concepts and just slightly tweak it just slightly for audio so that people can hear it and remember it. Maybe it's humorous or interesting or whatever it is, remember it, and then go ahead and take some kind of call to action. It could literally be a text. It could be, it could be anything. So Karen, thank you for sharing.
Yeah, if I can say one more thing to that point, I think, Timothy, if you think of it, I think the more different ways that you can go, the more validity you add to what it is you're offering, whether it's an event or a product or a service. If you're just doing a one-off and that's all you can do, then that's great. Start there. That's fine. But when you can build into those other formats, then you're really just adding validity, so that when people are seeing it, it's different modes, right? They're seeing it here, they're hearing it there. It just really adds validity and, what I mentioned earlier, trustworthiness to what you're doing, your product, your service, your event, whatever it is.
Yeah, I love it. And I love the fact that you mentioned story too, because nothing more memorable than hearing a story related to a product or a service or something. So just to kind of have some of those tips ready for you as you go and talk to your to your local stations or even your national stations. There's a reason that you always hear these radio ads coming on, and they're just so interesting and memorable. They put a lot of time and effort into that. Quite frankly, I don't know that. It's been a long time since I've heard a boring radio ad. I mean, I know they're out there. I know they're out there. I just either I tune them out or I just don't remember them. But the ones that are memorable, I just love the way that can come across the airwaves. So
for sure,
very cool. Thank you, Karen. Appreciate you today.
Yeah, you're welcome. Absolutely.
Nice work.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll talk to you soon. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, back-to-back powerhouses. Check this out. We got Mindy Scarlett about to jump on stage, and we're really excited to have her. She's somebody who you want to talk to when it comes to publishing your book. Hi, Mindy. Good to see you.
Hi. How are you?
All right. And not everybody should publish their book in the same way, right, Mindy? There's different ways to do this, right?
Oh, absolutely.
I love how you bring kind of some different angle on the publishing your book and being an author and an authority in your space. And I just love that about you when we've talked together. And I know that you're helping a lot of the network members kind of navigate some of these thoughts. And I love the idea of putting, collaboration efforts together, and you're open to all those kind of things too.
Yep, I'm doing Center of Influence anthologies.
That's what I love. I love hearing Center of Influence anthologies. Doesn't that just sound classy, ladies and gentlemen? I love that. So fun. Well, hey, Mindy, how did you get into this space? Like, how did you get into helping, brands and influencers and clients with their marketing, but more specifically the kind of the authorship side of things? How did you get to that?
Oh, it was a long and checkered journey. This actually started in Australia.
Okay, tell us more.
But, well, at the grand old age of 19, I married my writing professor and immigrated to Australia sight unseen. And I started helping some friends do some ghostwriting of their books. After I got divorced and came back to the States, I ended up starting a marketing agency. And in 2015, I really started doing the, helping somebody shine a light on their brand by writing a book and making it an Amazon bestseller. But it was just one of my lines of business. Fast forward, we shifted to Florida in 2020, just in time for lockdown, which kind of closed the doors on my agency and gave me time to rethink, retool, and decide to niche down and only do the ghostwriting publishing, but with a difference, because I do it from a branding perspective. So I do a deep dive on someone's brand, help them dust it off and improve it if necessary, before I then help them decide what should your book be about. And trust me, I've had some people running in the front door convinced they need to do book A. And by the time I got done with them, they were doing book B. And, 3 years later, they're still doing book signings and getting requests to speak. Whereas if they had done book A, they would have sunk without tricks.
Well, that's the bottom line, isn't it? I mean, if we have a message to tell and we have a mission that we're on, we want people to pay attention, and it needs to be thought through from a multiple layer perspective. And no better way to do that than to take the kind of that branding background and that ability to produce a work that can be long lasting and marry the two. That's great, Mindy. Thank you for sharing a little bit of your background so that we know where you're coming from. We know where this information's coming from, and you've been in the space for years. You know what you're talking about. I know this because you and I have connected quite a bit, and just being able to kind of work together on different things. So, Mindy, I'm gonna slowly just slip away, and I'm gonna hand the microphone over to you to share some tips with us, some perspectives, some thoughts, some ideas, and then we'll come back around for some questions and answers. So, if you have any questions for Mindy during this, please make sure and ask those in the comment section wherever you're listening, okay, and wherever you're watching. So this is going to be fun. I'm excited. Thank you.
Okay. All right, great. I just put in the chat, how do I advance the slide? And then the thing came up on my screen, so I'm good. So yes, Mindy Scarlett of the Scarlett Creative Group, where I handle publishing, ghostwriting, and branding. And of course, that always brings questions because people don't always associate publishing with branding. But I think my answer to Tim's question kind of explained that. So moving on, just a quick overview of me. North of 30 years experience in marketing and branding. I've worked with a lot of clients to make them best-selling authors. I'm also a contributing editor for South Magazine in Savannah, Georgia. And I've worked for a lot of publications all around the world. So that's kind of my writing pedigree, if you will. Okay, fundamental question. Why would you want to become a best-selling author? How does that help your business? Well, the three obvious answers to that questions are increased credibility, increased visibility, and increased revenue, all of which are beneficial to your business. So I always have to chat with clients about, okay, this is not your memoirs. This is not War and Peace. This is not a book that you're going to make $2 million off. This is a marketing tool that we are carefully crafting and figuring out how to utilize. And it's funny. I get asked this question in networking events a lot, but everybody seems to be doing it. That's true. There's a certain amount of 10 years ago, it was more of a special added extra. Now, a lot more people are doing it. But that also means that it's actually more detrimental to you if you don't have it. Because people expect it. Like they expect business cards. They're now pretty much getting to the point of expecting a book. But it's a great way for you to brag about your business and shine a light on your brand and to really point out to people why they should do business with you. However, writing and publishing a best-selling book I've lost track of the number of people I've talked to who've said, oh yeah, I've been thinking about it for years. I started it. I got a title. I sort of didn't get there. And there's a lot of confusion, and I'm here to help you get the clarity and to provide a whole suite of professionals who will actually do the proofreading, editing, artwork, and the taking it across the finish line to make it a bestseller. So we're here to help you answer all those questions and support you and figure out the best way for you to actually create that book. So where do you begin your best-selling journey? Well, you begin by analyzing your brand and defining your audience. That's the two most important steps in becoming a best-selling author, because trust me, writing the wrong book can actually cost you. I had a business coach, this is about 3 years back, came bouncing into my office, and he wanted to write a book on business communication. I said, great, and no joke, he came into my office with a stack of papers like this, of all these notes, of all these sessions that he'd done on business communication. And after I did a deep dive on his brand and sorted out what he was trying to do, I actually turned around and said, no, you need to be doing a book on your unique process. And that's what we did. 3 years later, he's still doing book signings at Barnes & Noble. He's still getting requests to speak, and it's still shining a light on his business and his brand. Whereas if he had gone with his first choice, he probably would have sunk without a trace, because business communication is a very crowded vertical and there's a lot of competition. And it would have been hard for him to have stood out in that space. So how do we work with our clients? Well, people tend to think that you start with the writing and the editing. Well, you don't. You actually start with the mindset, the focus, and the accountability. And what we do is we set up processes so that accountability doesn't feel like the teacher's smacking your hand with the ruler. We set it up so it makes it easy for you to accomplish what you want to accomplish, because we ease out all the wrinkles, we answer all your questions, we kind of smooth the way. And then, of course, then we get down to the writing and the editing and the graphic design. And the formatting and the market research. And the market research, this is an important piece, because this is where my Amazon expert does a deep dive in terms of what category should you launch in. So that's what market research is all about. And there's a lot of things people, I've had other people say, oh yeah, but it's pretty straightforward. I can just go and upload my own book on Amazon. Well, yeah, you can, but you got to watch out for the tripwires. Like, for instance, a lot of people who say, oh yeah, I've already got a book written, I just need to upload it to Amazon, I'm fine. They don't realize that Amazon offers free ISBN numbers. And they think, oh great, I'll get a free ISBN number. Well, what they don't realize is that they just married Amazon. They can't distribute that book anywhere else if they take the free ISBN number from Amazon. So these are the tripwires and the potholes that we make sure that our clients don't step into or fall over. Okay, so how do we do that? Well, we actually do it in 4 different ways. It's done. Oh, someone's just asked the question, what number of pages is the most appropriate? That varies. The minimum, I always say to my clients that the minimum is 140, and this is a 6x9 paperback, because you need the spine of the book to be thick enough to write on, to actually be able to put the title of the book on the spine. And of course, you want it to feel like a book. You don't want it to feel like an overgrown brochure. Okay, so we have the, and boy, I'm really getting questions here. Is a short ebook valuable, or do we need a longer print book? That's an unknowable question, because every situation is different. There are some people some businesses where an ebook will do the trick, and that'll be magic for them, and that's fine. And then there are other people who need the physical book. So that really determines what your business is, who your audience is, and how you're utilizing the book in your marketing program. I hate to give a waffly answer, but that's just the truth, that it depends on the circumstances and the situation as to whether a print book is imperative or not. Okay, so the 4 ways that we take people across the finish line to turn them into best-selling authors is the done for you, fully concierge ghostwriting. So I just talk to my clients, extract the information, do the research, and write the book for them. They, of course, it's their content, it's their stories, and they approve. But from a time perspective, if they're too busy to do the writing, then I do it for them after I've had the conversation. There's the done with you, similar process, but then I send you away to, do each chapter and bring it back as a rough draft. And then I'm very excited about this because I am launching next in February a workshop. It's going to be a 12-week workshop followed by a 4-week publishing launch. And it's going to be in person in Orlando, and it will also be live streamed. So no matter where you are, you can join it. And it's certainly a way to make good on that New Year's resolution to finally get that book written. And then the last thing is something that I'm about to launch, and this I'm really excited by. And this was a potential client that I was talking to that gave me the bright idea for this. And she is a mental health therapist, and she and her partner have joined up to launch a company called The Gray Wall. And it's all about making men understand that it's okay to say you need help in the mental health department. And she said, oh, I need to do a book. My partner needs to do a book. And I have 3 other people in my sphere of influence that need to do a book. And I got off the phone and I'm like, if she did a Center of Influence anthology, all of those people, and we made it a bestseller, all of those people would then have the bragging rights to say that they were a best-selling author, because Amazon allows you to put up to 10 names on the front cover of a book. So this is my opinion, is that this is the only type of anthology that will really help your business. I sort of shake my head a little bit when I hear of other publishers and other organizations doing anthologies that have, 20, 30, even 40 people in it. You kind of get lost in the sauce. But again, depends on you, your business, and what's the most appropriate for you. But I've decided to bring this to market as a specialty anthology. And it will allow people to really shine a light on what they do for a much lower price point than if they produced an entire book. Okay, quick commercial about us. Why should you choose us? We have an amazing team. Our background in branding and marketing, our variety of writing and publishing packages, and last but certainly not least is our industry connections to hybrid publishers. And why this is important is if you go through a traditional publisher, you have a lot of barriers to entry. You have to have an agent, and you have to send out and get a bunch of rejection letters. And then if you go all the way to someone who only publishes on Amazon, well, that limits your reach. So by working with a hybrid publisher, we can still give you the best-selling Amazon designation, but we can also get you out there to Barnes & Noble and Books A Million and all the other public book distribution channels that are out there. Okay, launching in February. I have a webinar tomorrow night that will explain all about it, and I will figure out how to pop the link in the chat so that you can sign up. And that brings me to my conclusion. So here is a QR code, and full disclosure, this is the first time I've used this. I did check it out, it did work. So this is the QR code to my Linktree, which has all chapter and verse of all the ways to contact me, ways to book an appointment with me, etc. So I hope that this information has been helpful. And if there's any other questions, I'll see if they pop up here at the bottom. Otherwise, I'm ready to jump back in the room and talk to Tim.
Thank you, Mindy, so much. Hey, reach out to Mindy, ladies and gentlemen. And I know that you had mentioned some of the kind of like groups that you got putting together and some things you're doing in February. Do you have a gift for the audience of any kind today, Mindy?
Oh, yes, I do. I have a strategy session.
Okay.
That I normally charge $197 for.
Okay.
And if you say that you saw me here, I will give it to you for free.
Oh my. Okay. So just mention the word summit, because you can kind of ask them when, where, and how, and all that. But just mention the word summit, and she'll be able to ask you more questions about where you're able to see her, and she'll be able to give you that nearly $200 value a session with you if you just reach out to her. Go to her link tree, make sure and schedule a time with her, and mention the word summit, and we'll make sure and just bless you guys with that. Nice, Mindy. Thank you for doing that. Really appreciate that. I know that's kind of an invite only kind of an offer, so take advantage of that while it's still available. Good job.
No, absolutely, because that's where I really help you dig down and look at your brand and figure out what book should you write.
Yeah. Mindy, what are some of the most common mistakes that an author makes in today's world? You mentioned one about kind of getting locked in with the ISBN number with Amazon. Did I say that right?
You did.
But what are some of the other, like maybe one or two things that you see, like, oh my goodness, if I could tell everybody, don't do these two things. Like, what are a couple more things?
The biggest thing is figuring out the right subject matter, the right angle, and the right style to suit you, your brand, and your audience.
Ooh, okay. So it's not good enough just to have a cool topic. It's got to resonate with the audience. You got to be able to get it to the right channels. It's got to be coordinated and organized in a certain fashion so it's palatable and it's digestible, and it's got to keep the attention of the reader and the audience. Exactly. Okay. All right. So
because you want to avoid sounding like a textbook. So typically once the rough draft is done, I'll usually circle back and say, okay, you make this point here. Now cough up a story to illustrate it.
Got it. Okay. Gotcha. I know that back in the day when I still do some preaching at churches and different things, there's always some feedback you can get from somebody and say, look, you should probably pepper in some more stories so we can remember this better and some of these kind of things. And so it sounds like you take folks through a process of really pulling out what they really, really, really want to say, not just what's comfortable for them or what's maybe a good idea for a topic, or kind of half-heartedly putting a book together. Like, that's just a waste of time for everybody. The author, the reader, the publisher, the people on the internet checking out your stuff. That's just a waste of time it's like printing letters backwards on a business card or something. Like, it just doesn't make sense to even do that. And don't get me wrong, a book is definitely more substantive than a business card. But in today's world, it's almost, like you said, it's almost a necessary consideration for your brand if you're going to be really putting some good oomph behind your business and growing. Now, look, if you're just cruising, you got your book of business, you're going into retirement in the next 2 or 3 years. Maybe wait till you're about to retire. Talk to Mindy about kind of a legacy book or something like that. But if you're really wanting to grow your business and leverage this medium for a business growth, take to heart some of the anthology concepts, some of the best practices here, and get the ball rolling. Reach out to Mindy and see what she says about maybe your concept, and she'll gauge your passion. She'll gauge and see if this is really a viable. She'll give you honest feedback. That's one thing I know about Mindy. She'll give you honest feedback. She's not just going to say, "Yeah, that sounds great. Work together. I'm just in it for the money." Like, she's
diplomatic about it, but
I mean, that's the difficulty with some of the folks out there, is they're so desperate to help you publish your book and grab the cash.
Yeah, I'm not an order taker.
Tell you no.
Yeah,
right?
I'm not an order taker. So I want to make sure that you're going to get the full value out of what you do. And that's why I'm so excited about putting together this anthology concept. And the first one I've just launched, and it's for executive women to give advice to their younger counterparts. It's called How to Break the Glass Ceiling and Still Keep It Nice.
Whoa, that sounds like that sounds super interesting, because half of the Giver Marketing Network, more than half, is females that are rocking it. I mean, they're killing it. Like, they're doing, so they have a lot to offer as far as mentorship and some of those kind of things. And so we might have to do like an iteration of that someday and just work together on some things. That'll be fun.
Well, just keep in mind that doing the right anthology
Yeah.
It's a great first step into the publishing world, which means you can have the bragging rights of saying that you are a best-selling author for less than $5,000.
Nice. Okay. All right. So for a reasonable budget, you can have that kind of badge of honor, and it's legit. It's not scammy or spammy. It's like it's super good. Okay. Good. Cool.
And it's just the fundamental. Do I have time to tell a very quick story?
Yeah, do a quick story, and then yeah.
I was actually part of an anthology this summer. I'd been aware of them as a trend and what have you, but had never actually done one or participated in one. And I was actually just reaching out to publishers so that if someone came in and said they didn't want to publish on Amazon, to make sure I had plenty of other options for them. And this publisher said, "Oh, I've just lost my editor for an anthology. Can you take it on as a freelance project?" I said, "Sure, no problem." And she said, "Oh, by the way, why don't you do a chapter as well?" Okay, I'll do a chapter. And without going into all the details, let's just say I learned how not to do an anthology.
Okay, fair enough.
And there was too many people in it. It just wasn't done to the point where it could really be a tool for somebody to promote their business. It was nice, pleasant. You know, I enjoyed meeting all the ladies, enjoyed writing the chapter for it, but then it kind of opened my eyes to another path that I could create that really would help business owners shine a light on their business. And the fact that Amazon allows you to print up to 10 authors' names on the front cover. I don't ever want to do an anthology where somebody has to be listed on the back cover, because that's kind of counterproductive. So this way I have all the names on the front cover, visible, etc. And then also at the other end, a lot of times with these anthologies where they only charge a small amount of money, they don't have the budget to promote it.
Good point.
It's published, but unless you get out there and beat your own drum, there's really, not a lot happening. So as part of this, we're giving DIY packages to everyone that includes a video sizzle reel that will show your face and the book with your name on it. We'll have graphics for social media that has the book and your face on it. So we're going to give everybody all these pieces of collateral so that they can go out in their own tribe and say, "Hey, I'm in a best-selling book. Please go buy it," or "Please come to the book signing," or, so we'll give them the tools to truly go out there and blow their own trumpet to say, "Hey, look what I did. Come by. Look what I did."
There's a couple of tips right there, Mindy. I mean, however you're publishing, there's some tips right there that are just kind of peppered into the conversation here. Video and kind of the social strategy as well, and the imagery, not just the book cover, but the imagery around what you're doing. Because of your marketing background, it would be worth just talking to you, no matter how you're publishing. Like, just talk to Mindy and ask her, what are the 5 things I need non-negotiable? And sounds like we got 3 or 4 of them right there. So
right. And this is what I caution people: having a best-selling book is not a magic wand. It's like if you go to Home Depot and get that big fancy hammer and come home and stick it in the toolbox and then complain it's not working for you. Well, you got to take it out of the toolbox and swing it before it starts working for you. And it's the same way with the book.
Know what's going on. Yeah. Okay, good. Yeah, we believe in that around here. Organic, paid, authentic marketing of all kinds. That promotional piece that we always talk about, branding, visibility, promotion, nurturing, in that order. That promotional piece of things you're proud of that are very authentic to you, that are not, not weird and clickbait stuff, like just absolutely quality. And you can tell by listening to you, Mindy, that you have a quality of presentation, a quality of content in mind as you're preparing the author for this journey that could absolutely change not only their lives as the author, but all the readers. Their lives can be changed for the better. So you're on mission just by default by helping these folks. So thank you for your time today. Thank you for setting aside your genius and offering that to the table of awesomeness today on the summit today. So thank you again. Really appreciate you, Mindy. Thank you so much.
Okay, well, thanks for the invite. It was lovely being here.
You got it. All right, good. Patrick Smith, I got my eye on you, my friend. Got my eye on you. You're about to be on the stage. I'm so excited. This is going to be good. because Patrick has a breadth of knowledge. But let me invite him here. Let's see if we can get his story. Share, Patrick. So good to see you, my friend. You've been kind of tracking along and just asking questions and being highly involved in the summit today, and really appreciate you for doing that. Oh man, I'm liking your background. That's very cool.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay today, Timothy? I know we were having a problem with sound before.
No, we got you. You're sounding great, looking good. People are going to want to know, Patrick, because you're going to bring some goodies today. But people are going to want to know, like, how did you get into the marketing space? I know your story, but if you could share that with the audience and just pull back the curtain a little bit. I know there's a lot to share. I understand that. Anybody who's done some good things for a long enough period of time have multiple layers to their stories. But give us the short version of what industries did you come from? How did you get into doing what you're doing now?
Sure. I'm not all about tooting my own horn. That wasn't kind of what I was going to come in here and do. But the short version is that I've been running brick and mortar companies since about 1988.
Okay.
Started out in real estate. Still am a licensed broker, but I don't use it anymore. But what the heck, who knows?
Helping friends and family, you just never know, right?
That's right. So 25 years of running my own companies, going from an individual agent up to the point where I had offices in 2 states, lots of staff, flew all over the place, was not a real nice guy to work with. Was under some pretty high stress. I think my busiest day, I sold about 20 houses in one day. So it was a pretty powerful bunch of stuff going on. And about 2013, I got into an automobile accident. And part of that accident was, I've been in other accidents, but that one was scariest. Airbags, totaled car kind of stuff. And couldn't walk. I couldn't drive for a while because of some damage to my feet and things. And as I was unfortunately suing my own insurance company because they didn't want to pay off on my underinsured motorist policy, which I finally won. That was nice. But my lawyer saw what I'd been doing for years in marketing, because I started doing video marketing in about 1992, started doing website stuff in about 1994. So lots and lots of years of doing online or doing marketing. And my attorney said, "Can you do that for me?" And I had never thought about that. And I went, "I guess." Why not? So I took that 25 years of experience that I used to train my agents and grow my businesses, started doing it online. And I knew at some point I wanted to get out of brick and mortar and get on the road. So today I'm what I call a nomadic entrepreneur. I live in an RV, have for the last 3 years run my companies while I travel. And so wherever I park is my office. And I absolutely love it. It's a fantastic lifestyle. So you can grow a business anywhere in the world today from doing anything that you want. So, it's great. So now I have the opportunity to help local businesses, and that's really my passion. Is I started out on my own making lots of mistakes, wearing lots of hats, trying to figure out how to do all this stuff, spending an insane amount of money on stuff that didn't work. And my goal is to help the local businesses and online businesses, but especially the small mom and pop size businesses, be able to grow and get the tools in their hands to keep them competitive, because they support everything. They support our whole country. They are what it's all about.
Well, you heard it, ladies and gentlemen. You've heard of the mobile mechanic. Now we got Patrick Smith, the mobile marketing professional. That who knows, he might be the nomad that's driving through your region of the country at some point. Are you still in Northern California right now, or where have you been traveling recently?
I've been up in the Pacific Northwest for the last several months, and right now I'm in Sacramento. I came down. My brother's in Yellowstone, hiking through Yellowstone, so I'm house sitting.
Oh, okay.
And I'm actually buying a new trailer today, so that too.
Oh, good day for you today. Okay. Well, hey, I'm gonna slip away. I want to hear these nuggets, kind of your superpowers, and like what you have for us today, and then maybe come back with some questions. Does that sound good?
Sure.
Great. Awesome.
So okay, that was going to ask. You turn the slide on. Okay. So today I want to talk to you about one specific thing because I have a full service digital marketing company. But before I get into that, I got a really good dad joke for you. Okay, a really bad dad joke for you. So what do you call a boomerang that doesn't come back? Okay, it's a stick. Okay, so you'll get the reason for that in a few minutes. But today's training is about how you can automatically reach your prospects 100% of the time. And the question I have for you is, who is the best candidate to be your next customer? Okay, who's the best person that could be your next customer? And if you want to put it in the chat box, that'd be awesome. But just try to see if you can think in your mind about who is your best customer. Well, the reality is the best customer that you have is the one that is already visited your site or you're already doing business with, as we know. But I want to ask you if you understand what the Amazon strategy is. And you may have seen this, but not really noticed it or understood how it works. But that's what I want to kind of help you unravel today, is the Amazon strategy and how you could take it, put it to work for you in your business in a cost-effective way that is an amazing return on investment. So let's say you go into Amazon, you're looking to buy a phone. Okay, so I'm looking at this phone, and yes, I know this is in Canadian dollars, if you can actually read that, but that's the slide that I have. But say you're looking at buying a used phone on Amazon, and something happens. Your cat jumps up in your lap, the kids are crying, something goes on. Maybe you put it in the cart, but you don't finish buying it, or you stick it on your wish list, and then you move on in your day. And then that phone starts following you everywhere you go. So you're on ESPN looking at the golf video, and above it is an ad about that phone. Or you're over on CNN, and again, that phone is showing up on your ad. Or you're over at the local news URL. Maybe it's the Sacramento Bee down here. And all of a sudden, that phone is traveling after you. You're on the Weather Channel. There's that phone again. You're on Yahoo News. That phone keeps chasing me. I know, it feels like Big Brother is after you everywhere you go. So you might even be on a tablet, on a phone app. I know I've got these ads on my games that I play. I'm a big gamer. So weather apps, local apps, business apps, you see these all the time. And then part of us are always kind of like going, oh, that's a little freaky because they can follow me. But the other side of that coin is, if I really wanted that product or service, it's a really good thing to know where I was at before, because I get OLD disease. The older I get, I start forgetting things. So I might see some great product or service that I'm interested in, and then I forget where it was at. I forget what website it was at, or I forget the name of that company. So having the ability to be able to see this product or service again helps remind me. There's a thing called a reticular activator that kicks in that helps us remember the things that are top of mind. So having the item show up says, oh, that's right, that's that thing. Now, it used to be that being able to deliver this kind of information to people was only for big companies, okay? You had to look at somewhere in the $10,000 neighborhood a month just to think about doing this, okay? But today, you've got a different plan. So the idea is that there's a difference between pay-per-click marketing and digital display ads. Earlier today, we had some information about pay-per-click, and they both have their presence. But the difference is, if you do pay-per-click, that's where you're searching for something online and a text box shows up with the information about that particular product or service. Whereas a display ad shows up as an image or a GIF, whichever way you want to say it, or a video that talks about something you're already interested in or something that's related to the demographic area or the URL that you happen to be on. And the way that you're charged for them are different. On pay-per-click, that's why they call it pay-per-click, because you're being charged for the click. Okay. On digital display ads, you get charged per impressions. In other words, how many times has that ad been shown? Okay. On pay-per-click, it's harder to brand and it's harder to follow up. And how can I put this? We think in images. When you think of something or somebody or an event, there's an image that happens in your mind. Okay. Even a word creates an image. So on a search text box, we don't relate to it as fast as we do a video or an image. Because with a video or image, our mind automatically goes to that thing. So we want to be able to use those images to help solidify our brand. So there's two different types of display ad marketing. And I apologize for this because apparently my transitions aren't working on this PowerPoint presentation. So it looks a little crowded. But the top portion of this describes retargeting ad traffic. So retargeting is based around the idea that statistically across all the websites, kind of everywhere, about 96% of your website visitors don't contact you. You probably have no idea they were ever there. You spent a lot of time, a lot of money, a lot of tools to try to get people to come to your website, and you don't even know they ever showed up. Now, if you want to check that, you can have your web guy do some Google Analytics and see how many people showed up on your website, and then look at how many people actually took an action, whether they filled out a form, clicked a button, made a call, any of those kind of things. But that's the statistic. So about 4% of the people that you spent all this time and money to came to your website and actually did something. What retargeting is everybody who comes to your website, that 100% of those people, we can drop a little thing called a pixel in their browser, and it allows us to market your information to the visitors that had been on your website while they're at any other site that allows us to put in a digital display ad. Not every site has an advertisement on it. I don't think Giver Marketing has the advertising on their website, but CNN does. My websites don't have advertising on them, but many do. So we can put this pixel in there, advertise your information to follow these visitors, and then follow them from 1 to 3 months until they're ready to make a buying decision. The other type of display ad marketing is what we call cold ad traffic. And in cold ad traffic, what we're doing is looking for new customers to come to your business, to come to your virtual doorway. And that's where we place ads on sites that have an interest to your target market. So you develop your target market, decide who that avatar is for you, and then you create some demographics and put your ad in front of them. In cold traffic, there's actually multiple ways to reach those people, and I'm not going to go into a lot of those details today, but you could do everything from deciding, is it somebody who is interested in buying a BMW because they've been researching BMW ads? Or is it somebody who lives in a specific demographic area or age group or ethnicity, or actually, I don't think you can do ethnicity anymore, I'm sorry, but their income level, their jobs, all those kind of things can be targeted by what's called big data. These are like the big brothers who gather everything that you do and store it. And then in cold ad traffic, we can present those ads to those people based on those things. One example is during the Super Bowl last year, I wanted to test out a new tool that we have, which is called, I call it time-lapse traffic. And that is, I could put an address in this case I did, of the stadium that the Super Bowl was in last year, just that address, and captured all of the cell phones, what's called a MAC ID. It's the thing that makes us our phone's identification unique. And I captured all of the MAC IDs for every phone that was at that stadium for the last year. And then I could present an ad to those phones wherever they were at today. Okay. And because the stadium happened to be primarily Rams fans as far as football was going, I created a little mini ad based on the Rams, giving away some Rams swag if they entered a contest, just for fun, just to see what would happen. It was crazy what happened. So with display ads, you can do lots of different kinds of things like that. Okay. Some examples of digital display ads are these. These are different types of ads. You can see two of them have the stars on them. One of them is for a book, which kind of goes into what Minnie was just talking about. Another is a plumber, and the idea is to draw them in as quickly as you can. The plumber one there on the bottom in the red, white, and blue, or red, white, and black. That one was actually a motion ad. So I think it was every 12 seconds, that ad moved, and there were 3 different images. So the banner in the center changed colors to grab your attention and make you see it more often, or it makes your mind visualize it. It's called a pattern interrupt. It breaks your mind thought. I messed that all up. Anyway, interestingly enough, in all of the statistics that we've done with thousands and thousands and thousands of these ads across multiple countries, the ones that work the best are the star ads, the 5-star ads, the reputation review type ads. Those that get the highest click-throughs. And the ad creatives, what I was just showing you, need to be in multiple sizes. So you can do this yourself. If you want to go do this yourself, simplest thing to do is go get a Canva account, canva.com. Go to Canva. I don't work for them, but it's a great place to create these ads yourself if you want to do that. And Canva does have the ability to be able to create different size ads. I believe you could do one ad and it'll recreate some different sizes for you. But there are about 16 to 20 different sizes of ads that you need, because some ads are shown at the top of a page, some ads are shown down the side, some ads are square, some ads are video. So you can see in this case, you need a long, thin ad at the top, and an ad on the right needs to be square. So once you've created that ad, you've created that digital display ad, now you need to put it somewhere. And that's where the other cost comes in. So you have a cost to create the ad, and then you have a cost to place the ad. Ad placement costs, as someone had mentioned earlier, I think it was Joel was talking about ads. The way that it works on the internet, which this is a shortcut version of this, but it's kind of like every millisecond, there's an auction going on. Okay. And so let's say I wanted to put this ad on CNN.com, and I was willing to pay X dollars. Let's just say I was willing to pay $20 for the impressions, for 1,000 impressions on CNN. I'm just picking a number. Okay. And the next guy was willing to pay $21 for 1,000 impressions on CNN. Then his ad would show up instead of mine. Okay. So you're actually bidding on the ad space constantly. And that's why you need to have someone that has access to the tools to be able to do those bids. Okay. But there's a science behind how much you bid, how long the ads run, how many times they're shown to each person, some things like that. Because we want to make sure that, again, it used to be 7 impressions before somebody remembered you. Now I think it's 10. But you want to keep that ad in front of people as much as you can. So the idea that we have is simple. It's like, how do you make ad creation cost effective? How do you allow businesses to retarget 100% of their visitors and help market their 5-star reputation, their brand, and their special offers? Well, I kind of gave you an example. Let's say I got Quality Auto here, and this is my website. So I put a link in for people. I put a widget in. So when somebody comes to my website, I've placed a little pixel on their computer or their phone. Okay, so when they go to CNN, where am I at? ESPN, down here on the bottom right corner, you'll see a 60% off oil change ad for that auto dealer. Or I might go to ESPN and pay for a video ad. Now, placement on video ads costs a little bit more because video is more expensive. But I might put a 30-second video ad on ESPN. Or I might have that ad up on Yahoo or on the Weather Channel or on Forbes. I might throw in another video ad. So lots of placements that we could do this. Again, you could do it on your smartphone. You can do it with videos on smartphones. You can have just an ad that shows up during the scores. So lots of different ways to do it. So again, the key is someone visits your website. You capture 100% of those visitors by dropping a browser pixel. Then you market your website on any other site that they happen to be at, and then follow them for up to 90 days. Now, the problem is that not everybody is the same. So what we need to know is we don't really know who's who. What kind of a purchaser are they? What kind of a buyer are they? What we do know is the people that are going to come to your website have 3 different characteristics that they're looking for. They're either looking for a good deal, so you want to put an offer ad out there, or they're looking for a reputable company, so you want to show that person an ad that's based around reputation, or they're looking for a specific product or service, so that's when you want to show a branding ad based on that product or service or that thing that they're interested in. Since sometimes we don't know which of those 3 things the people are, then what we want to do is we want to be able to create a program or an ability to be able to switch the ads up so that we can 10x our results and stop what's called banner blindness. And you may have noticed this. You were watching it, you were looking at a URL or a website, or I do this with a lot of gaming stuff and lots of different kinds of things. Well, these ads running, and I just, after a while, I just can't even see them anymore because they're the same ones over and over and over again. I ignore them. That's called banner blindness. And so what we want to do is break that banner blindness by changing the ads up a bit. And we do that by creating a retargeting funnel that changes the ad every like 5 or 7 days, something along that lines. Okay. So like the first ad might be a discount ad with an offer in it. The second ad might be a reputation ad showing the 5 stars. The next ad might be another offer ad, but it might be based around a holiday like Christmas or Easter or 4th of July or something along those lines. Then a reputation ad, then a product ad, a branding ad, then another ad, then another offer ad. You kind of get the picture. So every 5 or 6 days, you're switching these ads up. So even if the same person saw it, it's breaking their banner blindness. But also, when you do this, you are hitting all 3 types of buyers with ads that they may then relate to. So the first guy may not relate to a reputation ad, but he may relate to the offer, or they may relate to the branding. So that's what we're trying to do, is change that up so that we can do that. So the question is, can't really get you to answer this, but can you see how different that is? We're hitting all of these different interest groups over a 90-day period. Now, since we had a little bit of extra time today, and I think I still do, yeah. So I wanted to throw in something that I don't think very many marketers know about. And I'm sure you've all seen the retargeting things, and you've probably heard the word remarketing or retargeting before if you're in the advertising or marketing industry. But one of the things I'm not sure that everybody understands is there's 5 different types of retargeting. Now, the first type is what we were just chatting about. That's website targeting, retargeting. That's where you put this code in there and it retargets all of the visitors to that website, no matter where they go or what they do. It just hits everybody. Okay. This is an example of just a regular website. Okay. The other type is what we call website segment retargeting. In other words, we want to do is segment out the people who come to our website based on what their interests are. Okay. In segmented retargeting, we're looking for websites that typically have kind of a higher visitor count. This is hard to do if you've only got a couple of hundred people a month coming to your website. But if you got a little bit higher visitor count, now you can start separating out these people based on the pages that they landed on, or which shows their interest. Okay. And we want to create a unique message for each segment. For example, here, going back to our Quality Auto main website we saw a minute ago, you can see on this page of the same company, this is their fleet services page. So we could segment everything about fleet services, and there could be multiple pages under fleet services, but everything about fleet services gets a different code. So now, if I want to run an ad that speaks to these people that are interested in fleet services, not an ad that's about, a one-off oil change. So you can segment your audience and target market them with images that speak to them in a way that gets them to react. Okay? The next kind is called a landing page retargeting. And landing page retargeting may seem like the same thing as website retargeting, but it's really not, because what we're looking at here is when we're targeting a website, we're putting pixels on there that target every page on all that page of the website. Okay. On a landing page retargeting, we're focused on one page only. Okay. Even in segmented retargeting, we're focused on maybe multiple pages underneath that fleet services tab that website has. But in landing page retargeting, we're saying, okay, I've got this one maybe long form page that is saying this one thing, and I want to totally dial down into that. Okay. This type of retargeting is great for any pixel count. Doesn't really matter how many, it's not necessary to have a high pixel. A lot of people come into your page, and it's really good when you're creating campaigns with a consistent message. So if you're running some kind of a campaign where you're sending out emails and other marketing and you're driving people to a website, this is a great tool to be able to capture those people. And even if they didn't interact, now you can capture those people that showed up on that landing page because you spent all of this money, all this time, this whole funnel to drive them to this page. And now you can say, okay, I know they're interested in this one product or this one service or this main workshop that I'm going to run or this book that I wrote, all of that. And now I can target them based on how they are, what they are interested in. And that's the key. Talking to your audience in the language that they want to be spoken to. The other one is conversion page retargeting. And again, this sounds kind of interesting. I mean, kind of simple. It's like, so what's a conversion page? Well, obviously, if somebody comes to your website and converts, they do something to move on your call to action. Click a button, fill out a form, something along those lines. But it's actually a little bit farther than that. What we want in conversion page retargeting is they fill out the form that says, I want your free book, or I want your free thing. And typically, the next page that pops up will be some kind of a thank you page, something that says, your form was submitted, thanks for your thing, blah, 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 whatever. That page, that conversion page, that's the one. That's the one we want, okay? Because that conversion page says, here's somebody that not only showed up at my website, not only that was interested in my landing page and maybe wanted to buy my widget, but they clicked the button and made a buying decision or made a call to action. And now these are my highest priority people. So now I can target those people even stronger, even if your conversion page isn't one that has a opt-in form on it. And so a conversion page can be any pixel count, and it can have personalized special messaging when you go to respond in your digital display ad. And this is a real good example because that Quality Auto company, by the way, they happen to have a really terrible website, but they give away all of these coupons that you can print, okay? This is a real website. You could go to that website and click a button and print these coupons out so that you can go and get this oil change, for example. You don't have to fill out a form. You don't have to give them your email. You don't have to do anything. You just click the button. Now, if Quality Auto was retargeting just this page, they're going to be able to market to people that they would probably never market to before. Because I can pretty much bet you somebody's going to print out this form, they're going to walk in, they're going to get their oil change, and no one's going to ask for their email address. No one's going to ask for a way to contact them again in the future. And all of the money that they just spent to drive people to this coupon has to be spent again. Whereas if they retargeted this coupon page, they could now send targeted marketing to people that they know are already ready to buy or get, in this case, an oil change. So the next deal they got an oil change, boom, they send it out to those people. It's a huge way to just really just ramp up the value of your marketing. And the last one is one that I don't think hardly anybody knows about, and that's email retargeting. Now, interestingly enough, you can retarget email. Email retargeting really works best if you've got a lot of emails going out. Now, I don't mean you send out like 1,000 emails today, but let's say you've got a campaign that has quite a bit of emails in it, because you have to have enough emails going out to get the opens, okay? Without an opening, if somebody doesn't open your email, the retargeting pixel can't be triggered, okay? So what happens is, and the reason that it says cloud email recipients on here is if you have an HTML email, which pretty much almost all of us have, unless it's like maybe an old Outlook on your on your desktop, okay? If your email server is getting your emails from the cloud, you have HTML email. Now that HTML email will allow us to put this pixel in it. Then if you open the email, we can tell you opened the email. So we can, again, we can target that specific company's email, everything that they do. We can target one specific campaign in emails. So let's say you've got this campaign you're sending out just for, you know, I don't know, brown vases. That was really weird. That popped into my head. But something weird. And you want to send back information every time that guy who clicked on that one, and you want to show them a brown vase every time so that they'll buy it. Okay. That's email retargeting. It's a fantastic tool. So I want to thank you guys for allowing me to show you this. Today I want to let you know that one of the things I'm going to do is allow you to claim a custom traffic assessment. And it looks like I cut this off on the slide, but if you scan this code, what I'll do for you is I will create one of those digital display ads for you for free, which it'll cost you several $100s to have somebody do that. Ah, good. Thanks for the banner. Yeah, just go to onlineviz.com. That's my website, /giver. I'll also help you set up and get started capturing those pixels, because one of the things, whether you start a campaign following up with people on retargeting or not, it's important that you start capturing the pixels today, okay? You don't have to do anything with them because they'll just sit there in your system for up to 90 days. So you can start today, and let's say you only get 100 people a month at your website. Well, you get 100 this month and 100 next month, and then in 3 months, you got 300. Now you can market to those 300. Now you can start spending the money on the creatives and the marketing. But you want to get that pixel in there and just let it run, let it go, let it do its magic, okay? That's the most important thing. The other thing that I'll do is give you a personal visibility consult. That's why my company is called Online Viz, because I'm focused on online visibility. And I'll chat with you for a little bit about that. And it's no pressure, no high sales, no none of that stuff. My goal is to become your trusted advisor, and I will let you know whether I think something's right or wrong, and I will tell you when not to buy stuff, because I want to be your advisor, not sell you one thing that you're unhappy with. And then we'll do a custom assessment, review your website, your other offers, those kind of things. So all of this stuff, scan the code or go to onlineviz.com/giver. And And finally, we just got the Q&A, little pretty Q&A slide. So
love it. I love it. Great job, Patrick. Thank you for bringing your A game, and then also some bonus content there because we had a little extra time before our next speaker. So thank you for bringing that bonus content as well. And that almost $900 value for your gift to the audience is true and legitimate. We people pay that all day long for what Patrick just offered you all the time. And so that's a true value for that gift to the audience and those who want to really make sure that they're able to follow up and follow around the folks that have shown interest in an intelligent way. And you can do it in a way that's not spammy or annoying. You can just do it in a way where you're going to be where they're already going to be visiting on these different websites and different landing pages and different things. So thank you, Patrick, for doing that in a classy way. It's not always that you find a classy dude setting up pixels in a classy way. Sometimes that doesn't always happen. So to have somebody trustworthy and has integrity and understands that people want to have it easily accessible, but not be spammed to death once they fill out a form or do something. Just the classiness that you bring to that conversation is refreshing, to be really direct. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Well, good. Look up Patrick Smith on social media platforms too. Patrick, remind me if we're looking for you on LinkedIn or Facebook, is there a middle initial or anything like that?
Well, on LinkedIn, it's just online visibility, my company. So it's linkedin.com/online visibility. And that shows up my personal profile.
Oh, okay. Good.
And then on Facebook, it's actually me and my dog. It's Patrick and Tara, Terra, because me and my dog travel all over together. So
all right.
Yeah, Patrick and Tara. You see my beautiful brown dog and me sitting there, you'll know you're in the right spot.
All right. So there's some clues there to just stay connected with you and ask questions, and tag Patrick in the private Facebook group as well. And just make sure and connect with him the best you can. Thank you, Patrick.
Yeah, and I just want to quickly let everybody know, Timothy, that I'm available for any question about anything. Doesn't really matter. I'm not going to push you in anything, but I just want to be a resource for the group and everybody else. So feel free to call me anywhere, anytime. Contact me anyway. We'll just chat about whatever you feel like chatting about.
The nomadic marketing professional who will make a doorstop if you're in the right area at the right time.
That's right.
I love
it.
Thanks,
See you later, man.
Really appreciate you. Thank you. Good job. Nice work, ladies and gentlemen. Gosh, we got all different personalities, all different skill sets, all the marketing genius in the room. It's just kind of overwhelming to me. Might be one of those things where I have to go back and watch through at least certain presentations and make sure that I catch it all, because there's a lot of good information there. And you know what I love about this group of people, the Giver Marketing Network and kind of our tribe, is we're not afraid to sell our stuff because it's good stuff. We're confident in what we're doing. So, we obviously want to offer our services, but we're not using psychological manipulation or scare tactics or a false sense of urgency. There is urgency. Some of these are very timely offers, but they're authentic urgency. They're authentic calls to action. They're authentic personality, type approaches to certain marketing topics. And what you see is what you get. This is it. This is how you work with a marketing professional, ladies and gentlemen. And if you are a marketing professional who wants a tribe, and you're just tired of being the lonelypreneur in the marketing space, jump in. Connect with one of us, any of us. We'll tell you about the Giver Marketing Network. We're all part of the same tribe, so it's super fun. All right. Well, here we go. We got Kurt Von Onen, and it took me a couple of months to learn how to pronounce your name, Kurt. But I'm gonna bring you up here. It took me some time, but now we've become really good friends. We worked on some things together. You're building some learning management system stuff for different client for us on the back end of our website and some different things. And so the nerd factor just went through the roof over the last year or two as we've gotten to know each other really well. So thank you for taking some time for us today, Kurt.
Dude, not a problem at all. I'm thrilled to come back. It's everything with Giver's top notch, man. And I just, uh, you guys put this thing together. It's amazing, right? Think about what Patrick Smith just said, everything about retargeting and emails and all that stuff. Dude, that bounces off of what I'm about to present in such a real way. Because I'm going to talk about e-learning as a marketing tool today. So I'm going to talk about this is how you use e-learning for marketing, for promotion, for this, for that. And then when I'm done speaking, you know how people can only pay attention for 10 minutes at a time, right? They're going to forget everything Patrick just said. They're going to have to go watch a replay to go, oh, well, if I build all that stuff Kurt just said, how am I going to optimize it or use it, right? And so it's all that, man, that this, your whole day is coming together like that. Like one is just bouncing off the next, off the next, off the next.
Yeah, we all have a little overlap, but man, it's the good kind of overlap. It's like the Venn diagram kind of overlap. It's the special stuff that kind of I love interoperability and how we can interchange information, put our own kind of puzzle pieces together, make a beautiful picture. And we're doing that. Thank you, Kurt, for mentioning that. We're doing that today. Kurt, for those who don't know you, a lot of us in the Giver Marketing Network know you because you're a master communicator, networker, leadership guy as well. But for those who don't know you, can you share a little bit of your backstory? Just kind of help us anticipate what you're about to talk to us about today.
Well, dude, my backstory is so diverse. It's hard to squeeze it into one thing, but I'll give you the short version. The short version is I'm a dude that got thrown out of high school and told he'd never be anything in life. And then ended up saying, you know what, that ain't going to work. That's not my deal. That's not how it's going to work. And so I changed my associations, my focus, the things I read, the things I put in my head, people I network with like you and the team. And, now I'm a published author. I was the training manager at Ducati North America, the publications and training manager at Suzuki. I've published some books, and I got really hooked on e-learning and being able to add value and share knowledge with other people. And I think that passion really comes forward and what I'm able to help organizations and other agencies do in the e-learning space.
And when you say e-learning, you're talking about like courses and paid portals to be able to digest very high quality information from the backside of a website or the front side for that matter, just depending on how you want to do that, right?
Yeah, there's a million different ways to do things, and there are a million different considerations for e-learning. But I actually have a slide in the presentation that says, what is e-learning? And I cover, dude, I'm old. I remember, e-learning used to be putting on those headsets with the audio, and you could pinch your neighbor's cord because it wasn't wired. It was just a tube, and you'd pinch it. Nobody could hear it. We'd mess around. That was like e-learning in the 70s, right?
Yep.
Then we went to flashcards. Then we went to like animated match games that were on TV, or like an example of like Pong, but in the classroom, And think about that. Like you and I were old enough to remember like the evolution of what this is. And now e-learning is completely immersed, interactive. It can follow you on your phone, your tablet, your computer, whatever.
Great. Well, you piqued my interest for sure. And we've talked about this quite a bit, but for those who don't know exactly what that is, learning management systems, e-learning, all these kind of words that you play with every day. You use the tools, kind of the most modern and user-friendly tools to be able to get all this stuff done quickly. Some automations built in now, obviously. Immersion, you said. So here we go. Let's do it, ladies and gentlemen. Give Kurt a warm welcome as we rock this. So I look forward to this.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and get this screen shared with you guys real quick. Just confirm with me that you are seeing the presentation, marketing as an e-learning tool. Are you seeing that? Perfect. It looks like you are. Using e-learning as a marketing tool, folks, this to me is just such a tremendous tool. E-learning, and I was just talking to Tim, I remember coming up with headphones and being able to twist things off, or flashcards or whatever, and it's not like that anymore. And even to this day, people will think, well, the course or the online property is the end game. And I'm here to talk to you today about using it in a different way. And I'm going to try and put this in very layman-like terms today and keep things fairly easy. So when you start listening to this, don't check out, don't leave, hang around. I'm going to give you some free access to some tools here at the end, and we'll try and get you jump-started and make things happening. So with that, what is e-learning? Well, the most simple way to put it is it's a way to share your expertise or your knowledge with other people, right? So it's a digital representation of a subject matter that is specifically designed to teach or to share information. And we already gave the examples about the headphone and stuff, but I want you to think about how many times in your professional life you've been told to do e-learning. You've been told that, hey, you got to take this sexual harassment course. It's a minimum of 2 hours. Or there's an onboarding thing through a remote office now. Or you take the job at Home Depot and they put you in the back room and put the VHS in the machine and walk out of the room and you watch a silly video for an hour about how not to drive a forklift over your toes. All of that is an e-learning format. But those examples I just gave you weren't very engaging, and in a lot of cases almost seem like punishment instead of a benefit. And so I want to try and morph that opinion in your mind a little bit. Think of these things as being benefits, ways that we can add value to other people by sharing the knowledge that we have in a way that's fun and engaging. So with that said, learning now can go anywhere. It can follow the student. So you can be laptop, Mac, PC, doesn't matter, tablet, phone. And on the slide here, I say, just imagine a technician can now take the directions with them on the phone, right to the car they're working on, look at the directions, and then execute in real time. People that work on boats. A lot of boats can't come in and out of the water that easily. Some of them are very large. It's a big deal to dry dock a boat. And so if there's a mechanical failure or an electrical failure on a boat, a lot of times a technician has to go down to the dock and then service that unit on the water. And so how does he take all of that content? How does he take all of that knowledge that he's going to need for that high-tech piece of equipment with him? Well, he'll probably have an iPad with him, right? And so he'll be on the boat, and bouncing around on the water and looking things up on his iPad, and then being able to research and execute the repair directly on the water. Folks, that's something that we couldn't have done, just a few years ago. This is stuff that is happening right now. And what's really, really cool about some of this is there are people groups, there are target markets globally that are just now getting access to these types of tools that will knock things out of the water for us. And I'm not talking about, fancy AI and holograms and stuff like that. I'm talking about simple 2D, 3D video stuff that we can implement now, that we can affect positive change through multiple people groups and audiences globally. So yeah, I get super, super excited. I know I sound like I'm kind of coming apart here at the seams, but to me, it's huge that I can create something where a decade ago, this wasn't true. A decade ago, this was a dream. But today, I can make something on my computer that would normally be meant to, sit down at a big desktop computer in a cubicle in some office and watch. But now I can make that content and it can be driven to phone, tablet, any device. And that to me is super, super, super cool. All right. So here it is. Earlier, I said a lot of folks think of the course as being the product. People think of the course as being like, this is the end game. Or you'll hear a lot of experts and gurus online talk about, online courses are growing into a $13 billion industry and all this stuff. And they'll say, get your course on and we'll show you how to market your course and become a millionaire passively. Folks, I don't believe in that. Let's just clear the slate with that. To me, it's like, how do I use e-learning as a marketing tool? To me, the course is the marketing. It's what's going to drive people to my brand, my other products and services. It allows me to nurture my users or my tribe. You heard tribe used a lot today. It can nurture my tribes and help them to grow into my products and services at a higher concentration, at a higher level. So I hope that you're really digging into this, because this to me is important. Folks, any business that offers a service or a consumer good, like if your product qualifies for the Magnuson-Moss Act, for warranties and stuff like that, then your company needs to have e-learning for that product. And here's why. It's what are the benefits of it? How do I use it? And then the last course would be, what do I do when it breaks? right? So right out of the chute, you got 3 courses on any product that you make that's a consumer product. And it's all part of the nurturing process and marketing with your business or entity. So it says the various ways that e-learning can be leveraged for marketing through email marketing, social media marketing, content marketing, things like that. Let's go to number 1. It's a lead magnet. So I'm going to create a super easy, simple course. And remember, when you're an expert, you're thinking up here. Like I'm talking today about e-learning platforms on WordPress, and we could be talking about PHP and JavaScript and H5P and all of these cool acronyms that make me sound smart. Or we could just say, hey, I'm going to build a website that has course and lesson structure and tracks the progress of my users. Okay. So what you want to do is you want to drill your information down as simple as that. And you want to make a real nice, simple, short course, and you offer that for free. You take that free course and you can jump that right into your lead magnet. Now that lead magnet is going to be the thing that you share on all your socials and your emails and all that. Hey, take this free course. We want to introduce you to Giver Marketing. Take this free course. We want to introduce you to Mañana No Más, WP Learning, whatever. But you have that short course. Those short courses do multiple things. A, they expose your level of expertise. They expose the idea that you want to help others. And they also expose the idea that you have more knowledge and more content that's forthcoming when they sign up or they join you. Okay. So you get that lead magnet out there. And then you research your avatar, and your avatar, if you haven't heard that other times today, because I don't know that I've heard that word too much today, avatar is like your perfect customer. So picture your perfect customer. Like one of my projects is in the power sports market, right? So in power sports, I'm looking for dealer owners, primarily male, between the ages of 45 and 65. They probably have a net worth of over $1 million, and they have 12 to 20 employees at each business. So that's kind of my avatar. So I tweak my messaging to fit that avatar and then try to approach them with that lead magnet. Okay. Once they jump into the lead magnet and they become part of that ecosystem, I got to serve up product, right? And so I think about, the other folks in Giver Marketing that talk about nurturing and messaging and emailing and all those things. You serve up the product, and whether that's through an email sequence or through messaging that's built into the learning platform, you figure up a way that you can serve them more product. Now, for me, it's more e-learning material, right? I want to sell them more courses. But for you, it might be consulting time, or it might be public speaking, or it might be access to a mastermind group that meets every Tuesday at 8 o'clock Pacific Standard Time with Giver Marketing. It could be any of those kinds of things. So you serve up the product. Now, if you've taken the masterclass and you've been there on Tuesdays, you know that, how robust does the course need to be? I like that. I don't think the course needs to be robust at all if we're talking about the lead magnet. But if we're talking about substantive courses behind the paywall, then you would need to be as detailed as possible to match where your customer is. That's what part of that avatar research is all about. It's finding the right person for the right content. And then what you do is you have a good, better, best kind of pricing structure. And I know we're getting a little deep here on this, deeper than I wanted to right now, but I wanted to answer the question. So you have a good, better, best pricing structure, and then you meet the skills, the kind of the skills acumen level of each learner or tribe member at that good, better, best level, and you sell that accordingly. I can get into all of that on a discovery call. It's not a problem. Anyway, going through the 5 steps. You have the lead magnet, you research your avatar, and then you serve up the product. Now, every Tuesday when Tim does the mastermind, they talk about measuring results, right? So if you have a key performance indicator that you're tracking, how many courses have I sold? How many users do I have? What's my completion rate? Things like that. You measure that. And those measurements will tell you the success you're having with your courses. And you can, in a proper learning management system, you can measure that per each course. So is my lead magnet, is my free course doing well, but I'm not selling any additional courses? Is my lead magnet not getting finished and no one's signing up for courses? But you got to take a look at what your results are. And then 5, you have to be willing to tweak that offer, if that makes sense. Okay. So folks, this is it in a nutshell. Okay. I run a thing called WP Learning. My company name is Mañana No Mas. I like lead magnets and squeeze pages are fun. They certainly are. It is bizarre to me, human psychology and how you can morph groups of people to do certain things through use of words or display or, of your offer, right? Making sure that you have just an unbelievable offer to offer somebody. If your offer is unbelievable, then it's kind of remarkable to see how you can get people to take advantage of that. Anyway, this is how you can reach me. I'm available on LinkedIn, and I also have a link tree. But folks, what I'm going to do is I'm going to I have one more slide. I forgot everybody was using QR codes today, so I wanted to make sure I got a QR code for everybody. This goes to Mañana No Mas. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to stop the screen share. Let me get out of there. Find my mouse again. Here it is. There we go. And I'm going to do another screen share that's going to take us to a couple of examples. And I thought that this was important. Share screen. And I should be able to go to window and bear with me. There we go. All right. And so this will get me into a couple of different sites. Here's why it's so important to me for you to understand, like when I say use e-learning as marketing, there's different ways to use everything. And I have a couple of different sites for this. So this site is for an author. So speakers, authors, coaches. What they're actually selling is the book or the coaching, right? Or the consulting. And so on this page, you saw that I had a pop-up. I was telling people to get a free planner. That free planner is the lead magnet. Once they download the lead magnet, they're going to get an offer to join the courses. And if you look here, we can go to Start Learning, and you'll see that I've been able to separate a few courses out for folks, right? Those courses break into different categories. And so when we see those categories open up, which it should any second here, you'll see that I have one for journaling. I have one that is a free course, right? So Intro to Action Leadership, free. This is one of the lead magnets that brings people in. The core curriculum is the class I try to sell. And then the live sessions, that's my best example. So here's my good, better, best sales example. Free, for a fee, for a bigger fee. And then, of course, the bigger fee gets live access with me for leadership coaching. I also have a couple of tech classes for folks that are free. I have resources that go with the book I wrote. And then I have a course on journaling because I think journaling is one of the keys to success in almost anything. Now, for me, my product here is the book that I wrote and the live sessions. The product isn't really the curriculum. Okay, so I'm really using the curriculum as a marketing piece to bring people in for the other stuff that I am doing. The Power Sport Academy is different. The Power Sport Academy is specifically selling the courses. Like there's a little consulting here on the background, but I'm really selling the curriculum here. And so I have a whole front page that is all built to sell the curriculum. And then when people click on any of these links that say take a free lesson or get your free white paper, those are the lead magnets. But what those do is they always lead back to membership. And when people take a look at the membership, that's where the sales happen. So that's where I have an individual membership, I have a group membership, and I have a membership that is for enterprise people. So I have one that does one person working at a business, that same person for the whole year prepaid, a group of people at that business, or a group of businesses, right? And the flexibility of having a learning management system is the e-commerce element where you're able to sell at all different levels. Okay. And then I have one more example that I think I want to show you because I want to watch my time efficiently is community. So a lot of times the community is what you're trying to build. The community is the product. So I created this project called WP E-Learning. And my goal is to have people that are into e-learning or agencies that are into e-learning join the community. So the community is the product. I can't be more clear on that. So this website is built completely with the idea that I'm going to be serving these members, okay, and that they have access to a news feed. This news feed is like a private Facebook. It's basically like a website that is a social site, but it is independent. It doesn't fall under like Facebook or LinkedIn or Twitter for censorship rules or anything like that. It still gives me the ability to run posts, have a homepage and about us page and all that cool stuff. But it also allows me to put courses in the background. So if I go back to the homepage for this website, you'll see that I also run some courses in the background. And so those courses are like the lead, the promotional tool that brings people in for the community. Okay. Last but not least, I said that I was going to show you guys a way to do things, something that would be free. I almost hesitate to do it because I have a habit of making this look too easy. But here's a website that I have that doesn't have a learning management system on it. And folks, I think Lifter LMS is one of the best learning management systems out there. If I just go to plugins, so this is my WordPress space. Okay. So here I am in the back of WordPress. If I just go to plugins and add new, you're not going to believe how easy this is. I can go to search plugins and I can say Lifter LMS. Okay. When I type in Lifter LMS, it's going to be the first option that pops up. I can literally hit install now. So it's going to install. Then it's going to say activate. So I'm going to activate it. Okay. And it's thinking, it's getting there. When it activates, it's going to give me an installation wizard. So I'm going to say, get started now. This installation wizard is going to set up the pages. So the pages are the course catalog, the membership catalog, the checkout, the student dashboard, all that stuff you see in my learning management systems that you think I had to set up. It's all set up by the system. So all of the pages will be back built right into the back of my website. The next thing that's going to come up is it's going to ask me about taking money, right? So it allows me to take offline payments or set up a payment gateway. So I'm going to set that up. I'm going to say no thanks to the coupon because I already got a ton of Lifter LMS stuff. But here's the gold nugget. This is like one of the secrets that Kurt's going to show you on how to use this thing. Do you want to install the Quick Start course? Say yes. Do you want to install the free course lead magnet template? Well, of course you do, right? So many people have great ideas, but like if you listen to Patrick Smith, it's like having the right content, the right copy, the right layout. So get yourself a lead magnet template so you have something to work off of. And then a course template, because a lot of people have a great idea, but they don't really know how to break it into a consumable course. So then you hit import courses. Now that's going to take a few minutes. Okay. So, because that's a lot of content. That content is going to be driven directly to the back end of my website. And bonus, everything that I just showed you is free. It's all part of the core plugin that Lifter LMS puts out. And so it's a part of the repository on WordPress. It's like one of the #1 learning platforms in WordPress that's part of the repository, and it's free. Now, if I need to add payment gateways or marketing connections or automations and things like that, there's things to pay for. There's add-ons to get. But they also have, for just $1, get 30-day access to a website that's already built out for you. And so if you are apprehensive about getting started or biting off too much to chew, you can get one of these demo sites 30 days for $1, and you can go through and say, okay, well, how does it work to have courses? How does it work to have the membership? How does it work to use groups or have a community page? You know, what does the student dashboard look like? So if you click on dashboard, you know, is this something I can customize, or is this the way that it always comes out of the box? And what's really cool about the demo site is it's hosted by them. So you don't have to worry about hosting anything or building anything, but you sign up for the demo and you get access to all of it. And if you break it, they'll reset it, and it expires in 30 days anyway. So you don't need to worry about anything, but it's also like your site. So if you want to add extra plugins or try extra tools, you can do that. Better yet, forget the $1. Contact me at the end of this thing, put Summit in your message, and I will send you a coupon to just get free access to the demo, because that's kind of the way that I feel like I want to be today. I'm going to stop the share. I'm going to head on back to, it says I'm stopping the share. Let me see if I can get to it. There we go. There we go.
Good work,
and
Tim.
I am back. I went a little crazy, Tim. I felt like I was talking a million miles an hour.
Well, you're one of those guys that if you have some time, you can go deeper and deeper and deeper into certain subjects, and you're a learner, you're a self-taught type of person, and but you also are a listener. So you listen to other voices and others that would maybe have some advice or direction for you. And so, that's part of leading is learning, and that's a big part of what you do. So I appreciate it.
Dude, I saw the questions popping up on the screen, and I was like, I got to answer these. These are good.
Yep.
How deep does the course got to be? It's a great question, right? To me, one of the biggest mistakes course creators make is they go too deep. They try to be some expert out of the chute, right? And it's like, no, just give people the base knowledge. Just get them started. And when you run into another co-expert or someone that's just a tier or two beneath you, well, then you've got someone you sell consulting or training or mentorship to. That's your upsell. That's your good, better, best example.
Yeah. And there was a few questions in there and comments. And do we have some of those questions still available, Stacy, or did he pretty much answer most of those during the talk?
Yeah, I went crazy, man. I'm sorry. I went fast.
No, you're all over it and good. People can always push replay. As long as they can spell your name so they can connect with you. That's my main job here, Kurt, as your sidekick today. I just want to be able to encourage people to go connect with Kurt on LinkedIn. Make sure if you have any questions about courses, classes, learning management systems, technology around learning, those kind of things. That's what Kurt is here today to kind of bring his superpower and his muscle to that topic. There's different tools like Lifter LMS. Somebody just mentioned Mighty Network. Some people are saying, hey, what if I don't have WordPress? So there's a couple of quick questions for you.
So do I have a moment? Can I jump in on that, Tim?
Yeah, do it.
I hear this a lot, and I don't want to sound, because I'm not like this, Tim. You know this because you know me personally. I'm not so much of a brand evangelist that I discount the other ones in excess. Okay, it's not that. Is Kajabi a great tool? Yeah, I saw Kajabi come up on one of the comments. Kajabi's awesome. Funnels, Funnelytics, all that's the ClickFunnels. It's all great stuff. Udemy, the learning stuff in LinkedIn, right? LinkedIn Learning, all of it is amazing. But when you have your own business, your own enterprise, your own thing that you're trying to do, I try to encourage people. You want to own the platform. You want to be responsible for the platform. If Kajabi has an outage, you don't want your stuff getting shut down, stuff like that. Now, in certain use cases, that's exactly what you needed and you should stick with it. Perfect. In some cases, it's exactly what fits. But I find that the clients I deal with, they want their CRM in the back of their own website. They want their learning material in the back of their own website. They want their funneling ability in the back of their own website. They want everything driven from a common URL. And if I could just be blunt, man, I can put somebody up on Cloudways and build something like that one social site that I showed you. I can get that up and functioning for less than $1,000 for the year. And when you look at like something, if you were part of ClickFunnels, Kajabi, still had a website on Wix, and were involved in other social media platforms, you'd be paying a lot more than that. And so when we can take the budget and give you ownership and set you loose, that to me is a win-win. It's true. There is a learning curve, and some people will think the WordPress is complicated in the back when they look at the dashboard, but once you use it for a while, man, it's like anything else. You build that muscle memory and it just flows.
Love it. Well, there's Kurt's LinkedIn URL there at the bottom of the screen, kind of scrolling across the ticker. So we want to encourage you to, if nothing else, just say, hey, I heard you talking about this, or heard you talking about the LMS or Lifter LMS or any of that. Just mention Summit. He'll give you all the goodies he promised you. Can you reiterate some of the goodies that beyond access and just showing us how to plug in some of this stuff to WordPress? Like beyond that, what were some of the gifts that you wanted to give those who reached out to you and mentioned Summit?
Yeah. So, and I did go quick. If Lifter LMS is free on the repository. So if you have WordPress, just search up Lifter LMS, and that's free. Play with it, sample it, get used to it. And then when you're ready to grow with it, you can grow with it. So that's free. That gets you started. If you want a free 30-minute consult discovery call with me, just reach out on that platform. It puts Summit in the message so I know that you saw me here. And, the first 30 minutes is free. In fact, I'll go a step further. Tim, I'll throw this out. If you are a Giver Marketing member, convert that 30 minutes into an hour, right? Because I want to make sure that you leave that call with something that you learned.
Okay, so for our Power Partner Network here at Giver Marketing, if you're a marketing professional within the network, bump that up to an hour. And for everybody else who's listening, hey, 30 minutes with Kurt, as you can already tell, can quickly turn into what feels like an hour of just fire hose of content. So, and tips and time saving and money saving resources. You can just tell his personality. That's how he rolls. So he's thinking like he's in your shoes. He's not really trying to sell anything on the front end. He's consultative. He's education first. That's why he's in the space he's in. So thank you for that, Kurt. Really appreciate you. Appreciate your work, your friendship, and all the things that you're doing to kind of support and underpin all this good content and good information and wisdom and all the different additional ways we can leverage our brand to impact the world. And I know you have a heart for that. And so to be able to put that in a course or a learning portal or a site back into your website or somewhere where people can access it as long as you want them to, boy, that's now, ladies and gentlemen. It used to cost tens of thousands of dollars to do that, 10 years ago. But now you can do that and just talk to Kurt and help you get started. It'll be good.
To put this in terms that make sense, Tim, and I see that we still have some time here. So I worked my corporate experience. I was the training manager at a couple big companies. And dude, one of them was paying $400,000 a year just to host a learning management system. And it only had 200 active monthly users. Mm-hmm. It's when you start looking at what corporations have been paying for decades for this type of technology, and to think that we now as lay people can just sign up, put in an email and password and take advantage of it. It's amazing, dude. I mean,
for the right companies, this can be a differentiator that showcases your knowledge as an expert above and beyond your average brand in that same space. And I'm saying these words in a very specific way because it's industry agnostic based on what I know about Kurt and how he's applied this to different industries. And so to be able to showcase your brand in a fairly uncommon way, leveraging the tools of today with a little bit of guidance, you got yourself something that could, some would say it's worth $50,000, $100,000, but it's just sitting right there, and you put it together for a fraction of the cost, and you can make sure your team goes through it. Right now, we're building something out that allows our team to go through the blueprint, which, by the way, Kurt, I'm going to be jumping into that in a few minutes here, but just the blueprint and kind of how that's the core principles of the Giver Marketing Network and all that. But gosh, to be able to do that with you and kind of build that out with you, I really appreciate it. Thank you.
No, it's a pleasure. It's an absolute pleasure. Dude, thanks for having me.
Yeah, good work today. Thank you for your time, and we'll see you soon. For those who didn't catch all of that, just click rewind on the replay, and you're good to go. It'll be good. Thanks again, Kurt. Appreciate it.
See you, man.
All right, talk soon. All right, ladies and gentlemen. We have a couple more presenters. One of them is me, so I'm excited to showcase and share a little bit about the Giver Marketing Blueprint, which is the core principles that underpin what we do. And before I share that with you, I want to share the story behind it. And we also have another presenter, so hold on because you got some more goodies. Write in the comments, thank you, if you're appreciating all the gifts and the thousands of dollars worth of value that we're getting today, not just the information, but also the goodies on the back end of these presentations. This is not a webinar, ladies and gentlemen. This is more like a mini masterclass, an appetizer masterclass from each one of these team members, and I really appreciate that. So thank you, everyone, for giving those gifts. And yeah, just say thank you to all the presenters today. Boy, they're doing a good job, and really appreciate you listening in and watching and taking advantage of those thousands of dollars worth of goodies. And remember, on top of that, we're going to give you $100 credit towards any marketing service or membership if you're a new customer. Okay, so We're there to be able to kind of start that ball rolling and help all of our team members and match them up with the right people who want to really get the word out about their cause or company doing good in the world. All right, so here's before we jump into the blueprint. I love it. I'm reading some of the comments, and it warms my heart to be able to see everybody kind of learning together. So I had a job years ago, and I was involved in the nonprofit world. I was also involved in the for-profit world. Had one foot in community leadership, basically, and then another foot in small business startups. And so I ended up kind of walking one foot in each, and had a personal tragedy in my own life that caused me to think about, okay, what do I really want to do? And it was kind of an aha moment for me. I was like, okay, what do I really want to do that's going to make the most impact? I can't keep one foot in one foot in the other. I gotta knock it out of the park and stay in one lane for a while and just see how we could do this. And then I had another person come to me and say, look, find one concept, hit it really hard, see if you can reach 1 million people with that one concept, stay focused, and I think that'll be a good thing. So I was like, okay, let's do that. So we started Giver Marketing Network, now become the highest rated reviewed group of its kind on the planet. And we're super proud to work together, as you can see. And so now what we do is we serve causes and companies doing good in the world together. And that's a little bit of the background of how we came to be the Giver Marketing Network. I've also along the way been coaching a lot of clients personally, done some fractional work. Folks have paid in either equity or in cash to be able to have me come in with the team members available to be able to leverage all the talent to bolster their businesses. And quite frankly, if I'm just being really direct, and I'm always honest, but I'm just being really direct right now, check this out. One of the reasons the Giver Marketing Network was kind of a passion of mine from the beginning, and it continues to be now, and we have over 70 team members, okay? We're trying to reach that 100 team member mark, is because I didn't want to be a lonelypreneur. That's not the way I'm wired. I wanted to work in a team. I wanted to make more impact and expand more quickly. And so because of that, the Giver Marketing Network has been a huge blessing to me personally. Now, remember, I'm the founder, but I'm also a member of the network. We're kind of like one of those decentralized kind of organizations where we try to make decisions together. I definitely have my opinions and different things, but we try to make these things happen together. I mean, this actual summit that we're on right now and the blueprint that you're about to see, it's been a kind of a collective effort. Okay, so I'm going to show you a couple of things on the screen here to explain a little bit more about the core principles of the Giver Marketing Network through one of our core master classes, which is called the Giver Marketing Blueprint. And we do cover these topics in this order every month. So every Tuesday, 8 a.m. Pacific time, 11 a.m. Eastern time, we cover master classes around branding, visibility, promotion, and nurturing. And you can see in the lower right corner there on the screen that is the link to our private Facebook group. It's invite only. So if you mention the summit, you will be admitted into that group as long as you're not a weirdo. No, I'm just kidding. Just mention summit and we'll make sure and get you in the group if you go to givermarketing.com/group. Okay. And what you're about to see is a blueprint that we came up with because we wanted to see more than leads. Leads are great. We generate leads all the time. We have specialists who generate leads, but we wanted to turn those into conversations. We wanted to go to the next step. And so this blueprint is a big part of that. Our mission is to bring positive attention to causes and companies doing good in the world. We don't really work with anybody else. That's our mission. That's what we're wanting to do. Coaching is a privilege of drawing out potential within a person or a team. We're a highly coaching-centric organization because we know coaching produces 529% more ROI than if you were to do it alone. So this is super fun to work together and have a coach at your side. Our tribe is very, very well received. We're a group of specialists around the marketing space, okay? And we are the highest rated of our kind. There's a bunch of kind words online. We must have over 100 5-star reviews right now for our network. And so these are just a couple that are on the screen here. But for sake of time, I just want to jump through the fact that we have core values that are non-negotiable: collaboration, results, efficiency, attitude, transparency, and energy. I'm going through this quickly because I want to get to the meat and potatoes of the actual training itself. And for those who have not seen it, I want to make sure you have opportunity to go through most of it, okay? I'll probably do at least half of it. All right. This is kind of like an appetizer to the Giver Marketing Blueprint. Are you coachable and hungry and passionate, but maybe frustrated with your own marketing? And this, gosh, I don't know how many marketing professionals I meet, including myself, who will look in the mirror and say, hey, I'm frustrated with my own marketing efforts in some areas. So that's why I need a team member to help me out. And so we need good information. We need application like we're talking about today on the summit. All things being equal, we do business with people we know, like, and trust. Several of our team members mentioned that phrase today. And so I'll reiterate that. So as we get into the blueprint here for just a minute, I want to encourage you that after coaching and collaborating with thousands of causes and companies over the last decade, what you're about to see was a pattern that emerged based on those conversations. This is real world experience. This was not book knowledge. This is experiential, on the job knowledge. Okay. I used to make 100 phone calls a day with a company called Faith Highway. And I would do consultations over the phone with a screen in front of me, just trying to evaluate their brand. And I had to evaluate their brand within seconds in order to have an intelligent conversation for those who would pick up on the other end. This was years ago. And since then, it's turned into something called the Giver Marketing Blueprint, which is branding first, then visibility, then promotion, and then nurturing, in that order. And if I can say one thing and you don't remember anything else I say today when it comes to this blueprint, it's do it in that order. The order matters. And several of our team members talked about branding today. Several talked about visibility. Several talked about promotion. Several talked about nurturing. But please, for the love of all things holy, do it in that order. If you do it in that order, you're going to get 10 times the results. If you do it backwards, you'll get some results, but you won't get the results that you want. Okay? So there's action assignments that we've always had included on these core principles. We might have time to get into one or two of those today, but look, pre-sales communication is how we define marketing. So really, ultimately, everything we do will affect our brand, which will ultimately be considered for when we go visible, and ultimately that will affect how we make our promotion decisions, and so on and so on. So pre-sales communication is how we define marketing, okay? So marketing is different than sales, but they work together. Marketing is the top funnel that we've been talking about all day today, and that leads to what? Sales opportunities. We call them decision meetings, because really you're just helping people come to a decision about something that they already are probably wanting or needing. So here we are to help you with that decision. And those sales meetings are ultimately the culmination of all that experience or the feelings that people are getting as they move along, okay? Marketing gets you to the red zone. Sales gets you to the end zone. If you're into the American football analogies, we also consider prospecting to be marketing, not sales. Who is your who is a great question to ask as you're preparing yourself for branding. Branding, well defined, a lot like what Brian was talking about earlier, is kind of how people experience you in the marketplace, how they feel when you're carving your reputation. It's really making sure people are feeling the way they need to feel when associating with your brand, what they're saying when you're not in the room. We talk a lot about clarity, creativity, and consistency around here. For sake of time, I'm going to move on to sensory branding, which was covered by one of our other team members as well. So I'll just put it up on the screen and reiterate the fact that, Tim Salmonson and some others talked about sight, sound, smell, taste, and touch. Don't forget that, because that's how people's perceptions will affect how they feel. So everything we see, or the sounds we hear, or all these different elements that we learned like in middle school basically affect how we experience someone's brand. So we want to encourage you to take that to another level with some of the information you heard today. All right, so here's something to consider. Video, which is a combination of sight and sound, is 50 times more effective than a picture or auditory experience alone. So if you're thinking about, okay, what's the most impactful way I can reach an audience? It's do things like this. Get online, start streaming, start creating video, and then you can start layering all sorts of other audio experiences, different things as well. But if you want to combine audio and visual, you obviously need to jump into the video game, okay? We've helped many clients, many team members have helped each other getting into the video game. For some folks, videos comes very natural to them. For others, it's just not something they wake up in the morning and think about immediately, okay? So we want to encourage you to find some way to repurpose your content or use your content so that it can be leveraged on video. There's many ways to do that. And we also want to remind you that part of branding is associating with the right people. It's kind of your organic branding. Some would say it's a borrowed trust. When you're connecting with somebody that has a little bit more influence or connections or ways of kind of moving the needle in their industry, you want to make sure and associate with people who are having some level of success so that you can learn, grow, but also be associated with. It adds credibility to what you're doing, all right? All right, so this is where I wanted to land on the branding piece, okay? And we do have more presentations coming up, so pay close attention to what I'm about to show you, and then you'll also be learning from a gentleman named Mark here pretty soon as well. All right, so check this out. When you tell a story, it's the most memorable use of 1 minute you could probably have. The neuroscience tells us this. Experience tells us this, just practically. Even some of the ancient texts that we read in our church services and in synagogues and different things, those were oftentimes passed down through what? That information was oftentimes passed down through what? Story. And if you think about the power of story, you got to start somewhere, right? So I'm going to challenge everyone listening to try to learn how to tell your origin story. You heard about 15 origin stories today, okay? And if you're able to communicate your origin story in 1 minute or less, I shared just a version of that earlier in this presentation. Kind of my background with an aha moment and why and how I help the people I'm called to now. That's an origin story. It's very simple, but you need practice. And we've had some clients who are like, I can't do it. I'm too embarrassed, or I'm not sure if that's for me. Just do it. Trust me. It's kind of like learning how to play on the internet. Just do it. Trust me. It's going to change your business. So ultimately, if you know your story, you can use this and repurpose this for all sorts of things. You can use it in written form, video form. You can do all sorts of things on the spot when somebody asks you to do a podcast. Like if you go on Christine's podcast or somebody else's platform, you can use it in your social media platforms in all different ways. You can post it just periodically to remind people where you're coming from. The origin story is the most impactful use of 1 minute that I have found in marketing, but by far. Now, there's probably some exceptions, but 99.9% of the time, that is the case, okay? So learn how to share that 1 minute origin story. And you heard several of them today. There's different ways to share it, but here's the key pieces. Background with an aha moment, why and how you help your who. We challenge you to post them in the private Facebook group. If you're already in there and you're watching this right now, post your origin story. Just tell us a little bit about where you came from, what you're doing now, who you're helping, and how that works for you. Givermarketing.com/group will get you right to the group if you're not already there, okay? All right. Visibility. Visibility is the second piece of the blueprint. We have Visibility Vicky. We have others like Patrick and Joel and others who kind of play around a little bit in that space, but we really want to emphasize the fact that if you can leverage any of those people's talent, any of the team members' talent, and Mark here is about to talk about some crazy visibility coming up here in just a few minutes. And so, listen, if you want to be more visible, you need to talk to some of these folks. You need to talk to some of the team members that have allowed others to find you. And that's our definition of visibility, okay? Some people say search engine optimization. Some people say SEO, which is the acronym for that. But we just try to keep it simple and say, look, how do you get visible so people can find you? Like, that's it. And I won't spend too much time on this because Mark's going to go into kind of a deeper level, but this is the overview. Try to find yourself online. Type in the first name, your first name or first name of a business, of your business, and make sure that you can be found on the search engine of choice. Usually people start with Google and they'll search for their first name, industry, maybe the city that they're based in, just to see what the search engines are telling them. And the key to doing this is do it in an incognito or guest mode search. Okay, do it in a guest mode search so that your computers are giving you false information. Okay, you want to get accurate information if you can. This is a good way to just get started, thinking about how you're showing up online. All right. The next thing about visibility is just have a functioning website it's your own real estate. You own the domain. It's legally yours. Okay. When you buy a domain, it's yours. All right. There's domains that are sold for millions and millions of dollars. Yours is your little piece of real estate on the internet. And we hopefully it grows and grows and grows. All right. Google business profile, like Vicky talked about earlier, just get some basic things set up, be friends with Google. All the other social media platforms. Listen, you can talk to any one of our team members. They'll give you tips on how to improve your social media all over the place. To some degree, that's just a non-negotiable. Like, if you don't have social media rocking and rolling, LinkedIn included, I happen to play a lot on LinkedIn. You're basically best kept secret in your industry at that point because nobody can find you when they want to go find out more information. So between websites and social media platforms, you should be good to go on with your online presence, at least at a basic level. Almost 9 out of 10 people go online before making a buying decision. So we want to help make sure that when they find you, that all the information is correct and accurate. Go to givermarketing.com/visibility. And Vicki, if you can put that as a ticker across the, Stacy, if you can put that as a ticker across the bottom there, givermarketing.com/visibility. That would be really good. Then people can go there and get their free online kind of report that shows them where their information is consistent, where it's not consistent, where it's playing with Google nice, where it's not playing with Google nicely. And we can make sure and get them a report back on that. And if you need a team member to help you with that, Vicki can help you with that, or somebody else can help you with that as well. But that particular tool helps connect you with Vicki. All right. So we want to make sure that you are working nicely with Google and you're not confusing people that are searching for you, and everything's consistent, and Google will penalize you if it's not consistent. So we want to make sure that that's available for you. And again, it's givermarketing.com/visibility. We'll get you to where you need to go on that resource. Yeah, thank you for putting that up. I really appreciate that. There's some other tools here that I'm going to skip for now, but it helps you improve those almighty reviews, which is one of the reasons we have over 100 5-star reviews as a network, okay? Because of tools like that. All right. Good. So we have not only online visibility, but we have some offline visibility to consider, and I'll talk about that another day. Visibility in general is so important that we have a whole section dedicated to this, kind of our module, or visibility module. And we want to give you that tool that I mentioned earlier. And if you do get a chance, you can post your results in the private Facebook group. We'll be kind. We'll give you feedback, and we'll just make sure that we can do that. Okay, and get you going in the right direction as far as making sure that you're playing nice online so that more people can find you. That's the bottom line, right? You want to make sure of that. Okay, promotion. Promotion is the last piece I'll cover today, and there's another piece that if we get time, I may jump into LinkedIn at some point. We have LinkedIn training all over YouTube, and in our group, you'll see LinkedIn training come up periodically as well. But when it comes to promotion, this is kind of the bottom line. Promotion does matter, but we don't want to spam people. We talked about that earlier, but just a reminder, when you're promoting, make sure you have some basic information that helps people feel comfortable in working with you, some kind of call to action that gives them a next step, and then engage with meaningful dialogue, okay? So we want to encourage those meaningful and engaging dialogues. Don't gamble. When you're promoting, like was said earlier, don't waste thousands of dollars in testing things out unless you have a guide right next to you helping you kind of experiment with maybe a smaller budget and getting that data loop back. I think Joel talked about making sure and getting that data back so that you can evaluate that for your next round of campaigns. And listen, marketing is like anything else. You can't get good at it unless you try it, modify it, evaluate, and repeat. Try it, modify it, evaluate it, research, test, change, repeat. So you do the best you can by making minor adjustments. Don't make too many crazy adjustments all at one time. Otherwise, it's hard to track that data, okay? When it comes to promotion, there's generally 5 or 6 different categories that we consider promotion to be in. Promotion is anything that's promoted outward. It's something you're putting into the public sphere so that you're basically interrupting somebody's day in some way, shape, or form, hopefully in a tactful way, and saying, hey, look, I'm here. If you want to connect with me, then let's talk. Or if you want to check out what we're doing at our company, let's talk. Or our cause, come join this event or come do this. You're inviting people publicly to come check out your thing, okay? It's more of an outbound conversation in general to promote. And then an inbound conversation is typically the other side of that coin, okay? And there's some definitions there that we can cover another time. But when it comes to promoting, you're generally talking about referrals, some kind of event, maybe some print strategy, online, of course. We talked a lot about that today. Radio / audio, television / video. These kind of efforts would fall under the promotion category. The report method of kind of evaluating and tracking what's working when it comes to your promotion is definitely worth doing, okay? So a lot of folks will say, hey, all marketing is promotion. Not necessarily. You want to make sure you're branded first, then you're visible, and then you can start pushing the message out, letting some amounts of people know that you exist from a promotional standpoint, okay? First step is branding, then visibility, then put the ad budgets together for your promotional pieces, okay? So referrals, obviously, you want to have a percentage of your budget that allows you to track how many referrals are coming in and what it's costing you. I can tell you right now, personally on my calendar, I had about 300 referrals last year. And so that gives you an idea. And I booked about 1,000 appointments, and those are all worth about $100 a piece to me, just on a personal level. That doesn't include other stuff for the network and other team members and things like that, okay? Events, gosh, these online events, in-person events, hybrid events are not dead, ladies and events. We're humans. Humans want to connect with humans. They want to interact with humans. So it's just a matter of where the humans are. That's what you want to find out. Where are people congregating? Where are they showing up? We have the potential to reach 10,000 plus people on this event alone here at the summit. And we're glad to be able to do that, to kind of have a place for people to come connect, okay? Print, the Chick-fil-A example is exciting and interesting. We don't have time to go into it today, but when it comes to online, it's obvious that we need to embrace the online world. A little bit at a time is fine. That audio experience is super important. and that video experience is very important as well. Okay. So your micro assignment, should you choose to accept it, is to post some kind of promotional piece in the Giver Marketing group on Facebook. givermarketing.com/group will get you to that. And if you're already there, invite some other folks to the group. We want to grow that group to over 1,000 members. And this is invite only. So there's quality people in that group. If you post your promotional piece, which is by permission, you can post a promotional piece because I asked you to do it. If any of our team members ask you to post a promotional piece, you can do that. And then we'll give you feedback on it. But you got to promise that you're going to take that feedback seriously. Otherwise, you probably won't stay in the group for very long. So post some of your promotional pieces. Let's see if we can give you some feedback. We'll be kind about it, and we'll help you improve your marketing efforts that way. Okay. Well, good. So that's the first 3 pieces of the blueprint. You have to watch the full Giver Marketing Blueprint another time in order to get that last piece. Or hint, 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 it's also part of the LinkedIn training as well. That last piece is called nurturing, and we look forward to having you around to be able to experience that another time. So those are some tips, the branding, visibility, and promotion pieces, kind of an overarching blueprint that helps you guide your marketing efforts. It's very foundational. And with that, my friend Mark is here. He's here. Can you believe it? He's here. Brought him up onto the stage. You're here. Mark, bring us your A game today, man. You're wrapping us up with some awesomeness. And I'm excited to learn more about SEO Game, which is your company. But really, more importantly, kind of some of the tips that you have for us as we're jumping into how to be more visible, be found. Let's help people get found. And but before we do that, Mark, share with us your story. Like, how did you get to do what you're doing?
Tim, do you know what I have right here?
What is it?
You came to my home the other month.
Yeah.
And you asked me to write my why. And I'm going to share that. It's right in here. I keep it always right here. It's so easy to grab. But man, what a great visit that was. And we had some late night chats, didn't we?
Yep.
Thank you so much for allowing me to share my story, because I come right out of college in 1996, starting an SEO company called SEO Game. And I've been at it with the same company for 27 years. Things have changed, and we're going to talk a little bit about it. In fact, in preparation for this, things that happened in 1996 kind of seem a little blurry. So what did we have in 1996? We had clip art to work with. We had the day of everybody, wanting to get an email, not a website. Well, people then just wanted to get a functioning email that they could send, that they didn't have to go to the local college to work on. But anyway, totally excited to share some of that backstory in my presentation. So if you want to cue it up, or do you have any other questions about?
No, I love hearing your story. I've heard it a couple of times, and I'm just like, yes, because we've gotten to know each other personally, and like you said, kind of spent some quality time together. And so I when you showed me what was possible from an SEO perspective, it opened my eyes. And so I'm glad we can do that. Let's see if I bring up the right. Is that the right one?
That's the blurry 1996.
That's it. And that's how it was, wasn't it? It was just like that. So, hey, I'll take over from here, my friend, and I'll be back to ask some questions.
Of course. And I'm going to continue to talk about, like, let's just say we're doing a quick phone call, because literally just before this event, I was on a phone call with somebody asking me, what kind of services could you provide for my digital marketing agency? And I say I could provide white label SEO. So you're speaking to a white label SEO for the last 20 years. Since 1996, a lot of things have changed, and we'll go over a little bit of that. You kind of remember when Google first came online, it kind of looked like this in 2001. And I was heavily involved at doing almost everything for my clients: pay-per-click, website development, lead generation, social media. Well, social media wasn't all that big of a deal, right? There was MySpace. But I always ask this question. I don't think too much has changed from the time that I began in 1996 than today. What does SEO stand for? And now I know everybody wants to say, oh, that's easy. It stands for search engine optimization. But does it? I mean, really, to the client back in 1996 and to 2023, to the person who owns the website, it means much more than SEO. And I wish we could change the acronym because it's a 3-letter dirty word. Let's go to the next step. It really means get me there. And that's what maybe Tim was talking about when he came over to my home. And we had long night chats. We talked a little bit about the get me there mentality of why a person who owns a website hires an SEO in the first place. And so I'm here to say that not much has changed. Now, for the agency, what does SEO mean? One of the calls I just finished hanging up with was a gentleman from California who was asking me, can I hire you to be my white label SEO specialist? And we've had some bad experiences in the past working with SEOs to help us with all of our moving clients. He wanted to go into the new era of, he was a moving company himself, digital marketing expert, great at what he does and understands SEO, but he also wants to resell SEO to other moving companies. And I think that's a fantastic thing. Find your niche and do SEO for maybe just moving companies. Find your niche and maybe just do it for dentists, lawyers, auto injury chiropractors, garage flooring companies, right? Physical therapists. There's a whole bunch of niches out there that I just shared with you that if you started a SEO company and just started niching, you would crush it. So let's go to the next step. For the agency, what does SEO mean? It might still mean, hey, can you get my website for this client on the first page of Google? Let's talk transparency. Let's talk about the fruits of transparency, such as, when are you going to transfer me over all those usernames and passwords? And so the agency says, I know all about this SEO stuff. And you as the digital marketer, or me as a white label provider, says, great, keep calm and let's get the job done together. That's what SEO stands for the agency. So if you're going to start an agency and you're going to resell and sell SEO, find the right vendor. Work with someone who says, keep calm, let's get the job done together. So I started offering white label SEO about 20 years ago, before it was cool. I just thought, wow, this is where I could gravitate, where all the business is. I could spend the same amount of energy working with one individual who owns a lot of website action with a lot of companies that he works with, and get the entire book of business for that one sell versus going out and working with every plumber, every dentist, every roofing company, every auto injury chiropractor. And it would just drive me crazy. I could never scale my business. Here today to tell you that there is a way to scale your business. Get the right team and offer a great service. And white label SEO, before it was cool, simply meant I had to do it differently. So what makes SEO game so special? Let's do some math about white label SEO, because today is a saturated market again. Imagine you're in California and you want to hire an SEO company. You're going to be able to probably in each city locate 10 really good SEO companies to basically give you proposals and possibly get started with them. Well, let's say you could take the very best 10, of California, the best 10 of Utah, where I'm calling you from. And then you add that towards all the 50 states. Now you're going to have 500 websites, 500 companies. They're at the best of their game. Easily you can name 500 in a list. Then let's say add 10 more countries to that. That's another 100 more company owned that, so you're at about 600 companies all proposing white label SEO. So what makes it different with SEO Game? Well, first of all, with all those 600 companies offering you, the agency, a vendor to work with to be able to white label. White label simply means you're working under the umbrella of their label. So as a digital marketer, they would hire a vendor and you would just work under their label. Well, pretty much if you were to find a white label partner, you would run into the old problem of monthly SEO plans and packages, the silver, the gold, the bronze, the platinum, you'd find all these different plans, and they all, at the end of the day, these 600 websites will start sounding all the same. Or they'll throw you billable hours. Who likes billable hours? I don't think anyone likes that. So I'm here to tell you a little bit about secrets revealed about white label SEO. And it's a tell-all. I hope it's informative. I'd like to just share a quick little video. Can you cue, Stacy, the video? I can't click this to make it work.
Hi, it's Mark, owner at SEO Game for 25 years, offering the one service that all digital marketing agencies love. Rank delivery for $300 on all websites that deserve to be on the first page of Google for all their top keywords. Sometimes I think I'm a one-trick pony because I'm not very inventive at offering other services, but that's okay because I only want to be the best at offering 30-day trials with no obligation on every website that deserves top rankings at an affordable price. Besides performance-based SEO, I provide comprehensive keyword audits at no charge and deliver them to you in 1 hour or less. I spend hours doing the audit preparation work so you don't have to do it. Next, we ask you to send these audits to your client. The report consists of top keywords along with their rankings, and for fun, this is what we do for fun. We add a competitor or two on the one-pager with your logo on it. The report will help you close more deals and get more clients. More proposals equal more deals. More conversations equal more opportunity. More opportunity equal more doors that will open. Hey look, it's Matt Cutts.
Mark, are you saying your white label rank delivery service will help retain my clients longer so I can offer more digital marketing?
That's exactly what I'm saying. Just check out the scrolling whiteboard. Tell me when to stop once you see the specialty hook that you want to start offering your clients. So what are you waiting for? It's time to lead in and start using SEO audits to get more clients. It's time to let SEO become the gateway to your success that opens more doors for you. Let's schedule a Zoom meeting to learn more about keyword audits and 30-day trials that have a proven track record for over 2 decades. After all, who doesn't love a trial that meets all your expectations and your clients?
All right. Thank you. Back to the slide. Oh, there we are. So fast. Well, here today to just say, thank you so much. One of the things as a performance-based SEO I have learned and networked with, and I do this in the group at Giver Marketing, is that I've surrounded myself with other performance-based networkers. If you need a performance-based ad media specialist who actually get your campaign started before you even pay, I have a connection for you. If you need a website developed and you need to try it out and kick the tires and go for a test drive, I have a collective of people who will also offer performance-based digital marketing things. And so that's how I can give back. Those are my goodies. Come to my website. If you need to, you could hit, go to SEOgame.com, click the QR code. It'll take you to my white label page. and we can get started. Hey, Timothy.
I love it. I love it, man. Mark, you bring it all back to SEO. You keep it very clear. This is what I do. This is what I don't do. And I know in our network, we really value specialists. And it's one thing to kind of have a broad knowledge of different things. That's fine. A lot of us do. But if you can specialize in one thing and really do a great job at it, like you do, then other people can do, like you said, all the building the websites and managing social media. And that's what our collective is about, is specialists doing specialist work. And so it's always nice to have a couple choices too. Sometimes we need 2 or 3 different options in the same task that we need done from a marketing standpoint. So that's what's so special about a true network, not just a network in name, but a network. We're basically a collective of marketing specialists that work together, and you're one of those amazing people. You're working on the back end of our Giver marketing website right now, and just making sure that people can find us when they're looking for us. And we've been evaluating a lot of different things and just different strategies that you put in place. And I really appreciate your technical knowledge, but also your creativity in making that happen. So white label, you explained it, but for those who don't know, it's you would want to work with if I'm hearing you right, you would want to work with other marketing professionals, other marketing agencies that offer these services, but you could do the fulfillment, or you could actually make it happen at no risk because you have that 30-day trial. And a lot of companies will charge thousands of dollars on that front end just to make sure they cover their costs. But you're saying, no, you know what? I'm going to put my money where my mouth is. I'm going to put my guarantee where my skills are. And I'm just going to fulfill and make sure they're happy. And knowing that long term, there will be revenue to be made. Everybody will win. But you give that 30-day trial to a lot of marketing agencies, if I understand that correctly. Is that right?
That's correct. And let me just say, if you're a digital marketing agency and you want to grow your business, you need to lead in with a partner that will take the risk out of your business proposals, such as SEO. Offer it to every client that breathes, eats, and walks. Because guess what? Whether they're going to start the SEO campaign or not, you're solving and fixing a problem. By fixing a quick problem in 30 days, what brings trust to the table a lot quicker than to earn that trust by solving a problem. Solving a problem by fixing a few rankings on someone's website and not having to outsource and make payments on, just fix the problem, getting a keyword analysis and ranking report to fix that problem. It's a wonderful strategy to grow your business tenfold. And by doing so, you could then bring more people to the table to offer your ad buys, to do your social media, to do your virtual assistants, to do all your lead generation, to do all those other services that you offer that you also make money in. But lead in with SEO is a game changer. And that's what I do. I jumped in this business coaching. And I told you, Timothy, when you came to my house, I said, it's a lonely world at this. I don't know what I'm doing, and everybody's relying on me, or their business is going to go bust. And what a game changer it is to see people get back into it, sell more SEO, sell more digital marketing services, sell more website designing and all that. So I'm blessed, extremely blessed.
Well, I appreciate your approach. It's full of integrity. You say what you do what you say. What do you think some of the major, mistakes that people make when they're trying to solve the SEO problem of not being found on the internet? Like what are some, whether we're a digital marketing agency or in some other industry, what are some of the big pitfalls that you find your clients in?
Well, the biggest pitfall that I find is, we could talk about, I need to have access to your website. I need to be a manager of your Google Business. But the biggest problem is the mindset of the business owner. The biggest problem I see is Do they have a website that deserves to be on the first page of Google? Can I actually prove to them that it will make sense to even pay, even a small fee if they were just working directly with me, or going somewhere else and paying someone for SEO? Do they have a website that deserves to be on the first page of Google? And a lot of times, sometimes companies don't. They might have the greatest thing since sliced bread. They might have the best platform, and they might have spent thousands of dollars in coaching services to get them to where they're at with their business model, but they still don't have a website that deserves to be on the first page of Google because there's no one searching for it.
Got it. So not only are you saying the website needs to make sense visually, but all the back end pieces that communicate with Google to make sure that it's ranked properly, which is all the special sauce that you do on the back end, needs to be considered. And so you're saying that the question you often pose your clients, or that you see needing to be asked, is, hey, does this website even deserve to be ranked anywhere? Like, where is it?
Let's say for something, they want to be the next Zoom meeting, video conferencing call center. And they've put in thousands of dollars in technology. They've got it all ready. And then they come to an SEO guy and he says, well, no one's searching for video call software that revolutionizes the world, right? They're so on this level of, I've paid the best. I paid, I don't care if they paid Tony Robbins, thousands of dollars to get them to where they're at. They always try to tell me that this is where I'm at. I'm going to be the next Tony, I'm going to be the next Zoom conference calling center. Well, there's no one searching for you. What are you trying to do?
Because you haven't set it up properly so that you're searchable. You're using language that doesn't even make sense.
Exactly.
Or searching. Okay, got it.
I'm describing somebody who just called me on the phone, and they were so excited to hire me for SEO, and I literally had to say, there's 10 people searching for your product. That's not enough to hire somebody. When reality hits, it's like, oh, what do you mean there's only 10 people? Can't you make more people search on the Google? No, I can't make. Empirical data is empirical and organic for a reason. So
I remember you showing me those numbers for different key search terms and different language sets. And I was very impressed. I'm like, oh, okay, this is a data-driven conversation, because a lot of what I do, it plays in both worlds, the data side and then the emotional side, because we're talking about branding and how people feel and all this. And you brought out the data. I'm like, dang, okay, I'm listening. Tell me more. So that was really good, Mark. And I know you do that with all your clients, white label partners and all those folks. So, and I'm not sure. Somebody was asking where the term white label came from. I mean, in my mind, it's just sticking a white label on top of whatever you're doing and maybe writing somebody else's name on top of it. You know what I mean? Like, it's just, you're sticking a sticker on top of your product. And so, like, for example, if I had a client that I was working with for several years and I wanted to make sure that they had SEO at the level they needed, I would just say, hey, let's have Mark come in and take care of this. And then you and I would work out all the payments and everything, whatever. I'll just do the 30-day trial, send you a few $100 a month, and then we're good to go. And then just go from there. Like, at that point, you may or may not want to even be heavily involved, because you're more of a white label, like back end kind of a guy, but you can be if you want to. But at the end of the day, sometimes the deal's already done. You're just doing your magic with your team behind the scenes. So I love it.
It means white label really means to the digital marketer owner like yourself is, can I make you look good? Can you have a lot of fun working with me in a good relationship, professional partnership? And it boils down to, are we making money? And if you're not making money, we're not having fun, and we're going to have a bad professional relationship. So white label might mean a whole bunch of white labels, and we stick on a vitamin pill can. But under the umbrella of working for you as a digital marketer, I have to make you look good. never have anything come back to bite you, and have fun along the way doing that. Okay?
That's it. Let's make everybody some money, make some more impact, make sure people know what you're doing, and really do it in a way that's integrous, and it'll help everybody's family involved. So that's
Love
good.
it. Thank you so much.
Thank
Giver
you, Mark.
Marketing, you're awesome.
Hey, good job today. And remind everybody, what is the value generally of a 30-day trial like this? Normally, people would pay at least several $100s, if not a couple $1,000s, to kind of get everything going for SEO. What is it? Am I in the right ballpark there? What is people normally paying for this 30-day trial that you are offering everybody?
Love it. In my video, it's $300. I have not raised my rate. So for 20 years, it's been white label for digital marketers. We dominate on the first page of Google. We get percentages of expectations met, right? It's all about when they say, can we just work on one keyword? Well, that might not be the plan that I would want to work with, but I work with a group of the best keywords per website.
Okay.
And $300 is the general price. It's pretty simple, cut and dry.
Love it. Love it. But the value of that first month is at least $300 or more from other agencies, correct?
Yeah. It's a great value of someone who can help close sales. I mean, I'm a sales closer. I'll get on Zoom with you. I will run an email that you assign for me to do all the reporting, because you have to weekly report. You have to check in with. You have to do a lot of proposals and sometimes do a lot of closing. And when things go in a relationship that we never like to have is when the client starts going a little south and sour with what's going on. We have to get back on and get them motivated and stir up the pot a little bit. Throw in an extra website or more keywords or 5 more locations. And so it's all about making the agency look good, never have anything come back to bite them. And that's a really good offer.
Yeah, it is. It really is. And to some degree, it could be pennies on the dollar, depending on who you're used to working with. I remember one client I had years ago was an attorney, and he was spending thousands of dollars, I believe it was every month, on higher level SEO. And what you do is well beyond what he was getting for that price. So just thank you for offering such a reasonable rate to all the marketing professionals out there and others who would want to contact you. Look up Mark Hury, ladies and gentlemen, and check him out. Connect with him on social media as well, and make sure that you're following what he's doing. And with that is the conclusion of our summit. I'm going to invite some team members on to have some roundtable discussion as we wrap things up. But we will see you next Tuesday. Same channel you're watching on right now. We will have a masterclass just for 1 hour. And so we really appreciate you being here today. And we look forward to helping you in all your marketing needs and providing a tribe for you if you're a marketing professional as well. So God bless you guys. Thank you again, Mark. Appreciate that. And I'm going to bring on a couple of other team members and see if we can have kind of a wrap up with those who. Stacy, are you available? Christine, are you available to kind of wrap us up as well? Good. Awesome. Well, gosh, wasn't that fun? And we got Karen as well. I'm going to bring Karen into the room if she's open to that. Awesome. Well, these you ladies and all the support team that put all this together has really been a blessing to go through such amazing content. I mean, some folks would charge thousands of dollars just to have, half of that, right? So just to be able to have that all in one shot and be able to watch that, really appreciate everybody. So any last thoughts, Preston or Christine or Stacy or Karen?
I love what people brought to the table today to just share for free, to really, one, it's going to help them get connected to those people to, learn more from them, but then the value that it's going to add to them personally and to their businesses. This is amazing. So I'm really glad that we were able to bring this to the table today.
Super fun. Christine?
It was amazing. I agree, Karen. Being able to watch so many different marketing professionals all within their niche. And I see we've got a question from somebody asking about, are all the speakers from within the network? Yeah. Isn't it amazing? You can one-stop shop for your marketing We've got all these different specialties in here, all working together and collaborating for the good of our clients. I mean, how wonderful is that?
Kind of unique. There's not many of these type of groups on the planet, and we're the best at what we do. So good question, and thank you for answering that really well, Christine. Really appreciate that. Preston, what were your thoughts of today? Give me some thoughts, my friend.
Yeah, it's a great wide range of information. So yeah, it's really good stuff to find out more on, and I just feel like this group is a really good family for sure.
What we're finding with our clients as I'm working with more projects and just kind of Stacy's connecting team members with prospective clients and different things is most businesses need a refresh on the basics so that they can build on top of that and absolutely scale, just absolutely grow exponentially. But what happens is they'll end up searching for some marketing professional that claims to know everything about everything. And I get it. We've all kind of gone down that path to some degree. I get it. But what ends up happening is you end up using only the tools that maybe that one person would want to use, or a tactic or a method that only they're used to, maybe a different industry or something like that. It's just not a perfect fit, but because you like them, you hire them anyway. And it's like, you know what? What if somebody could hire Christine, and then she's got enough humility to say, look, I'm going to guide this process. I'm your marketing coach, but I have a whole team that executes on all of this kind of thing. I'll do some to get you started on a couple of it, but at the end of the day, we're going to need to get to a level, or if you're really serious about doubling, tripling, quadrupling your revenue, we're going to need to bring in some specialists. I mean, the medical profession does it. Other professions do it. We need to do it too. So it's important, I think, to know the roles that are available within the network. If you are a marketing professional, talk to Stacy Stockford. If you are someone who needs a marketing professional, talk to Stacy Stockford. No, I'm just kidding. Talk to any one of us, and we'll point you in the right direction to be able to kind of match that up with the need. We're a buffet of marketing misfits, basically, is what we are. Okay, so it's super fun. Stacy, any last thoughts around kind of the summit today? You put a lot of time into this. So
we all put lots and lots of time
good.
into this. So I want to say thank you to each and every one of our speakers for staying on time and coming in and showing up and getting some little bit of extra goodies in there when we needed it. So that's just awesome. Thank you so much. So grateful for Christine and Karen and Preston for everything. Timothy for being our MC today. Thank you again for everything. And we will be in the same channel next week for 1 hour, but look forward to the same summit, different speakers for 2024. This is becoming an annual event, and each year is all about marketing. It will be another event like this next year as well, but watch the replay. The replay will be there. We'll leave it in the group for anyone to go back. Thank you so much.
God bless you guys. Have a great week. We'll see you next week, same time.